As Kang RMC strides into the arena to confront Dai-chan, the atmosphere crackles with tension. Dai-chan, Se-jin's father and an S-ranked Sword King, stands ready for battle. The stakes are monumental. This duel will only conclude when one of them either surrenders or loses consciousness. Should Dai-chan emerge victorious, Kang will become his son-in-law. But if Kang triumphs, Dai-chan must cease his interference with Se-jin's WHCU schedule. The outcome hangs in the balance, and both fighters are prepared to give it their all. Kang remains unfazed, calmly reminding the old man to uphold his promise. As the match is set to begin, mages quickly erect barriers to prevent the building from crumbling. Suddenly, they witness something extraordinary. Kang is wielding an aura blade. Before they can fully comprehend the situation, he raises his sword and unleashes a devastating demon sword art, infused with annihilating power, intent on finishing the fight in a single strike. The sheer pressure sends chills through the crowd. The frightening truth? Kang isn't even unleashing his full power. If he did, the entire arena could be in peril. Yet, Dai-chan stands firm, erecting 3 barriers, only to be slashed across the face. Instead of retreating, the old man's eyes light up with excitement as he declares Kang the ideal trainer for Se-jin. He accelerates, pushing forward as more barriers rise to block his path. Reinforcements flood in, but Dai-chan unleashes raw energy slashes that send the barrier mages reeling, blood trickling from their noses as they drop like flies. Meanwhile, Kang remains composed, expertly parrying and dodging every attack, emerging unscathed. As the barrier team finally collapses, Dai-chan concedes, acknowledging Kang's strength. He agrees to cease his interference, but not without attempting to recruit Kang for his own cause. But how did he end up in this predicament? RMC was a third-rate web novel artist, struggling to find success with his stories. In his relentless pursuit of perfection, he pushed himself to the brink and ultimately paid the ultimate price: his life. Suddenly, he finds himself in hell, face to face with Yamaraja. Before RMC can launch into his rant, the King of Hell interrupts, declaring him a lucky fellow. He reveals that RMC has arrived with a unique number, and as a reward, he's granted the chance to make a wish. However, there's a catch: wishing to become God is strictly off the table, which is rather obvious. Without missing a beat, RMC seizes the opportunity and requests to be reincarnated into the world of a novel. The King of Hell nods in agreement and requests a specific novel, one that isn't among his own works. He searches his memory for a story he can recall, finally settling on a title with a rather ridiculous name. Ike came the delinquent underachiever of Hunter School. With a smirk, the king then offers him 2 additional favors. His first request is to be sent back 2 years before the story begins. His second wish, to become as handsome as the celebrities he admires, hoping to finally catch the attention of the girls. As a result, RMC finds his soul transported into the body of Kang Shin-hyuk, a guy who is, quite frankly, a complete loser. He failed his aptitude test, which meant he had to attend the regular school until a new law allowed him to be retested. After honing his skills, he finally awakened as a hunter. However, RMC soon realized that his second chance at life was about to be even more challenging than the first, as he hadn't been sent into the body of the story's protagonist. With the memories flooding back, he recalled exactly what kind of character Kang Shin-hyuk was. He's the homeroom teacher of the class next to the protagonist, specializing in swordsmanship. After a fierce internal struggle, RMC finally awakens to the startling realization that he is truly inside Kang Shin-hyuk's body. Just then, he receives a call from the Chase Guild's finance team, seeking his confirmation on the termination of his contract. The customer care representative assures him that he can call back any time if he encounters any issues. After the call ends, Kang receives a credit alert. $38 million has been deposited into his bank account. His total balance now reaches a staggering $300 million. Kang's eyes widen in disbelief at the sight, and in an instant, the weight of feeling like a worthless character lifts from his shoulders. He leaps off the bed and stands by the window, fully embracing his identity as Kang Shin-hyuk. With the fragments of memories he's glimpsed, he has faced challenges, but with a balance of 300 million won, RMC believes he has struck gold. In his past life, he barely scraped by, yet now he has unwittingly stumbled upon his dream fortune. Despite the presence of monsters lurking in the shadows, he feels a sense of relief to still be in modern-day South Korea. At just 25 years old, he's not only strikingly handsome, but also boasts an impressive physique. With wealth, talent, and youth on his side, he seems to have it all. Currently, he holds the status of a B-ranks hunter, though he lacks the fame and fortune of the story's protagonist, Lee Ji-sung. Yet Kang remains unfazed. All he truly desires is a simple life. In a stunning twist, the novel reveals that there are actually two protagonists. The original hero, Kim Do-hyun, finds his life upended when Lee Ji-sung is unexpectedly transported into his body. Armed with knowledge of the plot, Lee Ji-sung cleverly navigates the story, seeking out the power points and locations that were meant to benefit Kim. With his wealth at his disposal, he indulges in a variety of elixirs, effortlessly acquiring the means to enhance his newfound abilities. Through his relentless efforts, he finally matched Kim's talent level. However, RMC's journey took a different turn when he entered Kang's body. Realizing the futility of competing with the two protagonists who were clearly beyond his reach, RMC decided to abandon that notion altogether. His true desire was simply to be the protagonist of his own story and enjoy a fulfilling life. Yet, he found contentment in his current existence with Kang, embracing the unique bond they shared. A day will come when the world plunges into crisis. In the original tale, Kim and Lee united to battle the invaders, striving to safeguard humanity. Now, as Kang finds himself woven into this narrative, he questions whether the two heroes can rise to the occasion once more, as they may become humanity's last hope. Just then, Kang receives a text from the first Hunter School, announcing that he has been chosen as the swordsmanship instructor. After reading the text, Kang resolves to follow the original story until the world inevitably descends into chaos. Before heading to the school to resume his role as the swordsmanship instructor, he takes a moment to investigate the previous owner of his body. To his dismay, he discovers that Kang's social life is just as dismal as it was in his past life. He had only 12 contacts on his phone, suggesting he had intentionally turned his back on the world. In his past life, RMC showed little interest in the things that brought excitement to others like marriage and starting a family. He often claimed to prefer solitude, joking that he was married to web novels instead. Having lost all hope in himself as a third-rate web novel artist, he now embraces a new life with the determination to enjoy every moment. Shortly after, he arrives at the school where he has been appointed as an instructor. Stepping into the office, he eagerly introduces himself to the first person he encounters, only to be met with a blank stare, as if he were a ghost. Kang's face flushes with embarrassment as the man finally rises to greet him. "I'm Park Yan-suk," he introduces himself, a friendly smile on his face. "Looks like we're going to be seat buddies." Relief washes over Kang and he beams back. "I'm looking forward to working with you, Park." At that moment, two ladies approached, showering Kang with compliments about his striking looks. Kang felt a blush creep across his cheeks, though he wasn't entirely taken aback. After all, he had used one of his wishes to attain such handsome features. They inquired if he had ever been part of a guild, and he casually mentioned that he had recently left the Chase Guild. Upon hearing this, the ladies became even more flustered, realizing that he had been associated with such a prestigious organization. The ladies continue to shower him with compliments until a green-haired figure, Jong-hyun-sik, makes his entrance. He introduces himself as the instructor of spearmanship for the second-year students and mentions his background in the Hwarang Guild, proudly noting that he is a graduate of the 6th Hunter School. With a curious glance, Jong turns to Kang and inquires about which Hunter School he hails from, clearly intrigued by his popularity. With a broad smile, Kang reveals that he never graduated from a hunter school. The moment he says this, the atmosphere in the room shifts dramatically. One of the girls, intrigued, asks how he managed to become a hunter without that qualification. They speculate that he must have studied abroad, but Kang quickly clarifies that he is a native Korean. He reminds them that there are indeed hunters who have forged their paths without the formal education of a hunter school. The atmosphere in the room shifts dramatically as Jong turns to leave, declaring that Kang is nothing but a waste of time. The girls trail behind him, their chatter revealing their initial excitement about meeting someone from the Chase Guild. However, their enthusiasm quickly fades into disgust upon learning that he hails from a non-hunter school. This revelation stirs a sense of unease within Kang, triggering the system to load more memories from the previous inhabitant of his body. There exists a Hunter Factor test kit, renowned for being the most accurate method to determine one's aptitude as a hunter. However, its high cost puts it out of reach for many. In the orphanage where Kang was raised, the director embezzled funds intended for these kits, only to be arrested for his crimes. By the time Kang finally underwent testing, he discovered he possessed the aptitude to be a hunter. Unfortunately, he had already graduated from a standard school, leaving him without the specialized education that hunter school graduates receive. The growing divide between the two factions eventually led to segregation. In response, a protest erupted, demanding the passage of the Anti-Non-Hunter Discrimination Act. After considerable pressure, the bill was finally approved, allowing graduates from non-hunter schools to secure jobs. However, this only fueled the animosity between the two sides. As a result, it's wise for those from non-hunter schools to keep their identities hidden when around graduates from hunter schools. Kang struggles to grasp the weight of his mistake, feeling overwhelmed by the importance of what he has just learned. Park, sensing his distress, urges him to take a breath and remain calm, reminding him that it's only his first day and tensions are already running high. Kang nods, assuring Park that he has no complaints. He understands their perspective all too well. Kang is convinced he secured his position at the school through a special appointment. However, Park clarifies that he actually passed the appointment exam and was scouted for his talent. Park suggests that the other teachers may have misunderstood the circumstances. Meanwhile, Jung and the girls retreat to a private spot, discussing how the school is making a grave mistake by employing a teacher through special treatment. Jong doubts Kang's ability to teach swordsmanship to the first-year students, yet he can't shake the feeling that the school must have had a reason for placing Kang in this role. As the trio delves deeper, they uncover that Kang hails from an orphanage, having never attended a hunter school. They acknowledge that he is handsome, but he lacks the skills to back it up. One of the ladies decides to inform the first-year students to seek a different swordsmanship tutor, dismissing Kang as nothing more than a fraud. Just then, Kang arrives unaware that they've been mocking him. He attempts to ease the tension by explaining that he didn't gain his position at the school through any special treatment. Jung refuses to let the situation simmer down. He turns to Kang, expressing his frustration about not having been trained in a hunter school. With a dismissive wave, he walks away, advising Kang to mind his own business and stay in his lane. However, he adds with a hint of sarcasm that Kang is welcome to befriend the general subject teachers if he wishes. One of the ladies casually points out that Kang is a B-rank hunter, but Jung suspects he may have manipulated the system to achieve that rank. With a smirk, Jung proposes a duel of honor, challenging Kang to prove himself if he feels wrong. Confident in his own skills, Ji-young boasts that he is on the verge of becoming an A-rank hunter. As the challenge hangs in the air, the realization slowly washes over Kang. Kang reflects on why the former inhabitant of this body was an outcast, unable to connect with others. He realizes that both he and the previous owner share a history of misfortune. Yet Kang is determined not to embrace the label of a loser any longer. With newfound resolve, he tells Jong that he is ready to face him in a duel. Jong chuckles at Kang's response, convinced that Kang is accepting the duel out of wounded pride in the presence of the ladies. Determined to be fair, Jong decides to offer Kang one last chance to back down. But Kang stands firm, insisting that he must face Jong in battle. He can't simply stand by and let Jong belittle him for attending a regular school. Kang raises the stakes, telling Jong that he can accept the duel only after being promoted to A ranks. Jong's smile twists into something sinister, reminiscent of a horror film character, as he reminds Kang that he will be responsible for any injuries he sustains during their confrontation. Kang silences him with a confident remark, acknowledging Jong's boldness, and proposes the spear training ground as the venue for their duel, set for a week from now. Kang gestures toward the two ladies, declaring them witnesses to the duel. Jong, puzzled by Kang's unwavering confidence, suggests he start searching for a new job, convinced that defeat is inevitable. Later that day, Kang strides into his classroom, leaving his students in awe of his striking handsomeness. Kang was initially apprehensive about how he would teach the students, but the moment he grasped the sword, memories of its previous owner surged through him. With this newfound connection, he was able to demonstrate the art of swordsmanship to his students. The morning unfolded beautifully, filled with enthusiasm and learning. However, as the afternoon approached, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. News of the impending duel had spread throughout the school, casting a shadow over the day. Kang's students regard him as a dead man walking, knowing he's about to face the spear instructor. He realizes the ladies are the ones who spread the word, their confidence in Jong's victory evident. Concerned, his students ask if he'll be alright, but Kang urges them not to be intimidated by status. What you need, he reassures them, is an unbreakable spirit. Kang exudes confidence as he addresses his students, urging them to concentrate on class, reminding them that the results of the duel will be revealed in just a week. His demeanor is intentional, designed to instill a sense of assurance in his students. Once the school day ends, Kang boards a bus, heading towards a specific area in the city. Determined to change his fate, Kang makes his way to the cave where the story's protagonist discovered a secret that enhanced his abilities. As he ventures deeper into the shadows, he reflects on his quest not to become a hero destined to save the world, but to gain the strength necessary to triumph in his upcoming duel. In an instant, he discovers a portal rumored to conceal the secrets of an ancient cultivation method. Without a moment's hesitation, he steps through, only to find himself in a breathtaking frozen wilderness. Kang is awestruck. He had never imagined a place like this could exist. As he revels in the stunning scenery, he quickly reminds himself of the true purpose of his journey: Suddenly, Kang feels an overwhelming presence looming behind him, accompanied by the swift arc of a sword strike. In a split second, he crashes into the snowy ground, narrowly dodging the lethal blow that could have sliced him in half. As he struggles to comprehend the chaos unfolding around him, a voice breaks through the tension, a raspy tone belonging to an old man clad in a flowing white robe. The man praises Kang for evading the surprise attack, noting that he is no ordinary individual. Before Kang can react, a sword is pressed against his neck. The old man demands to know which sect Kang belongs to and what brings him to the snowy plains. Kang is taken aback, realizing that the man is speaking to him in Chinese, and yet he understands every word. It dawns on him that the previous inhabitant of this body must have known the language. Kang slowly raises his hand, introducing himself as a teacher at the South Korean Hunter Academy. He explains that he entered the hidden location through a portal. The old man's expression shifts to one of genuine confusion. He struggles to comprehend Kang's words and wonders if the man is in his right mind. Kang gestures toward the portal, but to his bewilderment, the old man seems unable to see it. The old man reveals that he has been trapped in this space for an eternity, having lost track of time after 30 long years. At first, Kang dismisses the old man's words as nonsense, but his curiosity piques when he asks if the man is Zhou Yu Rei-yang. The old man confirms his identity, intrigued by Kang's knowledge. It turns out that Kang recognizes Zhou because he was the one who left behind the cultivation method that the protagonist had discovered. Kang is taken aback to see the old man, as Shang never encountered him in his own timeline. When the protagonist discovered the martial arts book, it mentioned that Zhou had already ascended to immortality, which likely explains their lack of meeting. Kang recalls requesting to be sent 2 years before the story began, a time that appears to be just before Zhou's ascension. Kang, knowing he can't admit he read it in a book, tells the old man that he heard the story long ago. Intrigued, Zhou insists on hearing it. With a flourish, Kang summarizes the tale, declaring that Zhou was a hero who vanquished a fearsome dragon. Zhou beams with pride, thrilled that someone witnessed his legendary battle. Meanwhile, Kang feels a rush of relief, grateful that Zhou believes him, even though he merely pieced together the story from what he read in the novel. At that moment, Kang bows his head, pleading with Zhou to teach him true swordsmanship. Taken aback by Kang's unexpected request for guidance, Zhou hesitates before firmly refusing. He tells Kang that while he will spare his life, he strongly urges him to leave. As the old man turns to walk away, Kang stands his ground, determined not to give up. He reveals that he has a duel approaching against a spearman. Kang begins to express his frustration about how swords are often dismissed, while spears are celebrated for their versatility. He confesses that he feels powerless against his opponent, which is why he sought refuge in this confined space, hoping to find answers. However, realizing that the old man isn't prepared to assist him, Kang resolves to return to the spear wielder and plead for help, acknowledging that the spear truly is the superior weapon. Zhou couldn't bear to sit idly by while Kang insulted his sword. Determined to intervene, he decided to lend a hand. Kang, pleased that his ruse had worked on the old man, felt a surge of pride in his own swordsmanship. Suddenly, Zhou pointed a finger at Kang, channeling a mysterious energy that sent a jolt of intense pain coursing through him. With a smirk, Zhou revealed, "I've just injected vital yang energy into your meridians." He assures Kang that his Dan Tian will be opened in just 4 days, and he will start to feel the changes within 6. Zhou reassures him, saying that with the little he has done for him, he needn't worry about anyone beating him up ever again. He then invites Kang to return after he has won the duel, declaring that he wants the world to remember that the sword remains the greatest weapon of all. A week later, Kang and Zhang gather at the spear training ground for their much-anticipated duel. Other teachers are present in the hall, serving as spectators for the showdown. True to form, Zhang mocks Kang, taunting him to brace himself for a beating. He clearly underestimates Kang, even offering him the first move. Seizing the opportunity, Kang knows he can't back down. After all, he still isn't sure if he has the strength to face Zhang head-on. Kang leaps into the air, fueled by an unwavering determination to win at any cost. With a powerful strike, he lands a blow on Zhang, and to everyone's astonishment, the impact sends Zhang tumbling down to his underwear. Gasps ripple through the crowd as they witness Zhang crash to the ground, completely unconscious. Kang stands frozen in shock as the referee declares him the winner. The urgency in the air thickens when the referee calls for an ambulance, as Zhang lies completely incapacitated. Horror washes over Kang as he contemplates what old man Zhou has done to his opponent. Lost in his thoughts, he barely notices Park rushing over to check on him. Park expresses his admiration for how effortlessly Kang took down Zhang with a single strike. In response, Kang shares his plan to treat Park and the rest of the staff to a celebratory meal in honor of his victory. Meanwhile, the ladies exit the training ground, their expressions a mix of bitterness and anger over Zhang's defeat. Later that night, Kang and the staff head out to enjoy a night of fun and festivities. They drink heavily, but when Kang finally arrives home, his body undergoes a remarkable self-purification process, a result of the old man's mysterious enhancements. He wakes up in shock, realizing that whatever the old man did to him has far exceeded his expectations. With no other option, he knows he must return to the hidden world. Kang sets out to express his gratitude to Zhou for his assistance. As he traverses the harsh, frigid landscape, he ponders whether Zhou is truly unable to leave the portal as he claimed. Eventually, he finds the old man deep in meditation. "Were you able to defeat the spear user?" Zhou inquires, his voice steady. Kang nods, a hint of pride in his tone. "I took him down with just one strike." Zhou raises an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips. Then it seems the spear user was rather weak after all. Kang, however, pushes back, insisting he needs clarification, which is precisely why he sought out Cho. "What did you do to me?" he demands. The old man simply replies, "I only opened your Dantian so you wouldn't get beaten up." Intrigued, Zhou then asks Kang when he began practicing martial arts. His curiosity piqued. The old man gestures for Kang to step closer, eager to hear the young man's story. It finally dawns on Kang that his newfound strength comes from martial arts. Turning to the old man, he admits, "I know nothing about martial arts." Zhou is taken aback by this revelation, noting that there's a certain level of internal energy within Kang's body energy that has built up naturally from his frequent swordplay. Kang understands that in martial arts novels, internal energy is cultivated through rigorous training, but hunters operate on an entirely different level. Kang turns to Zhou and asks if he knew the name of his country before he entered the portal. Zhou responds that his country is Ming. The moment he utters this name, Kang realizes the truth. Zhou hails from an entirely different world. With a heavy heart, Kang informs him that the world he once knew has vanished, as martial arts no longer exist outside these realms. Chao is taken aback by Kang's revelation. Kang explains that a new power has emerged, leading to the gradual decline of martial arts. Instead of disclosing that he hails from another world, Kang opts for this explanation. Trusting as always, Zhou believes him. Kang then admits that he has lost track of time after spending so long in the portal. With a shift in tone, he asks the old man if he's hungry, revealing that he brought food for him. He hands Zhou a sweet wrap, and after savoring it, Zhou transforms into the perfect Meiyu. He reminisces about how people used to consume ginseng to ward off smallpox. Meanwhile, Kang reaches into his box and pulls out a chocolate bar for the old man. With a reassuring smile, he tells Zhou that he works wonders in the cold, prompting Zhou to decide to give it a taste. He takes a bite of the chocolate bar, and instantly, he's transported back to that blissful state, just like before. Zhou savors the chocolate so much that he eagerly asks Kang for more. Before long, he's devoured all the junk food Kang brought for him, admitting with a satisfied grin that the flavors from the outside world are truly delightful. Kang turns to the old man, curious about how he's been coping with his hunger. "How have you managed without food? There's nothing shocking here," he asks. The old man replies, "Since I arrived in this hidden realm, I haven't felt the urge to eat. All I need is right here, and I'm perfectly fine." Kang's eyes widen as he realizes he's in the presence of an extraordinary martial artist. A wave of uncertainty washes over him, and he begins to contemplate making a hasty retreat back home. After Zhou confirms that martial arts have vanished, replaced by hunters, he reveals his quest for immortality. With no martial arts left in the outside world, Zhou concludes that Kang is the last remaining martial artist. A knowing look crosses Zhou's face as he acknowledges that Kang has experienced true power. He leans in, curiosity piqued, and asks, "How do you plan to wield that power?" Kang pours out his heart, expressing his desire to live a normal and happy life. Zhou, taken aback yet impressed, finally musters the courage to ask for an introduction. Sensing Kang's genuine nature and his role as a teacher, Zhou recognizes the admirable qualities within him. Moved by these traits, Zhou decides to take Kang under his wing as his disciple. In a stunning twist, Kang flatly refuses the offer. Zhou, taken aback, hesitates before asking again, unsure if he heard correctly. Kang stands firm, telling the old man that he has no desire to grow stronger. He only sought assistance to win the duel, and now he has what he needs. He longs to return to a normal life. As he speaks, the old man recognizes the sincerity in Kang's words. Cho informs him that he is free to leave as he needs to prepare for his ascension. Intrigued, Kang asks how he intends to ascend to the realm of immortals. With a confident smile, Cho reveals that he plans to achieve this by mastering the peak of martial arts, a feat he has already accomplished. Furthermore, he explains that he can also attain immortality through the cultivation of virtue, which he has already begun by assisting Kang. He informs Kang that he only needs a bit more cultivation before he ascends. With his imminent ascension, he sees no reason to leave behind any cultivation techniques or manuals. Kang is taken aback by this revelation. Cho continues, explaining that there's little point in preserving them, as there will be no one left to read them. After all, martial arts have all but vanished from the outside world. Kang never anticipated this sudden twist of fate. If Cho doesn't leave behind the techniques and martial arts secrets, San will be unable to catch up to Kim. Without that motivation, Kim will have no reason to push himself to grow stronger. Ultimately, this could lead to chaos and total destruction. In that moment, Kang realizes he has inadvertently altered a crucial plot point, all while trying to remain on the sidelines. Kang quickly pleads with the old man to accept him as his disciple, admitting he hadn't thought through his earlier decision. Cho is taken aback by Kang's sudden change of heart. Kang explains that it would be a shame for Cho's martial arts skills to go unpassed. His goal is to master the technique so he can eventually relax and enjoy life. To sweeten the deal, Kang promises the old man that he comes with plenty of food. Cho informs Kang that his training is about to get significantly tougher, and Kang confidently assures him that he's ready for the challenge. Meanwhile, news of Zhang's defeat spreads like wildfire throughout the school, along with the embarrassing revelation that he wears SpongeBob underwear. Those he once looked down upon seize the opportunity to mock him in the group chat. Park, who has never been fond of Zhang, finds a twisted satisfaction in seeing Kang take him down. Kang's victory demonstrated to many that graduates from regular schools possess real talent. The students celebrated not only his achievement, but also his humble nature. He didn't ask for a reward. Little did they know, he simply forgot to make the request. Nevertheless, Kang felt a warm sense of acceptance from his peers, and he couldn't help but smile. With each passing day, he believed he was inching closer to the life he had always dreamed of. Having informed Cho that he would be coming in for training every weekend, Kang decides to savor life during the week. As he steps into his classroom, he is greeted by his students, sitting up straight. The moment he enters, they all salute him in a show of respect. With a sense of determination, they assure him that they will remain confident, just as he had advised. Everyone had heard about how Kang decisively defeated Zhang. Curious, Kang asked the students how they knew, given that only the staff were permitted to witness the fight. One student chimed in, revealing that his older brother, a teacher at the school, had shared the story with them. Kang smiled at the revelation before instructing the kids to open their books and concentrate on the lecture. Kang is overjoyed with the blissful life he's currently living, and he intends to savor every moment of it. During lunch break, he makes his way to the cafeteria to grab some food. However, things take an awkward turn when he requests more portions than the others. Despite the uncomfortable exchange, Kang arrives at his table with a beaming smile, his plate overflowing with a delightful assortment of dishes. Kang is savoring his meal when a woman suddenly approaches him, inquiring if he is the Mr. Kang who teaches swordsmanship at the school. He confirms her suspicion, though his attention is drawn to the mountain of food piled on her plate. She takes a seat beside him, prompting Kang to ask if she knows him. With a playful smile, the woman replies that Kang is quite the actor. She urges Kang to relax, reminding him that there are no CCTV cameras in the cafeteria. The way she speaks to him suggests that she knows him well, but he can't quite place her. Normally, memories from the previous inhabitant would resurface when he encounters someone familiar. Sensing his confusion, the lady finally introduces herself, realizing that Kang is completely in the dark. She introduces herself as Seora, and in that instant, Kang feels a spark of recognition. A name from his contacts flashes in his mind: Seora. Her smile suggests she believes he already knows her. She explains that her appearance may seem different. She's altered her look to fit in as a teacher at the school. As Seora laughs heartily, Kang finds himself perplexed, unsure of what's unfolding before him. He recalls that in the novel, Seora eventually becomes Saint Song's homeroom teacher. Interestingly, she plays a significant role in the second volume as a member of the international criminal organization known as Antagonist. Essentially, she's cast as a villain in the story. At that moment, more of Kang's memories began to resurface. He recalled that the Antagonist, known as Antas, was an anti-hunter organization. They were responsible for the annihilation of countless hunters, positioning themselves as the sworn enemies of the International Hunter Alliance. However, this group was elusive, operating in the shadows, making them incredibly difficult to capture. Seora observes Kang's lingering tension and gently reminds him to relax, assuring him that there's no surveillance in the room. Although Kang has read the story to its conclusion, he can't recall the moment when his character joined the criminal organization. Suddenly, the system chimes in, notifying him that a side story has just been unlocked. Kang is on the verge of uncovering a shocking twist. He is destined to become an Antis assassin. The revelation sends a chill down his spine as he realizes he has no recollection of ever joining Antis. Just then, a thought strikes him. He recalls that the novel had concluded, and the author had mentioned in an interview that he was working on a side story. The system informs him that he can now access the prologue to the side story, and without a moment's hesitation, he dives right in. It reveals a significant chapter from his past. During his early days in the guild, he had a companion named Cheng Su. Cheng Su was the one who reported the orphanage director and ultimately rescued Kang. 2 years ago, while returning from a mission together, they encountered an unexpected portal that opened beside them, unleashing a horde of monsters in their direction. They called for backup, but due to another team's accident, their request went unanswered. To Kang, Cheng Su was more than just a comrade. He was like an older brother and the only family he had. Yet, in a heart-wrenching twist of fate, Cheng Su made the ultimate sacrifice, giving his life so that Kang could survive. In the aftermath of Cheng Su's death, the guild merely sent a report, stating they had no capacity to assist. They claimed that monsters had emerged in the city, forcing them to sacrifice a few to save the many. He and Cheng Su, both graduates of a conventional school, often found themselves sidelined. Frustrated by this, Kang requested an overseas deployment and was sent to China. However, after a year, he returned to Korea. Just as he began contemplating leaving the guild, he was approached by Seora, who encouraged him to join Antis. Here's what unfolded. Kang has his own backstory that adds depth to his character. After Seora approached him, he quickly joined her cause, even going so far as to donate half of his income to Antis. Interestingly, he once asked Seora out, but she turned him down. Instead of sulking, he chose to play it cool and become friends with her. In a surprising twist, he applied to the Hunter School solely to be closer to Seora. Our protagonist is in disbelief, realizing that the previous Kang was so misguided that he joined the organization not out of revenge, but for Seora. As these memories flood his mind, Seora gently asks if he's all right. Still trembling from the shock, he nervously replies that he's fine. Kang had thought he was finally getting his life together, but now he finds himself entangled in a crime syndicate, and he can hardly wrap his head around it. Seora expresses her admiration for Kang, noting how impressive it is that he managed to secure a position at the school, an achievement that's notoriously difficult. To her surprise, Kang reveals that he passed the exam on his first attempt, a testament to his determination, especially for someone he cares about. Curious about his experience, Seora asks how he's been adjusting to school life. Kang simply replies that he's been managing. Seora expresses her hurt upon discovering that Kang had enrolled in the school without informing her. Kang responds casually, explaining that things had been hectic, which is why he hadn't mentioned it. Then, Seora inquires why he hasn't made any donations for the current month. As Kang hears her question, a realization dawns on him. He can't continue sending money to the organization without risking his own financial stability after retirement. Seora is taken aback when Kang reveals that he no longer intends to make donations. Yet, surprisingly, she doesn't feel anger toward him. After all, he has contributed a significant amount in the past. With his new role as a teacher, earning a modest salary, it's unreasonable to expect him to continue donating. Seora explains that all donations are purely voluntary. Upon hearing this, our MC is left incredulous, realizing just how thoughtless Kang's decision truly is. Seora then informs Kang that his rankings may have risen since he defeated a B-rank hunter. With a smile, she expresses her desire for them to change the world together. However, Kang interprets this as a clear invitation to bring about its destruction. Unlike other criminal organizations, Antis has a strict rule against harming civilians or the innocent. Moreover, they are strictly prohibited from touching Hunter School students unless absolutely necessary. Kang deduces that Seora's role in the organization likely centers around recruiting students. However, this is all he knows from the novel he read. He can't help but wonder if there are other secrets lurking within the side story. Kang turns to Seora and inquires about his mission. She advises him to concentrate on settling into school life, emphasizing the importance of making friends along the way. Intrigued, Kang presses for more details, insisting that understanding his mission better will help him plan accordingly. Seora rises to leave, informing him that if he wants more information, they'll need to meet regularly. She proposes they meet on the last Tuesday of every month. Curious, Kang asks why she chose Tuesdays. Seora explains that there are typically no office dinners on that day, making it the perfect opportunity for them to enjoy dinner together. With that, she takes her leave. By the weekend, Kang is back to training with Cho. Impressed by Kang's progress, Cho decides to create a secret manual to help him refine his inner energy circulation alongside his martial arts techniques. Cho informs Kang that he has successfully opened his dantian, but mastering it is entirely up to him. He emphasizes the importance of daily practice, urging Kang to circulate his internal energy throughout his body to truly grasp the technique. Instead of responding, Kang sinks into meditation, prompting Cho to deliver a sharp punch to his head. Kang yelps in pain, exclaiming that the old man is disrupting his focus. Cho observes that Kang is not focused, noting the troubled flow of his inner energy. Surprised, Kang realizes that the old man can sense his worries just by reading his energy. Cho explains that energy flow is akin to breathing. It reveals much about a person. He encourages Kang to share whatever is weighing on his mind, assuring him that he is here to help. Kang turns to the old man and asks, "Do I look like a good person or a bad person?" Cho simply replies that the distinction is up to Kang. It's the powerful who truly concern themselves with such labels. He explains that the losers in war are always deemed the villains, silenced by death and unable to share their side of the story. Cho reflects on how notions of good and evil are mere illusions without power, noting that those who fought in the Great War between the righteous and the blood cultists all met untimely ends. After sharing his words of wisdom, Cho turns to Kang and asks if it was helpful. Kang nods, affirming that it was. But then, with a sudden shift, Cho demands that Kang fetch him a chocolate bar. The weight of Cho's final advice lingers in Kang's mind. It doesn't matter whether one is on the good side or the bad. Involvement in the war means risking death. For Kang, who simply wants to make money and enjoy life, this stark reality feels like a direct contradiction to his aspirations. Kang requests an urgent meeting with Seora, catching her off guard. They had already agreed to meet at the end of the month, so her surprise is palpable. With a serious expression, Kang informs her that he has something important to discuss. He then asks Seora if he is free to quit Antis. The moment the words leave his lips, Seora's demeanor shifts dramatically. She lunges at him with a fork, her eyes wide with alarm. The atmosphere in the restaurant shifts dramatically as everyone gasps in disbelief. Whispers of betrayal ripple through the crowd, with many jumping to the conclusion that Kang has cheated on his girlfriend. Kang had braced himself for a wild reaction, but he never anticipated that Seora would escalate things even further. With a fierce determination, Seora demands a clearer explanation of Kang's words. Kang promises to explain, but suggests they leave the restaurant as they're attracting too much attention. He insists they head to his car, eager to show her something important. Moments later, they settle into the vehicle and begin their drive to Incheon. Curiously, Seora asks why they're heading there. Kang replies that he has something to show her, something that words alone simply can't convey. Seora keeps the fork pressed against Kang's neck, demanding an explanation for his earlier words in the restaurant. Kang responds, revealing that he joined Antis due to the discrimination faced by non-hunter school graduates. However, he insists that he believes things are beginning to change. Seora can't help but laugh, mocking Kang for thinking that a single duel victory could alter the status quo. Kang admits he isn't entirely certain, but he can envision a possibility. He expresses his desire to handle things on his own, without involving Antis, as he finds their methods a bit too extreme. Kang reflects on the many aspects of Antis that clash with his own values, particularly their approach to terrorism and their willingness to take lives without a second thought. Seora interjects, pointing out that not all the terror attacks can be attributed to Antis. Some were actually framed by the government. She then declares that everyone who died deserved their fate. Kang counters her assertion, insisting that no one deserves to die. Seora, frustrated, snaps at Kang for being concerned about the missions when he isn't the one executing them. Kang confesses his fear and urges Seora to put down the fork. Seora hesitates, but a mark already stains his neck. Kang understands that leaving a criminal organization won't be easy, but he has come prepared for the challenges ahead. Kang instructs Seora to look up the news regarding the assassination of Min Young-suk, the deputy director of the Hunter Management Agency. It turns out that Min had embezzled tens of billions. While Kang concedes that the man had it coming, he feels differently about the driver and the two other passengers involved in the truck collision. The driver, who had lost his wife long ago, had been raising his daughter alone. They didn't deserve such a tragic fate. It turns out he wasn't even a full-time employee, but rather a contracted driver for the management agency. Tragically, he died, leaving his daughter orphaned. Kang then inquires whether the driver was connected to Min Young-suk's corruption. Seora responds with calm assurance that he was not. In the book, the driver's daughter is Lee Soa, and she is destined to play a significant role in the story as her path intertwines with that of the protagonist. Kang reminds Seora that after Min Young's death, some hailed Antis for revealing his corrupt practices, yet the driver was left buried on the roadside. Seora, taken aback, insists there must be a mistake. The rules clearly state they can't harm civilians. Kang chuckles at her naivety and asks, "Do you really believe the driver is the only civilian who has perished simply for being near an Antis target?" Seora clutches her head, a mix of pain and frustration washing over her. Deep down, she knows the answer, but she's been avoiding it. Kang feels a sense of relief, believing he's finally reached her, and that the path ahead might be smoother. But just as he starts to feel hopeful, Seora shifts the conversation, her gaze piercing as she asks, "Do you have any idea why I turned down your proposal?" Kang responds that it's a bit late for that, but Seora presses the fork back to his neck, insisting he listen to her. She reveals that both her parents perished in the Great Portal accident 15 years ago, when she was still just a child. Kang is taken aback. This revelation wasn't in the novel. He realizes that this tragic event will become a crucial part of the side story. Kang acknowledges that Seora must have endured a difficult time, yet he struggles to understand how that relates to her rejecting his proposal. In a tense moment, Seora presses the fork deeper against his neck, prompting him to plead for mercy. He quickly assures her that he will remain silent. With a steely gaze, Seora reveals that the portals that emerged in her neighborhood had the highest ratings. There were 4 D-Ranks portals and 2 C-Cranks portals in the area. Clearly, this was the location in dire need of assistance, conveniently close to the association. One would expect a swift response, yet no hunters arrived to lend a hand. Instead, dozens of hunters were dispatched to affluent neighborhoods, where only F-rank portals had emerged. Kang was taken aback by this revelation. It was supposed to be a significant incident, yet he couldn't recall reading about it in the novel. Seora reveals that the incident was reported by the media, but the wealthy individuals who received protection managed to cover it up with their money. She confesses that she would have remained in the dark if she hadn't taken the initiative to uncover the truth. It finally dawns on Kang that Seora may have attended a hunter school, and this revelation marks a pivotal moment. It's the reason she ended up in Antis. In tears, Seora begins to explain her rejection, but all she has mentioned so far revolves around her parents. She then confesses that she actually has feelings for Kang, yet she cannot set aside her desire for revenge until she has fulfilled her obligations to her parents. Seora expresses her wish for Kang to propose to her again once she has avenged them. Meanwhile, Kang leans back in the car, pondering if there is any parent who would truly want their child to join a terrorist organization in the name of revenge. Kang understands that the former inhabitant of this body would have aided Seora in seeking revenge. However, he is a completely different person, devoid of any emotional ties to Seora. Kang realizes that his life would be far better if he simply walks away, especially since he already knows the future from reading the novel. Kang is contemplating cutting Seora out of his life to finally enjoy some peace when he suddenly feels a familiar hand on his shoulder. It's the old Kang, pleading for help. Distracted by this unexpected moment, he nearly collides with another car, but Seora's voice snaps him back to reality. Seora senses the tension in Kang, noting the metaphorical knife at his throat, and promises to ease his burden. Kang remains visibly shaken by what he witnessed and turns to Seora, pressing her for clarity on her target for revenge. Taken aback by his inquiry, Seora asks if he has reconsidered his stance, but Kang, frustrated, insists she simply answer the question. With a deep breath, Seora reveals that the director of the Hunter Management Agency at that time was Kim In-hawk. Yet, she firmly believes he didn't act alone in giving the orders. Kang informs Seora that Kim has likely grown even more powerful since he was already a director 15 years ago. Seora, sensing a shift, asks Kang if he's reconsidering his decision to quit. He firmly replies that he is not. His intention to leave remains unchanged. However, he expresses a desire to personally assist Seora. Confused, she questions how he plans to help her, given that the task at hand is already challenging for the Antis themselves. Kim is not someone they can easily reach, but Kang reassures Seora that while it may be difficult now, it will eventually become easier. It turns out Kim has ascended to the position of congressman, climbing the ranks until the protagonist intervened. Meanwhile, Seora's true identity as an agent for Antis was revealed, leading to her arrest. Though she avoided the death penalty, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Everything unfolds 3 years from now in the current timeline. Kang, possessing knowledge of the future, informs Siora that Antis will not aid her in her quest for revenge. Curious, Siora presses him for an explanation, but Kang can only reveal the truth by showing her. He then adds a condition of his own. He will assist her, but only if she agrees to leave Antis in his care. Siora's shock is palpable as she turns to Kang, insisting that there's no way she can seek revenge without Antis by her side. Kang counters her protest, assuring her that everything will make sense once they reach their destination. It becomes clear that they are headed to the heart of Antis's operations, a place where drugs are traded and fortunes are made. They soon arrive at what appears to be a clothing store. It's Kang's first time here, but he knows all too well that this brand serves as a mere facade for their true operations. In reality, the store is a front for Antaeas China's drug distribution network in Korea. Kang approaches the attendant and, switching to Chinese, inquires if they sell Genesis at the store. The attendant feigns ignorance, but Kang sees right through him. He urges the man to simply sell him the Genesis. As the attendant slowly reaches beneath the table, still pretending to be clueless, he suddenly pulls out a knife and tells Kang to leave, insisting they only deal in wholesale. A smile spreads across Kang's face at this revelation, and he calmly informs the attendant that he got his information from Mei Lin. Kang inquires about the attendant's name, hinting that he might inform Mei Lin. The attendant's eyes widen in surprise. He never anticipated that Kang would know her. Kang casually reveals that he was quite close to Mei Lin during his time in China, claiming she was the one who directed him to the Korean distribution point. However, this is nothing but a fabrication, as Mei Lin is actually the daughter of the boss at Antis China and the one overseeing the drug distribution in Korea. Kang, a man of questionable character, clearly has no connection to Mei Lin. He's resorted to this tactic as a last-ditch effort. With a smirk, he informs the attendant that he's willing to call Mei Lin to prove his point, but warns him to brace for the consequences that may follow. The attendant, realizing his mistake, quickly apologizes, flustered by the revelation that Kang is someone of significant importance. The attendant hurried to the back to fetch the drugs, and Kang urged him to gather as much as possible. Once he was gone, Siora turned to Kang, curious about what he had been discussing in Chinese. Kang replied, "We came here to buy drugs, but I know you won't believe me until you see it for yourself." He then revealed, "We're in a store that distributes drugs for Antis." Siora is taken aback by the revelation that Antis are involved in drug production. This is a startling first for her. The Antis gained notoriety after the rise of the Prodantis, leading to a fierce conflict between Antis Korea and Antis China over profit sharing. Just as tensions escalate, the protagonist arrives, determined to put an end to both factions. Kang assures Siora that he will encourage the attendant to speak Korean upon his return, just in case she doubts his words. The attendant soon returns carrying a hefty load of drugs. He explains to Kang that they've just opened, which is why their supply is still limited. The stash he's brought is worth a month's worth of sales, but he asks Kang to put in a good word for him with Mei Lin. Kang nods, promising to do so, but suggests they switch to Korean. The attendant expresses concern about Siora, but Kang reassures him, saying everything is fine since she's also infatuated with Genesis. The atmosphere quickly turns awkward as Siora attempts to salvage the moment with a thumbs up, but instead, she only manages to look a bit unhinged. This gesture convinces the attendant that Siora is in need of help, just not the kind she had in mind. Kang then inquires about the arrival of the next batch of supplies, to which the attendant responds that it will be quite some time before it reaches Korea. The attendant suggests that the delivery might arrive sooner since Kang is closer to Mei Lin. Siora leans in and whispers to Kang, questioning whether Mei Lin is genuine or just a false identity. Kang reassures her, insisting he would never risk his life by coming to the store without certainty. He knows that Mei Lin is a high-ranking officer, and there's no way she would recognize him. The attendant then asks Kang how he plans to pay for the supplies he just received. Kang inquires if he can use a card, but the attendant chuckles, explaining that card payments are strictly prohibited. He urges Kang to stop joking and pay in cash instead. Undeterred, Kang suggests a different option, paying in installments. However, the attendant shakes his head, making it clear that he's not willing to accept that either. Without warning, Kang delivers a devastating punch to the attendant's head, channeling his internal energy into his fist, just as the old man had instructed. This kind of strike is known to induce temporary amnesia, and as the attendant collapses to the ground, Kang realizes he might wake up with more than just a headache. He could be brain dead. But in that moment, he feels no remorse. After all, the attendant is just a lowly substance dealer. Kang turns to Seora, inquiring if she now believes his words. He reassures her that it's perfectly fine to still have her doubts. Seora is taken aback, her curiosity piqued. "How do you know all of this?" she asks, astonished. Kang explains that he only joined the association because of her suggestion, but he began his own investigations to understand the true nature of the group he was aligning himself with. Kang reveals that he discovered Antis's involvement with substances during his time in China. He then proposes that they leave the store, planning to shift the blame for the incident onto the unconscious man. Kang has no intention of reporting the store to the police. After all, Antis could easily replace the dealer and open another shop elsewhere without it impacting them at all. Seora finally confesses to Kang that she believes everything he has shared with her. With that trust in place, she reveals her plan to explain his resignation to the higher-ups. She intends to tell them that Kang was pressuring her about their relationship, which led to her decision to let him go. With this strategy, she feels certain there will be no investigation. Despite his reservations, Kang recognizes that this is the best way out. Suddenly, it hits him. Seora has no intention of backing down, even after discovering the dark truths behind their actions. She reminds him that she has been part of the organization for a long time, essentially an officer. She knows too much, and they won't simply let her walk away. Kang finally grasps Seora's words. As a newcomer to the association, he feels the weight of her experience and deep connections within it. He wants to argue, but a realization dawns on him. The future could shift dramatically if Seora leaves Antis. Reluctantly, he decides to let her remain until the protagonist uncovers the crime syndicate. With a serious tone, Kang turns to Seora and asks, "Have you ever committed any crimes during your missions for Antis?" Seora shakes her head, explaining to Kang that her role is primarily to scout talented students. However, the task isn't as straightforward as it seems, and she hasn't managed to recruit anyone yet. Hearing this, Kang feels a wave of relief wash over him. He then reveals his plan. He wants Seora to become a double agent. Stunned by the suggestion, Seora listens as Kang assures her that this strategy is meant to protect her, especially if they decide to cast her aside. Kang informs Seora that she plans to gather Antis's secrets and pass them on to the police. She explains that, in exchange, she'll be stuck doing menial tasks for Antis. By acting as a double agent, she ensures that no charges will be brought against her. Seora, feeling uncertain, replies that she has nothing of value to share with the police. However, Kang reassures her that even the smallest piece of information could prove useful. He reassures Seora that he will testify on her behalf if she finds herself in trouble. However, Kang warns her to be cautious about trusting him, as he won't hesitate to cut ties if things take a turn for the worse. Seora smiles, interpreting his words as a sign that he clearly likes her. Kang, however, shoots her a disgusted look and retorts that she is free to believe whatever she wishes. Kang tells Seora to return to Seoul on her own, as he has something important to take care of. Despite his words, Seora remains convinced that Kang is merely playing hard to get. Once she departs, Kang makes his way to the hidden realm to meet with the old man. Cho notices that Kang has arrived late and inquires if he managed to resolve the issue that had been bothering him. Kang responds affirmatively, expressing his gratitude for Cho's advice. With a smirk, Cho informs him that there will be consequences for his tardiness. However, Kang has a clever plan up his sleeve. He reveals that he made a stop in Chinatown before coming and brought back some bamboo leaf liquor. He then tells the old man that he's free to decline the drink, as they had planned to indulge together. Yet, the old man can't resist the allure of the liquor and quickly proposes they take the day off. Moments later, Cho savors the drink alongside Tofu, showering praise on Kang. Curiously, he asks how Kang deduced he was from Sichuan. Kang can hardly believe that the same old man who had just scolded him is now relishing the very liquor he had served. The old man expresses his concern, noting that Kang has been later than usual. Cho, curious about this sudden shift, questions Kang about his newfound dedication to training, especially since he had been slacking off before. Meanwhile, as Cho indulges in his leisure, Kang diligently practices his swordsmanship, swinging his blade with determination. He explains that the drink was merely a gesture of gratitude for the old man's guidance. Kang is determined to train relentlessly, fully aware that his choice to assist Seora will attract the attention of formidable enemies. It's clear that the novel never included a plot twist where Seora becomes a double agent. While Kang recognizes that he possesses the strength to take on an A-rank hunter, he understands that facing a high-ranking antisocial like Malin would likely lead to his demise. Kang can't help but smile as he recalls that he's merely a B-rank swordsmanship instructor with no obligation to help anyone. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Zheng, fortuitously discovered a manual and managed to grow stronger after just a few training sessions and some elixir consumption. As for Kang, he considers himself fortunate to have had his dantian opened by a grandmaster of swords. As Kang continues his training, Cho indulges in a meal, praising the delicious tofu. Recognizing Cho's prowess as a swordsman, Kang realizes that with the old man's guidance, he'll be able to defend himself. Suddenly, Cho calls out to Kang, lamenting that they've run out of ramen, his favorite. He then requests that Kang fetch another tasty ingredient, pushing Kang's patience to its limits. Despite the overwhelming presence of Cho, the strongest man in the world, Kang remains composed. He assures Cho that he will bring back more of the things he enjoys. Yet, the old man simply adds more items to the list. Kang reluctantly agrees to fulfill his requests and resumes his training. But the old man's insatiable appetite continues to distract him. The tantalizing aromas wafting through the air become too much for Kang to bear. Unable to hold back any longer, he finally speaks up, urging the old man to stop indulging so much. Unfazed, the old man merely grins and invites Kang to join him in his feast. With a hint of nostalgia, Kang admits that he misses the joy of eating, which is why he's savoring every bite. Frustrated by Kang's nagging, Cho suddenly loses his temper and delivers a swift punch to Kang's head. Cho finally reveals that his sense of taste is returning after years of absence. He acknowledges Kang's newfound motivation, but warns him that rushing could lead to disaster. Frustrated, Kang shouts at Cho, accusing him of seeming disinterested in his training. In response, Cho reassures him that he's making good progress on his own. The old man emphasizes that Kang is destined for greatness, but he insists that he cannot reach that potential by hurrying the process. Kang feels frustrated, convinced that his month of training hasn't led to any improvement. Cho counters, insisting that Kang simply can't recognize his own progress because he possesses a natural talent for it. What truly surprises Cho, however, is Kang's lack of enthusiasm for getting stronger. Irritated, Kang scolds the old man, pointing out that Cho seems more focused on his ramen than on perfecting his training stance. With a hint of impatience, Kang demands that if Cho isn't prepared to teach him properly, he should at least share some shortcuts to success. Another punch lands squarely on Kang's head, earning him a scolding from Cho for seeking shortcuts so soon into his training. Writhing in pain on the snow, Kang hears Cho's mocking question about whether he plans to conquer the world, which is why he wants to grow stronger. Kang shoots the old man a disgusted glare, prompting Cho to threaten him with another punch. With a stern expression, Cho reminds him that martial arts cannot be mastered through haste. In that moment, Kang resolves to take a drastic step. He informs the old man that he won't be able to buy any more ramen because the prices have skyrocketed. Cho is taken aback, realizing that Kang is actually making a threat, but Kang quickly clarifies that he isn't threatening him. He's simply laying out the harsh reality of the situation. He adds with a hint of gravity that he might not be able to purchase the ramen that the old man enjoys ever again. Kang informs the old man that the prices of everything he buys have skyrocketed, leaving him unable to afford them anymore. This news hits Cho hard. He's not ready to part with the ramen and delicious meals Kang has been providing. Kang skillfully plays on Cho's fears, threatening to stop his generous support unless Cho promises to take his lessons seriously and show gratitude for all that he has done. Upon hearing this, Kang declares that he too will make an effort to get Cho the things he enjoys. Cho then proposes they continue their training, but he warns Kang not to blame him for the intensity of the sessions. Kang brushes off the warning, insisting he only cares about receiving the best training possible. The following day, Kang receives a text from Sora, informing him that everything has been sorted out. Kang feels a mix of relief and concern. While he's glad to hear the news, he can't shake the worry that his former self may have left behind more complications. Still, he resolves to assist Sayora and savor the remainder of his life in tranquility. Just then, two twin sisters enter his office, catching him off guard. "Aren't you two going for lunch?" he asks, surprised. The two sisters announce their plans to head out, but they invite Kang to join them for lunch before they make their way to the auditorium. Kang is taken aback, puzzled about why he needs to go to the auditorium at all. The sisters exchange knowing glances and remind him of the vice principal's announcement during the morning assembly. It turns out Kang has an interview for the school's new YouTube channel. It finally dawns on Kang that the girls are telling the truth, a realization he had overlooked in the chaos of his busy schedule. As the most handsome teacher, he's chosen for the first interview, but he's not entirely thrilled about it. The girls tease him, suggesting that if he plays his cards right, he might just score a date. Kang can't help but acknowledge that, surprisingly, they might be onto something. They hand him a note with the interview questions, urging him to review them beforehand. It seems the school principal will be scrutinizing everything before it gets uploaded, underscoring the seriousness of the situation. After sharing all the essential details, the girls prepare to take their leave. Before they proceed, they inform Kong that there's one more detail he needs to be aware of. The student council president will also be attending the interview. One of the girls adds that, while they plan to stick to the standard questions for the most part, the president has an unpredictable personality and may throw in some unusual, off-the-cuff inquiries. Kong feels at ease with any questions, as long as they steer clear of his love life. The twins reassure him that he has nothing to worry about in that regard, but they encourage him to signal them if he starts feeling uncomfortable, so they can cut the video. Relieved, Kong nods and urges the girls to treat him fairly. Knowing the typical nature of student council presidents, he eagerly anticipates what the current one will be like. Meanwhile, the student council president is equally excited to meet Kong. It seems the government initiated the idea of creating a YouTube channel for schools, driven by the growing speculation surrounding the happenings within the school walls. However, the policy wasn't implemented right away, which is why the first Hunter school was chosen to pilot the program. Since there was no mention of this idea in the novel, Kong doubted it would succeed. He couldn't believe his misfortune. He was the one tasked with conducting the first interview. With a heavy heart, Kong stepped into the room where the recording would take place. He enters the classroom and meets the technology teacher, Min-ji-hai. Kang notices her nervousness. She will be the one editing the interview. To ease the tension, he admits that this will be his first interview as well, and he's feeling pretty anxious too. He compliments Min on her expertise in video editing, only for her to sheepishly confess that she doesn't actually know how to do it. The principal, seeing her as the tech teacher, had insisted she take on the task. Min remarks that since she's not being paid for this, she plans to do a quick job and head home. She realizes that they probably won't reward her with a bonus, even if the video goes viral. Just then, the twins inform Kang that the camera is ready. At that moment, the student council president arrives as well. Kang takes a moment to study the president, Kim Se-jin, who, in turn, is captivated by Kang's striking height and handsome features. Kang can't help but admire Kim's confident demeanor, pondering why such an impressive student council president was never mentioned in the novel. As if sensing his thoughts, Kim strides over to Kang, offering him a compliment on his good looks. Kim confidently asserts that the video will undoubtedly receive a positive review, which is why she eagerly anticipates working with Kang. Kang, taken aback by Kim's impressive social skills, finds them to be a stark contrast to what the twins had described. After a brief moment, they wrap up the interview, and it turns out to be a resounding success. The girls wish they could steal a few more minutes with Kang, but they reluctantly accept that they must let him go. Kang expresses his disappointment that the interview has come to an end. However, he adds with a sly grin that he intends to request overtime pay from the school. The girls exchange surprised glances, but Kang quickly backtracks, claiming he was just joking. In contrast, Min confidently states that she would absolutely request overtime pay if given the chance. Suddenly, Kim Se-jin turns to Kang and says it would be disappointing for the viewers if the interview ended on such a cliffhanger. Then, she drops a bombshell. She asks Kang for a sparring match. The tech teacher quickly intervenes, reminding Kim Se-jin that her request came out of nowhere. Even the twins nod in agreement, acknowledging that this unexpected challenge is a bit too sudden. Kang can hardly believe they are about to wrap things up when Kim Se-jin suddenly makes a request. It begins to dawn on him that this might be the eccentric character the twins had mentioned. One of the twins tries to explain to Kim that they hadn't informed the teacher about anything in advance. However, Kim counters, insisting that since the teacher expressed disappointment in how it concluded, she must have wanted a way to give the viewers more. Kim apologizes for her sudden appearance, but admits she has a passion for sparring. Since Kang specializes in swordsmanship, she feels right at home. Kang can sense that Kim Se-jin's request comes from a genuine love for the sport, free of any malicious intent. Just as the twins are about to wrap things up, Kang surprises them by expressing his willingness to spar. The twins remind Kang that there was no initial request made. However, Kang reassures them that it's all fine. He then inquires if they have any swords available for use. Kim Se-jin quickly interjects, revealing that she brought training steel swords for them. The twins are taken aback and ask her when she acquired the swords. With a hint of pride, Kim Se-jin explains that she brought them just in case Kang agreed to her request. Kang is acutely aware that, despite his muscle memory with a sword, he is still very much a student. As preparations for the sparring match unfold, the tech teacher's frustration mounts. She realizes she will be later than she anticipated. They make their way to the training ground, and as Kim readies herself for the fight, Kang confesses that he isn't nervous. After his encounter with Jung, he feels confident in his abilities. In addition to his relentless training with Cho, Kang has endured countless beatings from the old man during their sessions. Yet, he remains vigilant. After all, Kim Se-jin, the third-year student council president, is not someone to underestimate. To Kang, she feels as formidable as a seasoned hunter, and he knows better than to let his guard down. Kang informs Kim Se-jin that she can make the first move. With a bright smile, Kim eagerly accepts the challenge and charges toward him with remarkable speed. Even Kang is taken aback by her agility. She's clearly faster than the first-year students and employs a unique technique. To his surprise, instead of executing a middle or diagonal slash, she opts for a thrust. Kang realizes that Kim Se-jin possesses a remarkable confidence in her abilities. As she lunges at him, he effortlessly sidesteps her attack, surprised to see that she remains composed unlike most students who would have panicked. Undeterred, Kim attempts an upward slash, but Kang evades that as well. Undaunted, she continues to swing her sword, determined to land a hit on her teacher. Yet he dodges each strike with ease. Frustrated, Kim finally calls out to Kang, demanding to know just how long he intends to keep avoiding her attacks. Kang has mastered a variety of dodging techniques through his intense training with the old man, who held a grudge after Kang threatened to take away his food. In retaliation, the old man unleashed a brutal regimen on him. Now, thanks to that relentless training, Kang effortlessly evades every attack Kim throws his way. In fact, he even finds the time to lecture her, pointing out that her overzealous focus on her strikes is causing her to lean too far forward. Kim insists that she hasn't revealed all her skills to the teacher yet. With a fierce swing aimed at Kang, she misses as he effortlessly dodges and positions himself behind her, tauntingly pointing out how vulnerable she is. This moment triggers a flood of memories for Kang, recalling how Cho had mercilessly pummeled him, as if he were in debt. The more he reflects on the torment he endured at the hands of the old man, the angrier he becomes. He considers snatching some of his ramen, but quickly dismisses the idea, knowing it would only drive Cho into a frenzy. Instead, Kang highlights another mistake the student council president is making. He advises her that relying too heavily on her hands and arms will only wear her out. He encourages her to harness her entire body to enhance her attacks. As soon as Kang speaks, Kim shifts her stance, leaving him stunned. He can hardly believe how swiftly she adapts to his words, readjusting her grip on the sword. Kang is taken aback, pondering whether her uniqueness sets her apart from the other students. With determination, he transfers his sword to his left hand and declares to Kim Se-jin that he's ready to get serious. Meanwhile, the tech teacher seethes with frustration, running later than usual. Just as Kang prepares to make his move, Kim suddenly stops him. Taken aback, Kang asks if something is wrong, but she quickly assures him it isn't. Instead, she inquires if he minds her using a bit of mana. She promises not to channel it into her weapon, leaving Kang genuinely impressed that Kim already knows how to harness mana. Kim Se-jin reveals that starting at the end of their second year, students are permitted to participate in field training at the portal sites. She shares that she has just begun to harness her mana. Kang, however, is already aware of this development. Before graduation, the students will have the opportunity to explore low-level portals, typically accompanied by a teacher or, at times, a government-sent hunter. Kang is genuinely impressed that the girl can wield even a small amount of mana. He realizes that she must have sensed the difference in speed just as he was about to move, which is likely why she requested to use mana. This revelation deepens Kang's curiosity about Kim's abilities. With a nod of encouragement, he tells her she is free to harness her mana. Kim is thrilled to finally tap into her mana, something she couldn't do during her training with Jung. She views this sparring session as her best chance to connect with her newfound power. With determination, Kim dashes toward Kang, moving faster than ever before. Although Kang successfully blocks her strike, he quickly realizes his hand has gone numb from the impact. He hadn't used any internal energy to defend himself. Kang is taken aback to discover that Kim didn't infuse her weapon with mana. Instead, she relied solely on it to enhance her physical strength. He finds himself compelled to reposition, genuinely impressed by how much Kim has strengthened through basic training alone. It seems that during battles with monsters, the body instinctively absorbs mana. However, this accumulation has its limits, as each individual can only harness mana up to a certain point, determined by their innate talent. Kang learned from Cho that mana is simply raw, unrefined, internal energy. As a result, he had already converted all the mana within his body into internal energy. While this meant he could no longer use mana, what he possessed was far more efficient. As a teacher with a reputation to uphold, Kang resolves not to use mana against Kim. He skillfully dodges her attacks, carefully studying her rhythm. He realizes that her hunter-style swordsmanship is far too straightforward. After all, it's designed for battling mindless monsters. This lack of finesse is why low-ranked hunters often fall prey to creatures that can think for themselves. As anticipated, Kim Se-jin begins to slow down, fatigue creeping in with each strike. Kang quickly discerns her next move, a diagonal slash. But just when he thinks he has her figured out, Kim surprises him at the last moment, shifting tactics with a reverse grip and launching a sudden thrust. Kang praises her for her spontaneous technique, but with a swift movement, he dodges her attack and trips her. "You were too close to land that thrust effectively," he remarks. Kim loses her balance and tumbles to the ground, unable to regain her footing. The twins and the teacher watch in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Kim's knee turns bright red from the impact with the ground, and Kang presses the tip of his sword to her neck, signaling his official concession. He notices the disappointment etched on Kim Se-jin's face, a clear indication of her fierce competitive spirit. With a reassuring tone, Kang tells her that she fought valiantly throughout the match, affirming that she truly deserves to be the student council president. Kang points out that while her skills are impressive, they tend to be a bit repetitive. He acknowledges that her use of mana has enhanced her strength, but he cautions her not to depend solely on that. Instead, he encourages her to diversify her sword techniques. After offering his hand to help her up, Kim expresses her gratitude for his guidance and support. One of the twins notices that the tech teacher is visibly upset. When she inquires about the issue, he reveals that the video is bound to go viral. A week after its upload, Kang's life takes a turn for the more chaotic. He suddenly finds himself signing autographs for his students, a surreal twist he never anticipated. Kang attempts to explain that he doesn't have a signature, but his students insist he scribble something on the note they provided. It turns out the video of him has gone completely viral. Reluctantly, Kang finds himself signing a flurry of autographs before he can finally redirect his students' focus to their lessons. Frustration simmers within him. While the video has gained immense popularity, he feels cheated, receiving nothing in return for his unexpected fame. The school channel had surged to over 250,000 subscribers, with the video itself amassing over 1 million views. It finally struck Kang just how wild the internet could be. Everyone tuning in, whether live or after the fact, was captivated by every moment. The clash between Kang and Kim had some viewers convinced they were witnessing a battle between two world-class hunters. They were astonished that Kang had fought without using any mana, yet still managed to hold his ground against Kim. It turns out Kim Se-jin is quite the formidable opponent, a two-time martial arts champion. Many were already predicting that she would earn an A rank upon graduation. In stark contrast, Kang seemed like a ghost and enigma that no one had ever heard of before. This instantly sparked tension and curiosity among the viewers. Questions flooded in about his identity and origins. Kang was taken aback by the frenzy the internet was experiencing over him. Given that Kim Se-jin was a significant figure, he couldn't help but wonder why her name never appeared in the novel. Even after the protagonist left the hunter school, there was no trace of Kim Se-jin to be found. Kang is deep in thought when Park arrives, ready to tease him. "Hey, YouTube star," he calls out, playfully urging Kang to drop his shy demeanor. After all, he's already famous. Handing him a drink, Kang confesses that while he initially enjoyed the attention, it now feels overwhelming. Park, however, thinks Kang is being too modest. "You should embrace your fame and use it to your advantage," he insists, encouraging his friend to step into the spotlight. Kang, however, has no interest in such matters. All he desires is a peaceful life. Just then, Park approaches him with surprising news. The vice principal is asking for Kang. Shocked, Kang demands to know the reason behind this unexpected summons. Park, shrugging, admits he has no clue but speculates that the vice principal might be considering giving him a bonus. Kang's excitement surges at the mention of a potential bonus. He leaps from his seat, and Park chimes in, promising to treat everyone to a meal if Kang receives it. As he makes his way to the vice principal's office, curiosity gnaws at him. Why the private meeting? It's unusual. Such discussions typically unfold in public. Kang's anxiety about being summoned by the vice principal stems from the presence of Kim Man-dong, one of the strongest figures at the first hunter school. As one of the country's 10 rank hunters, Kim commands respect and a hint of fear. Kang steps into the office to find Kim Man-dong seated like a mafia boss, exuding an air of authority as he welcomes him into the room. Kang is taken aback by the man's commanding presence and bows his head in greeting. Kim offers him some tea, but Kang politely declines, explaining that he needs to get to class soon. The vice principal nods in understanding and assures him that the meeting will be brief. He gestures toward a sack and informs Kang that everything inside is meant for him. Kang's eyes widen in disbelief as he peers into the sack, revealing a hefty load of letters. A nervous chuckle escapes him as he turns to Kim, asking if these are all fan letters. Kim, clearly enjoying the moment, decides to keep the surprise intact and encourages Kang to open one of the letters to discover its contents. It turns out that many people were captivated by his duel against Kim Zaejin, including students from other schools and even seasoned hunters from prestigious guilds. The video was intended to promote the school, but somehow, Kang had turned it into a resounding success. As he opens one of the letters, he discovers it's a duel challenge from the Hwarang Guild. They express their admiration for his performance in the duel against the president and invite him to select the time and place for a rematch. It's not just a challenge. It's a letter filled with respect and honor, laced with the thrill of competition. The vice principal informs him that the guilds would prefer to duel him than spend a fortune on commercial ads. Kang stands there, utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events. The vice principal then reveals that the sack contains 932 letters, each one a challenge. Kang's eyes widen in disbelief at the sheer number of challenge letters, and he turns to Kim, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Did I do something wrong?" he asks, searching for answers. Kim informs him that he hasn't done anything noteworthy. Everyone is simply trying to ride his coattails. He adds that the fact Kang attended a regular school only adds to the intrigue. Kang is taken aback, pondering how they discovered his background. The vice principal explains that most students at the school harbor dislike for him, and it's likely that one of them leaked his personal information. However, Kim faces a significant challenge. The comment section of the video is becoming unbearable. Viewers are accusing the student council president of showing favoritism toward Kang, and they're relentless in their criticism. As Kang reads these comments, he begins to understand what Kim Zaejin is enduring. After all, he himself was often ridiculed in his past life for churning out subpar web novels. Kang begins to blame himself for the events that unfolded, believing everything could have been avoided if he had simply left the interview. The vice principal then reveals that the channel is being shut down, explaining that it was intended for good, but has instead caused more harm than benefit. Kim turns to Kang, asking what his plans are to address the situation. With determination, Kang responds that he intends to clear up the public's doubts. The vice principal inquires about his plan, and he confidently reveals his strategy to select a challenge letter from one of the trolls. His goal? To choose the most popular challenge and defeat the challenger soundly. Kim is taken aback by Kang's unwavering confidence and reminds him that some of these challengers are A-rank hunters. Instead of backing down, Kang boldly declares that he would relish the chance to face A-rank hunters on his own. The vice principal quickly deduces Kang's true intention. He wants to defeat the strongest among them so that the others will retreat. Kang nods in agreement, confirming the vice principal's insight. He explains that he has chosen this path because he can't take on every challenger at once. The vice principal expresses his satisfaction with the plan, but then he surprises Kang by asking if he would like to have a match with him. Fear grips Kang at the suggestion. He can't help but think the old man has lost his mind. Doubtful of his own hearing, he hesitantly asks for clarification, only for Kim to repeat his challenge with unwavering certainty. Kang can hardly believe his eyes. Kim, an S-rank hunter, is challenging him, a mere B-rank. Sweat trickles down his face as the weight of the situation sinks in, leading him to conclude that the vice principal must have lost his mind. The vice principal, however, has his reasons. He recalls witnessing Kang's battle against Zhong, convinced that Kang was on the verge of defeat. Yet after the fight, it became clear to him that Kang had been holding back. Kang's unwavering confidence led Kim to believe he could also challenge S-rank hunters. However, Kang couldn't fathom why the vice principal would seriously compare A ranks to S ranks. He knew all too well that the vice principal understood just how formidable S ranks truly were, yet here he was, making such a bold proposition. While A ranks certainly possessed considerable strength, Kang didn't even consider Zhong an A ranks, as he had yet to take the rank-up examination. Kang acknowledges that he has become stronger since his battle with Zhong, crediting his progress to the rigorous training he receives from his master. With newfound confidence, he boldly declares that he can take on A-rank opponents. However, S-ranks present a different challenge altogether. In Korea, there are only 10, and globally just about 100. S-rank mages are regarded as strategic weapons, while their physical counterparts are seen as one-man armies. Kim Man-dong stands as one of the top S ranks, and he's not to be underestimated. In the novel, there's a memorable moment when the protagonist, Song, boldly challenges Kim Man-dong, believing he has become powerful enough to take him on. However, the vice principal swiftly dismantles his confidence, leaving Seong in shambles. Kang, on the other hand, is in a league of his own. Unlike others who merely pop mana pills like they're candy, he trains directly under Cho, honing his skills to a razor's edge. Kang feels a wave of relief wash over him as his master reassures him that he is far superior to someone who merely relies on mana pills every day. Yet despite this encouragement, he can't shake the reality that he stands no chance against an S-rank hunter. Lost in his thoughts, Kang is suddenly pulled back to the present when Kim calls out to him, "Hey, why not spar with me?" Kim suggests, a grin on his face. "It'll clear your mind and help you focus instead of stressing over those A ranks." Kim announces that he's ready to make it official, believing this will put an end to the flood of challenge requests. However, he warns Kang that if he stumbles during the match, he won't be able to support him. Moreover, Kim isn't expecting Kang to win. He plans to simplify the rules to just one hit. Essentially, if Kang can land a single hit on Kim Man-dong, he'll emerge victorious. Despite this, Kang remains uncertain about his ability to land a hit on Kim Man-dong, who seems to absorb the aura blade as if it were nothing. Sensing Kang's hesitation, Kim decides to taunt him, playfully calling him timid. He raises the stakes further, teasing that if Kang can manage to land a hit, he would exempt him from the upcoming new teacher training scheduled during the break. The teacher training period is meant for bonding among colleagues, but for someone like Kang, who hails from a regular school, it feels more like a nightmare. Just then, Kim chimes in, revealing that Kang will still receive his salary during the break. Kang is taken aback. He can hardly believe it. The prospect of enjoying 3 weeks of paid vacation, provided he manages to make an impression, is almost too good to be true. Kang turns to Kim, asking if there's any chance he could be pulled out of the training, which is being overseen by the Hunter Management Agency. Kim responds by revealing a special exemption program available each semester, where 2 exceptional teachers are chosen to leave the training. With a glimmer of hope, Kim inquires if Kang is interested, but Kang is already lost in daydreams of freedom. He advises him to steer clear of any political dates. With the presidential election looming next week, Kim Man-dong suggests scheduling the match for a month later, just a day before the school break. Kim insists that Kang must not back out before the fight. Once they settle on the date, Kang finally takes his leave. Kang stepped out of the office, a weight settling on his shoulders as he realized he had just a month to devise a plan to take down the vice principal. The offer was tempting, but it felt like a death wish. He likened the vice principal to a character from a Miram novel, someone operating on a transcendent level. Kim was nothing short of a walking fortress, while Kang had only recently clawed his way to the peak level. Kang believes that landing a hit on Kim is an impossible task, given their stark differences in ability. His ultimate dream is to live in peace, yet he knows he can't simply stand by and watch his student be dragged into danger. Just then, a notification pops up, revealing that he has unlocked a side story titled The Vice Principal's Slayer. In that instant, a spark of hope ignites within him. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might actually have a chance to land that crucial hit. However, there is only one person who can teach him, none other than Cho. Kang rushes to inform the old man, but he is taken aback when the old man reveals that it is nearly impossible. Kang pleads with him, trying to change his mind, but the old man remains firm, insisting that some things are best left untouched. He explains that Kang must first learn to form an aura blade if he hopes to leave even a scratch on someone who has reached the transcendent level. Based on what he has shared, Kim Man-dong has reached a significant stage in his journey. The old man then remarks that Kang will be fortunate to land even a single hit, and that's only if he manages to employ every trick in his arsenal. Intrigued by the mention of tricks, Kang leans in, eager for more details. The old man clarifies, explaining that he's referring to the use of ginseng, elixirs, and similar enhancements. The old man informs Kang that he might be fortunate enough to wield the aura blade if he can consume 3 100-year-old ginseng roots. Eagerly, Kang expresses his interest, only to receive another punch to the head. Cho then adds that while Kang might manage to land a single hit, it won't be more than that. With a confident smile, Kang replies, "That one hit is all I need." As Kang turns to leave, the old man calls out, asking where he's headed. Kang responds, revealing his intention to search for the elusive ginseng roots he mentioned earlier. Although he knows they won't be easy to find, he's confident that money can open any door. With the presidential election just a week away, Kang has a plan in mind to secure the ginseng roots he desires. Meanwhile, Sura sits in her house, her mind racing with thoughts of Kang. Why hasn't he reached out since he left Antis? Just as doubt begins to creep in, her phone rings. Heart racing with anticipation, she answers, expecting an invitation to dinner or something equally romantic. But Kang's words take her by surprise, leaving her unprepared for what comes next. He asks her if she can lend him 100 million won, but the moment Sura hears this, she abruptly ends the call. Not stopping there, she goes a step further and turns off her phone entirely. Kang realizes that while he won't be able to acquire the legendary 10,000-year-old ginseng, he can still find other varieties, just like Sura did. The only hurdle he faces is the exorbitant price of the ginseng. It turns out that ginsengs under 100 years old can fetch tens of millions, while those over a century old can easily surpass 100 million won. Zhong, a wealthy and pampered brat, indulged in these century-old ginsengs as if they were mere grains of rice. Yet, despite his lavish consumption, he still found himself on the receiving end of a beating from the vice principal. Zhou informed Kang that Zhong had been defeated by the vice principal because he was merely consuming the ginseng without fully absorbing its energy. In contrast, Kang remained optimistic, believing that if he could manage to consume even a single piece, his master would help him harness all the energy within. However, he faced a dilemma. He couldn't afford to spend his entire savings on ginseng. As he pondered a solution to his predicament, Kang recalled the vice principal's words about the upcoming presidential election. It was clear that the election would impact the stock market. Caught up in a whirlwind of responsibilities, he had completely overlooked this crucial detail. Despite leveraging his knowledge from the novel to navigate various challenges, he had let the world of stocks slip from his mind entirely. Kang makes the bold decision to take a ride on this opportunity and heads to the bank to secure a loan. In his past life, he struggled to obtain loans, dismissed as a third-rate writer. But now, as a respected teacher at a hunter school, his circumstances have drastically changed. With his newfound influence, acquiring loans is a breeze. Armed with insider knowledge about the upcoming presidential contenders, he stakes all the borrowed funds on the candidate he believes will emerge victorious. A few days later, a pizza delivery guy arrived at the door of Kang's classroom, balancing an impressive stack of 42 pizza boxes. With a grin, he informed Kang that they were grateful for his patronage, and as a special treat, all the drinks accompanying the pizzas were free. The students were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the mountain of pizza at the entrance. Confusion filled the room until Kang, with a playful smile, encouraged them to each grab a box for themselves. Kang's investment paid off spectacularly, boosting his net worth to over 1 billion won. As the students celebrate with free pizza, Kang stands at the front of the class, a satisfied smile on his face. His stake had yielded an impressive 500%, and he feels grateful that his understanding of the market finally bore fruit. Watching his students enjoy the pizza, he can't help but remind them playfully, "Just don't choke on it." He even goes so far as to buy digestive medicine just in case. Curious, the students ask him what the occasion is. With a grin, he reveals that he's had some luck with stocks. But that's not all he has. One more piece of news to share. Kang informs his students that he will be facing off against the vice principal in a sparring match the day before the closing ceremony. As the students absorb this shocking news, they nearly choke on their pizza. Concern washes over them. They fear that Kang might be walking into a death trap, given that the vice principal is regarded as a god among them. Kang, fully aware of his limitations, admits he stands no chance against the vice principal. That's precisely why he's requested a handicap. He assures his classmates that the vice principal has promised him victory if he can just manage to land a single hit. Despite his words, the students remain unconvinced that Kang stands a chance against the vice principal, who looks like a tank on legs. They grimly assume their teacher is destined for defeat. With a hint of dark humor, Kang encourages his students to savor the pizza, suggesting it might be the last treat he buys for them. He knows that the vice principal is likely to announce the details of the upcoming sparring match now that the elections have concluded. Kang is eagerly spreading the word among the kids, hoping to secure a head start and ensure that the vice principal doesn't reconsider the one-hit-to-win rule. Having successfully navigated the challenges so far, Kang realizes that his next priority is training. He heads to the snowy plains, where he finds his master and confidently announces that he has gathered everything requested to aid in his preparation. Kang has brought 3 boxes of Perilla Seed Ramen, 5 boxes of Agnes, 2 boxes of chocolate bars, and 4 boxes of cola. On top of that, he cleared out the instant food section at the store. Cho can't help but smile, grateful for Kang's efforts to motivate him. Curious, he asks if Kang has also prepared the roots, to which Kang confidently replies, "Yes." Kang has successfully acquired 3,100-year-old ginseng roots, which he delicately places in a box. After this purchase, he still has over 1 billion won left in his bank account. Cho, visibly impressed by Kang's find, shares a memory from his youth when he once consumed a 300-year-old ginseng. As he gazes at the 3 roots Kang has brought, he confidently asserts that what he experienced back then was far superior. Cho confirms the authenticity of the roots, and Kang lets out a sigh of relief. With a reassuring smile, Cho urges Kang to consume the ginseng to help circulate his energy. He promises to support him from behind. Following his advice, Kang eats the roots and settles into a meditative position. Cho takes his place behind him, gently placing his palms on Kang's back to assist in the flow of energy. Kang feels a surge of heat coursing through his body, and it suddenly dawns on him why 1 root is valued at a staggering 100 million won. Cho advises him to calmly embrace the energy being injected into him, assuring Kang that it won't be difficult since they've both mastered the same technique. Kang can hardly believe what he's hearing. He's acutely aware of being submerged in a vast river of energy, overwhelming yet exhilarating. Cho then poses a curious question to Kang. Aware that the ginseng Kang brought is genuine and quite valuable, he suspects that Kang must be somewhat wealthy. Kang concedes that he has indeed come into a fair amount of fortune. Given this, Cho wonders why Kang doesn't simply quit his teaching job and forego the sparring match, allowing himself to live a more peaceful life. Cho questions why Kang is putting himself under so much stress when it would be so easy to turn a blind eye. Kang responds, revealing that he's trying to help a friend who has become entangled with dangerous individuals. Moreover, he feels the need to grow stronger to restore the tarnished reputation of the student council president, a situation that has spiraled out of control because of his actions. Kang acknowledges that life would be much simpler if he just accepted things as they are. However, he refuses to settle for a future where he can't stand on his own. Cho, impressed by Kang's resolve, feels a swell of pride, realizing his intuition about Kang was spot on. Kang, puzzled by his master's reaction, asks for clarification on what he meant. Cho simply replies that he doesn't need to know. Moments later, as they conclude the energy absorption session, Cho mentions he would have ended it there. However, he decides to offer Kang a gift. He warns Kang that what he is about to do might be a bit painful and urges him to endure it. Kang's heart races with worry at his master's words, apprehensive about the challenge ahead. As he continues to question what is happening, a sudden surge of energy erupts from his master's palms, striking him like a bolt of lightning. Kang screams in terror, the pain overwhelming him to the point where he begins to wonder if he has somehow offended the old man. Desperate for answers, he is compelled to ask, "What are you doing to me?" The old man snaps at him, insisting he keep quiet and concentrate on the task at hand. He urges Kang to endure the pain, just as he had advised before. Waves of agony crash over Kang, rendering him unable to voice his protest or beg the old man to stop whatever torment he is inflicting. He can sense Cho's energy coursing through him, but it's following an unfamiliar meridian pathway, diverging from the original route. Kang feels a barrier deep within himself, and Cho is determined to shatter it. Confused, Kang questions why Cho is attempting to forge a new pathway, one that diverges from the familiar routes within his body. Undeterred, Cho persists, and soon Kang hears a faint crack echoing inside him. With a mix of frustration and relief, Cho chastises Kang, pointing out the overwhelming negativity that has taken root within him. Yet, beneath the scolding, there's a hint of gratitude. Cho is pleased that Kang has endured the pain, finally allowing him to break through. Kang, relieved that the ordeal has finally ended, can't shake the memory of the pain he just endured. He turns to Cho, seeking confirmation. "Is it really over?" he asks, his voice tinged with hope. But Cho's response takes him by surprise. "I've opened a path in a place I'd rather not," he says cryptically. Before Kang can process this, Cho places his palms on Kang's back once more, channeling a surge of internal energy into him. Kang lets out a piercing scream before finally losing consciousness. When he regains his senses, he cries out in agony, threatening the old man with a lawsuit. Meanwhile, Cho has been blissfully enjoying a bowl of ramen, completely unfazed by the chaos. Kang, still reeling from his ordeal, glares at the old man and demands to know what he did to his body. Frustration spills over as he insists on an explanation, recalling only the old man's vague advice to endure the pain. The old man shouts back at Kang, branding him an ungrateful fool for failing to appreciate all he had done. He reveals that he endured his own share of suffering to help Kang, only to wake up to hear him spouting nonsense. In a fit of anger, Cho lunges at Kang, but to everyone's shock, Kang effortlessly dodges the attack. It suddenly hits him. He shouldn't have been able to evade that strike, yet somehow he did. Cho beams with pride knowing his efforts have paid off. Kang, eager to test his limits, asks his master to strike him once more. Cho shakes his head in disbelief. Kang thinks he can ascend to a level he hasn't yet reached, all because of some wild roots he consumed. Determined to teach him a lesson, Cho decides to demonstrate just how far he still has to go, delivering swift kicks that leave Kang no opportunity to evade the blows. As Cho finally settles down to enjoy his ramen once more, Kang can't help but ask what he did to assist him. The old man reveals that there was a lingering medicinal effect he didn't want to waste, so he infused a bit of his internal energy to open up his Duma meridians. Kang's eyes widen in shock. He had heard of Ren and Duma meridians before, but never imagined he would witness such a thing firsthand. Initially, he could only circulate his energy through a single pathway, but with his master's guidance, he learned to channel it throughout his entire body. Kang felt a surge of joy at having opened his meridians. In the novels he had read, those who achieved this feat often became immensely powerful. Driven by curiosity, he turned to Cho and asked if he had now reached the level of a transcendent being. Cho bursts into laughter upon hearing this. He tells Kang that he's barely reached the first-rate level of martial arts, yet he's trying to leap straight to the transcendental level. Kang protests, claiming he's endured something painful, but this only earns him another punch to the head. The old man retorts that it was he who truly suffered, not Kang. The old man scolds Kang for attempting to skip levels simply because he consumed some roots. Kang retorts, reminding the old man that it was he who praised the roots' remarkable effects. Cho concedes that the medicinal benefits were indeed impressive, which is why Kang managed to open the pathways he did. However, he warns that if Kang intends to leap 2 levels ahead, he will need either a 10,000-year-old snow ginseng or the heart of an amugi. Kang is taken aback by the old man's words, realizing that the items he mentioned are nearly impossible to find. Joe then encourages Kang, reminding him to take pride in reaching his peak level. Curious, Kang asks the old man if he now possesses the ability to wield the aura blade. The old man responds that it ultimately depends on Kang himself. He then inquires if the only condition to win the duel is simply to land a hit. Kang nods, affirming, yes. He is resolute in his mission, which is why he has gathered the roots. However, Cho believes Kang should find this task easy, considering he is the last martial artist in the world. Kang cautions him against that assumption, reminding him that S-rank hunters are not to be underestimated. Cho then reminisces about the elders of his time, who were all on a transcendent level, making such an achievement a remarkable feat. Kang interrupts his master, eager to cut through the monotony of his lectures. Let's just get to training. All I need is 1 hit, he suggests. But Cho isn't having it. He scolds Kang for settling for the bare minimum, emphasizing that accepting such a meager goal is a sign of disrespect. If I were in your shoes, I'd be furious, he warns, making it clear that true mastery demands more than just a single strike. Kang finally takes a moment to reflect, and frustration begins to bubble within him. He realizes that the offer came from the vice principal, and he has unwittingly allowed himself to be measured by the standards set by that man. Fueled by anger, Kang confronts the old man, declaring that he intends to strike the vice principal at least 5 times for his condescension. Yet, even with this bold declaration, Cho remains unimpressed. He gives Kang a passing mark of 50 out of 100. Cho then tells Kang to follow him, declaring his intent to help him achieve a perfect score. Kang, puzzled, asks the old man why he hadn't mentioned this sooner. Cho replies that it wasn't his martial arts to teach. Confused, Kang listens as the old man explains that during his youth, he encountered many people while wandering the plains. Among the people he had met, only 2 could truly be called his close friends. He informs Kang that the technique he is about to demonstrate was taught to him by one of them. Kang's eyes widen in surprise as he asks, have friends started sharing martial arts now? Cho quickly dismisses the notion, explaining that one cannot learn an art from a martial artist unless they are the master's disciple. Cho learned the technique after facing his friend numerous times. He confesses that in the Murom tradition, it's considered a sin to steal another's martial arts. However, since Kang is the only martial artist in the world, those rules no longer apply. Kang then inquires if this friend is as strong as he is. The old man responds that while his friend may not match Kang's strength, he is nonetheless a decent fellow. Cho recalls how his friend used to worry him with his techniques, even when he was at the peak of his abilities and a level above him. Hearing this, Kang's excitement only grows. Cho, eager to see Kang shatter the vice principal's pride, agrees to teach him. A week later, Seora summons Kang for a meeting. She reveals troubling news about the drug situation within the organization. It seems that several drug warehouses have been raided in both China and Japan. After informing Kang about the situation, Seora turns to him, curious if the rumor is true that he wants to have a sparring match with the vice principal. Kang is taken aback, surprised that the gossip has reached the teachers as well. He speculates that it might be due to the pizza effect, but Seora quickly sets him straight, revealing that he's mistaken. It turns out the vice principal himself shared the news in the school group chat. He announced that the criterion for being named the outstanding teacher of the semester would involve a sparring match against him. He encouraged any interested teachers to submit their applications, but made it clear that Kang was already in the running. Kang is taken aback by the information, suspecting that the old man took these measures out of concern that he might later back out of the sparring match. Sora questions his reasoning, pointing out that the atmosphere at school is already tense enough. Confused by her words, Kang listens as Seora reveals that one of her students came to her with a bruised face, yet refused to disclose who had attacked him. Kang turns to Seora, curiosity etched on his face. "Did you find out who beat up the kid?" he asks. "Yes," she replies, her tone serious. "It was Li Jixiang, the worst bully in the middle school division." The moment she utters the name, Kang chokes on his drink, splattering it all over Seora. He can hardly believe what he just heard. The protagonist's name has come up out of nowhere. Seora finds herself completely drenched in coffee, prompting her to confront Kang about his earlier reaction. "Have you had an encounter with me?" she asks, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Kang, quick to deflect, lies, claiming he merely choked on his drink, shifting the conversation. He inquires about Zhang. Seora reveals Zhang's father is the CEO of Huasian Electronics, and his grandfather is the chairman of Huasian Group. The weight of her words hangs in the air, hinting at the powerful connections that surround them. Seora suspects that her family used their influence to make everything vanish, especially since the guy who got beaten up ended up looking utterly foolish. Frustrated with Zhang's antics in class, she confides that if she had the chance, she would definitely take action against him. Kang empathizes with her struggle. After all, Zhang, who has somehow become the hero, is now deep in his delinquent phase. Kang attempts to diffuse the tension, urging Seora to calm down. He reassures her that Zhang might come to his senses in time. However, Seora remains skeptical, insisting that people rarely change. Undeterred, Kang stands firm in his belief, encouraging her to be kind to Zhang, reminding her that the future is unpredictable. Seora chuckles at this, teasing Kang that he will soon experience her pain firsthand when Xing graduates and joins the high school division, ultimately ending up in Kang's class. Kang doubts he will be taking on any more students, considering himself just a side character in this unfolding tale. Yet, hearing Zhang's name again brings him a sense of relief, as it breathes life into the story. Seora chimes in, expressing her eagerness for the semester to end, eager to finally escape Zhang's incessant presence. With a playful glint in her eye, she turns to Kang and asks if he has any plans for the upcoming break. Kang shares the news of an upcoming teacher's training, but he expresses his doubts about attending. Seora, concerned for him, listens intently. Kang then mentions that he might avoid the training altogether if he proves himself as an outstanding teacher. The moment Seora hears this, she can't help but think he's lost his mind after all. Kang is counting on winning a duel to earn that title. Seora reminds Kang that Kim is among the top 10 hunters in Korea, making it nearly impossible for him to land a hit. Kang feels stung by her words, but Seora insists she's merely highlighting the reality of the situation. Taking a sip of his drink, Kang shoots back, urging Seora to stop jinxing a match that hasn't even taken place yet. Seora leans in closer to Kang, searching his eyes, and realizes he has transformed. The old Kang would never have put himself in such a perilous situation. Just moments later, she finds herself rephrasing her thoughts, acknowledging that people truly can change. Little does she know, the Kang she sees before her is a far cry from the one she once knew. Soon after, D-Day arrives. The arena buzzes with anticipation, packed with spectators eager to witness Kang's downfall. Many believe his recent victory over Zhang has inflated his ego. Jealousy simmers beneath the surface, fueled by the fact that Kang never graduated from a hunter school, yet dares to aspire to be an exceptional teacher. While some speculate that he might have a hidden advantage, others remain convinced that it won't be enough to stand against the vice principal. As whispers of disdain swirl around him, Kang remains acutely aware of the negativity directed his way. It seems his senses have sharpened significantly after his rigorous training with the old man. Amidst this tension, one of his students, Jinsu, who often disrupts his classes, steps in to offer a back massage. After a few minutes of relief, Kang finally says, "That's enough." But Jinsu insists, "I can still do more." Kang quickly realizes that Jinsu's assistance is merely a ploy to secure a closer seat to the arena for a better view of the fight. Kang understands that teachers are only meant to be present because the information was posted on the teacher's platform. However, it seems some of his detractors leaked the time and location, eager to witness him stumble in front of the students and face their ridicule. Concerned, Kang turns to Jinsu and asks if the rumors about him are as bad as he fears. Jinsu confirms that they are, revealing that most of the teachers believe Kang is desperately trying to win the Outstanding Teacher Award. However, his students are well aware that this is all a facade. They know the true nature of Kang. Among the crowd, there are still those who genuinely care for him and want to see him succeed, including Park and the tech teacher. His entire class has come out to support him, and Kang feels a surge of gratitude, even if their numbers are small. Just then, the vice principal makes his entrance into the arena. His very presence exudes an unmistakable aura, and Kang finds himself irked by the man's infuriating demeanor. Kim casually mentions that he didn't anticipate such a turnout, despite being the one who had spread the word throughout the entire town. Turning to Kang, he asks if he's ready. With a hint of resignation, Kang replies that he has done his best. Clutched in his hand is a sword, carefully wrapped in a cloth. Kim urges Kang to seize the initiative from the start to avoid any embarrassment. He's setting the stage, allowing Kang the first move. Kang feels a surge of relief. He had anticipated this gesture. While it's common for those of higher rank to grant the first move to their lower-ranked opponents, it's not a formal rule. Kim isn't obligated to do so. However, he feels a surge of relief, knowing he now has the opportunity to strike first. The referee steps onto the stage, ready to review the rules once more. He reminds Kim that all Kang needs to do to secure victory is to land a single hit. After ensuring both fighters are on the same page, he asks for their confirmation. They both nod in agreement, ready to face off. Kang urges the referee to step out of the ring, warning that things might get a bit dangerous. However, the referee interprets this as an insult, considering himself an A-rank hunter. The vice principal, sensing the tension, encourages the referee to heed Kang's suggestion. Reluctantly, the referee complies, and as he announces the start of the duel, he steps out of the ring, leaving the combatants to face off. The sword had been gifted to Kang by Cho, who had received it from one of his friends. Cho assured Kang that it was a solid weapon. Realizing that his only chance against Kim lay in landing a hit, Kang prepared himself. With determination, he drew the sword and began to infuse it with mana, readying himself for the battle ahead. The twins stare in disbelief as Kang wields an aura blade, an ability typically reserved for A-rank fighters and above. He can feel the aura radiating from the students, but the teachers remain unfazed. Even Kim, usually a pillar of confidence, raises an eyebrow and questions Kang, asking if the aura blade is all he has. With a smirk, Kang replies, "Not even close." He then unleashes a surge of aura, enveloping the entire area around him in a brilliant display of power. The teachers are taken aback as Kang demonstrates a technique reserved for S-rank fighters. Even Kim is astonished, but he quickly realizes that Kang hasn't fully mastered the aura blade. It's clear that he's struggling to harness its power. With a nod, Kim encourages Kang to attack, and Kang apologizes for the delay. He then raises his sword, channeling more energy into his strike. It turns out that the technique he is using is the same one Cho learned from his friend, the Heaven Demon's sword art. Kang's entire body radiates with a swirling aura, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. Just before he unleashes his attack, he turns to the vice principal to give him a warning. The man steadies himself for Kang's impending attack, but as Kang unleashes his strike, Kim finds himself being pushed backward. This formidable technique was crafted by a legendary grand demon known as the Heaven Demon, a powerful figure who happens to be a friend of Cho. Kang was taken aback when he first learned this from his master. After all, the Heaven Demon is a well-known character in martial arts novels, and anyone familiar with the genre would recognize his name. He was the ruler of the demon sect, known as the Heaven Demon Divine Sect, a formidable force. He stood as a bridge between the realms of justice and evil. In his past life, when Kang penned his novel, the Heaven Demon was a captivating arc that captivated readers. Yet now, the Heaven Demon ventures into fantasy worlds to slay dragons, and at times, he reincarnates into the modern era, taking on the role of a gang boss. It's clear that even those who haven't read the novels are familiar with their titles. Cho acknowledges the immense popularity of the Heaven Demon in the martial world, but admits he never managed to defeat him, not even once. Curious, Kang inquires about the second friend Cho mentioned, since he had spoken of two. With a hint of nostalgia, Cho reveals that his other friend was a man named Sam Bong, whose last name was Jang. He reflects on how he often grumbled about Tai Chi and other seemingly trivial matters. Although he identifies as a Taoist, Cho playfully mocks him, calling him a horseface who only seeks to drink himself into oblivion. To Kang's astonishment, he learns that this same man has founded a sect. Zhang Sambang, revered as the founder of the Wudong sect, is also a grandmaster in his own right. By channeling his aura into the blade, Kang unleashes a devastating technique. He then follows up with the Meteor Annihilation Demon Steel technique, building upon his earlier attack. The spectators gasp in astonishment, while the teachers responsible for maintaining the barrier around the arena scramble to contain the unexpected surge of power emanating from Kang. They can hardly believe that 2 out of the 3 barriers have already been breached. The teachers finally recognize that they have seriously underestimated Kang. Even the referee realizes he would have faced dire consequences if he had remained in the arena. It becomes clear to everyone that his rank assessment is flawed. There's simply no way a B-rank hunter could achieve what he just did. As Kang finishes his attack, he gasps for breath, his chest heaving like a wild stallion. He realizes he has exhausted all of his aura, and the thought of using that technique again is utterly impossible. Yet, the aftermath of his assault is undeniable. A devastating wave of destruction lies in his wake. With the sheer magnitude of the damage he inflicted, he knows that monsters would have fallen like flies. However, Kang knows that the Vice Principal is a formidable opponent. As the dust begins to settle, the Vice Principal emerges, his body marked by numerous sword slashes. Kang, eager for confirmation, asks if his strike counts as a valid hit. The Vice Principal finds himself in a precarious position. He had promised Kang just 1 hit, and it seems that promise has been fulfilled. The Vice Principal is taken aback, his body bleeding a sight he hasn't witnessed in years. He concedes that Kang is far stronger than he ever anticipated, never imagining he could wield the sword with such skill. Kang feels a sense of satisfaction, knowing that no one is aware of the technique, especially in a world where martial arts have all but vanished. Seizing the moment, Kim proposes that they settle this with a proper match, now that the single blow he landed has passed. Kang quickly protests, reminding Kim of his promise. Just 1 hit, and he's delivered. The Vice Principal begins to argue, but Kang cuts him off, reiterating that he agreed to the terms. Deep down, Kang knows he lacks the strength to continue the fight. With that single strike, he managed to inflict at least 10 wounds on Kim's body, exactly what he had aimed for. Kim acknowledges that he promised to win if Kang managed to land a hit. However, he quickly points out that Kang hasn't done anything yet. In response, Kang argues back, reminding Kim that he was the one who willingly gave him the first move, something he never asked for. Seizing the moment, Kim plays the pride card, reminding Kang that there are students watching the fight. It wouldn't look good for him to back down now, especially with the kids already cheering for him. Kang lets out a frustrated sigh, fully aware that he stands no chance against Kim. Yet, with the display he just put on, he feels confident that no one will dare label him a fraud again. With the Vice Principal acknowledging that it was indeed a valid hit, Kang urges them to conclude the fight. However, the Vice Principal has other plans. He intends to exploit a loophole in the rules, asserting that he alone will determine whether a hit is valid or not. Kim turns to Kang, reminding him that maintaining a public image is crucial. Even as he acknowledges Kang's strength, he admits that while their duel may have concluded, he desires a proper match where they can truly enjoy themselves. Suddenly, a radiant golden aura envelops Kim, and to Kang's astonishment, all his injuries vanish in an instant. It becomes clear that the Vice Principal has employed the Super Generation technique, a skill renowned for its overwhelming power. Kang can hardly believe that Kim is about to unleash his S-ranked powers against him. The crowd's uneasy murmurs confirm his fears. They are not reacting well to the unfolding situation. With a hint of desperation, Kang asks Kim if he truly wants to proceed. Kim, unfazed, replies that he couldn't care less about the spectators. His only concern is testing Kang's strength. Faced with the prospect of being labeled a coward by the challengers, Kang realizes he has no choice but to accept the challenge. Kang feels his legs and arms trembling, but the surge of pure energy coursing through him begins to restore his strength. Yet, he realizes he may not have enough power left to wield the aura blade again. Steeling himself, he raises his sword, signaling to the Vice Principal that he's ready for the fight. But then, Kim steps forward and obliterates the arena. Kang's mouth drops open in shock and fear at the sight before him. In an instant, Kim vanishes, and before Kang can react, he feels a sharp pain as a powerful punch connects with his face, sending him into unconsciousness. When he finally regains his senses, he finds himself in the nurse's office, relief washing over him. He hadn't expected to wake up at all. He was certain he had crossed over to the afterlife. As he gathers his thoughts, he begins to piece together the chaotic encounter with the Vice Principal. He recalls the vice principal emerging from his blind spot, just as a punch hurtled toward him. Kang instinctively blocked with his left arm, but the impact still sent a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through his body, despite infusing his arm with internal energy. Reacting swiftly, he swung his sword at the vice principal, managing to slash Kim's left arm in the process. Despite the minor cut, Kang felt a surge of satisfaction knowing he had landed a hit before being knocked unconscious. A villainous smile crept across his face. He relished the thought that Kim would have no grounds for argument. Kang envisioned himself receiving the training exemption he had worked so hard for. Just then, the nurse entered the room, informing him that he had been out for over 4 hours. With a bright smile, Nurse Kim Sun-wha informs Kang that she's relieved he's finally awake. Kang is taken aback to see the school nurse, as she had never made an appearance in the story before. Gratefully, he thanks her for her help and apologizes for keeping her from going home early. As he attempts to move his arm, he quickly realizes it feels as stiff as a vegetable. Sun-wha informs him that the bones in his arm were completely shattered. However, thanks to her magic, she has healed it, though it will take another 2 hours before he can feel anything in his arm again. This marks the first time Kang witnesses the healing ability he had only read about in books. He once thought it was an overpowered skill, but as he observes the aftermath, he begins to understand that it comes with its own set of drawbacks. Sun-wha reveals that the vice principal requested her to keep an eye on Kang. Since she's staying in the dormitory, she sees no issue with it. Kang smiles at her words and assures her that he's feeling better, encouraging her to return to the dorms. Kang is taken aback when Sun-wha reveals that she has no intention of returning to the dorms. She confesses that her father had given her permission to leave when curfew arrived, but she chose to stay behind because of her interest in him. A smile spreads across Kang's face at her words, but then it hits him she had said something rather bold while trying to explain herself. He draws Sun-wha's attention back to her earlier comment about Kim being her father. A wave of realization washes over her. She knows she's already made a mistake. Urgently, she pleads with Kang to keep it a secret, emphasizing that no one at school knows the truth. Kang feels his mind racing as he confirms that his suspicions were right all along. In a moment of vulnerability, Sun-wha admits that she had been interested in Kang even before the match, but she's utterly astonished by how he performed against her father. Kang, however, is convinced he lost because he passed out. Sun-wha quickly informs him that this was the official ruling. Yet, she can't help but express her admiration for Kang, noting that his initial attack was truly remarkable. She's certain that most people share her opinion. Kang is taken aback by Sun-wha's words, realizing that she is far more diligent and perceptive than he had initially believed. Kang perceives her as the polar opposite of her father. Sun-wha then presents a bag filled with letters that were left for Kang while he was unconscious. As he opens the letters, he discovers they are all filled with praise. A swell of pride washes over him, especially when he reads the one from Kim Sejin, as it signifies that he has finally cleared her name. Noticing Kang's satisfaction, Sun-wha remarks that the duel isn't a loss for him after all. Kang confesses this, adding that he would have relished the opportunity if he had received a training exemption. Sun-wha raises an eyebrow, puzzled by his words. Kang explains that he had struck a deal with the vice principal. Amused, Sun-wha chuckles and asks why he seems reluctant to attend. With a hint of vulnerability, Kang admits he fears being treated harshly because he doesn't come from a hunter school background. Sun-wha reassures him that not all the teachers at the school dislike him. She encourages him to hold on until the next semester, promising that he won't face any more animosity simply because he didn't graduate from a hunter school. Kang smiles, praising Sun-wha for her excellent counseling skills. They agree to be friends, and within just a day, Kang begins to bounce back. The following day, he attended the end-of-semester ceremony, where Kim fulfilled his promise by announcing that Kang was the outstanding teacher. One of the other teachers protested, arguing with the vice principal that Kang hadn't won the match. However, Kim Mandong swiftly silenced the dissenters by challenging them to a duel. He reminded everyone that Kang was the sole applicant for the Outstanding Teacher Award, which was precisely why he deserved it. Kang notices a significant shift in his surroundings. Some of the teachers have begun treating him with unexpected kindness, expressing their eagerness to collaborate with him in the upcoming semester. Upon returning to his classroom, he learns from his students that they are planning a trip to the beach on Jeju Island for their break. They invited Kang to join them, but he graciously declined their offer. It seems he has other plans for the vacation plans that involve Sun-wha. Kang's bank account is gradually dwindling, prompting him to take on a side job involving Sun-wha. It seems he has spent a significant portion of his stock earnings repaying loans, settling taxes, and making investments. Despite being nearly broke, he remains unfazed, confident that his money is tied up in a long-term investment program. He plans to make money through the portals. Just the day before, while at the nurse's office, he overheard Sanhwa discussing her vacation plans. She mentioned to Kang that most teachers take on side jobs in the portals during their breaks. The earnings from these ventures far surpassed their teaching salaries. Kang was unaware of the lucrative opportunities in the portals. After all, he had only worked as a porter alongside the hunters. Sanhwa was taken aback by the news. She never imagined they would treat someone as formidable as Kang with such disdain. With a playful glint in her eye, she told Kang that he was the kind of prize she would have loved to showcase at her party. It was then that she unveiled her plans for a portal tour during the break. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang eagerly accepted the offer. He envisioned making a fortune in the portal, dreaming of buying his master all the snacks he could ever want. Along with the thrill of the reward, he is eager to experience a portal firsthand, something he had only read about in novels. As he contemplates the mission ahead, he begins to wonder about his team members, knowing that their composition will greatly influence the outcome. Kang assumes that Sanhwa will take on the role of a frontliner, and he realizes they will definitely need a tank to ensure their success. Kang envisions the tank as a bald-headed, muscular man with a thick mustache. However, when he finally meets the team, he is taken aback to discover that the tank is actually a woman named Hong Iseol. Caught off guard, Kang nearly blurts out that Iseol is bald before quickly correcting himself. Sanhwa steps in to clarify, revealing that Hong Iseol is not only her friend, but also the top disciple of Kim Man-dong. She assures Kang that Iseol is someone she has worked with for a long time and is quite reliable. Iseol is taken aback when Sanhwa introduces her as her father's disciple, a detail that was meant to remain a secret. Sanhwa then explains to her friend that Kang is no stranger. He recently sparred with her father. It's at this moment that Iseol realizes Kang is the one who actually managed to land a hit on Kim Man-dong. Iseol proposes that they discuss the mission details as they travel, but she is taken aback to see that Kang has brought nothing but his sword, no extra gear, no armor. With a calm confidence, Kang assures her that he needs nothing else. The sword is all he requires. Iseol stares at him, bewildered, as if he's lost his mind. After all, how could someone venture out into the unknown with just a basic sword and no protection? Iseol approaches Sanhwa, ready to voice her concerns. However, Sanhwa reassures her friend that Kang is perfectly fine just as he is. Despite their hushed tones, Kang overhears their conversation, and disappointment washes over him. He had hoped to encounter a macho man, but instead, he finds himself facing someone even more formidable. Kang is aware that Iseol is currently an A-hunter, but he also knows that she will eventually become the hand-to-hand combat teacher for the high school division. As a powerhouse, Iseol effortlessly handled Sanhwa, punishing him throughout the semester. However, the tables turned when Sanhwa ultimately defeated her, and she found herself falling for him. On their way to their destination, Iseol took the opportunity to explain the schedule. She revealed they were heading to a C-rank 4-person portal and a D-rank 4-person portal. Interestingly, since Iseol is A ranks and the other two are B ranks, they could technically enter a B rank 4-person portal. Yet, Iseol insisted on prioritizing safety above all else. Portals are categorized into 5 tiers, with S rank being the highest and D rank the lowest. Kang learned that the profit margins between these ranks are substantial. Finally, he turns to Iseol and expresses his surprise, saying he thought they were heading to a B ranks portal. Iseol shakes her head, reminding him that these are called 4-person portals for a reason. Iseol firmly insists that they will be heading to a C-ranks or D-ranks portal, but she acknowledges that a B-ranks portal could be an option if a 3-person portal opens up. Kang, however, expresses his disappointment, lamenting that it would be difficult for him to achieve the profit he desires. Beneath her calm exterior, Iseol feels a simmering frustration at Kang's arrogance. She can't shake the feeling that Kim Man-dong had gone easy on him during their match. Iseol is frustrated by Kang's casual talk of profits from a B-ranks portal, especially since he lacks the proper gear for such a venture. Determined to teach him a lesson about the seriousness of safety, she sets a challenge. If you can clear a D-ranks 4-person portal on your own, she tells him, then I'll consider letting you tackle a B-rank. Moreover, she decides to leave all the profits to him. The moment Kang hears this, he eagerly jumps at the offer. Much to Iseol's disgust, she hadn't anticipated him accepting the deal so readily. Determined to teach Kang a lesson, Iseol knows that despite the portals being labeled as D-ranks, they can still be quite perilous. Soon, they arrive at the D-ranks portal, and Iseol presents her ID to the soldiers on duty. The soldiers confirm her identity and inform her that she is free to enter at any time. Isul then announces that Kang will be the first to step inside, while they will join him later. As Kang exits the vehicle, he gazes intently at the D-Rank's portal before him. Isul reminds him that he has 1 hour to clear the portal. If he fails, she and Xianhua will have to come in after him. Kang stands before the portal, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. He sees this as a perfect opportunity to test his combat skills against the monsters lurking within. To him, Isul's encouragement feels like a sign that she truly wants the best for him. Unbeknownst to him, however, she harbors a secret disdain for him. Xianhua watches him with concern, her brow furrowing as she asks, "Are you sure you'll be okay going in alone?" Kang offers her a reassuring smile. "I'll be fine," he replies confidently, determined to prove himself. Kang recalls that the first portal Xianhua entered was a D-rank, one he cleared with ease. He feels a surge of confidence, knowing he has reached the pinnacle of the martial arts he has been mastering. Yet, as he reflects on his journey, he realizes he is gradually drifting away from the quiet life he once desired. Surprisingly, he isn't troubled by the shift. Instead, he sees it as a sign that he is adapting to the ever-changing rhythms of life. Kang finally steps through the portal, his sword gripped tightly in hand. To his surprise, he finds himself gazing at a serene forest, a stark contrast to the rumors of portals leading to fiery lava pits. As he takes in the surroundings, he notices a blue border marking the entrance of the portal. This is known as the safe zone. With a deep breath, he steps beyond the safe zone, fully aware that danger lurks just outside, ready to unleash its monstrous wrath. Believing he's safe in the forest terrain, Kang dismisses the possibility of encountering any monsters that wield tricky magic. From his readings, he knows that animal-type and mineral-type monsters are the usual inhabitants of this area. Settling down, he focuses his energy to unleash his aura, a technique taught by his master, to sense the nearest creatures. To his surprise, he detects 3 monsters lurking below the cliff where he currently sits. Kang springs back to his feet, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he prepares to confront the monsters. In his training with his master, he's always the one being pursued, but now he's eager to flip the script and show these creatures what it feels like to be hunted. With a determined leap off the cliff, he charges toward the monsters, exhilarated by the thrill of his first encounter in a portal. He soon encounters 3 massive monkeys, which turn out to be the monsters he's been warned about. Kang knows these creatures are relatively weak compared to others from portals of the same rank. Their monostone drops are also disappointingly low, making them unappealing targets for most hunters. However, their leather fetches a decent price. Still, many remain skeptical, believing the effort to catch these elusive beasts isn't worth the reward. Kang, however, remains unfazed. The complaints of regular hunters hold no weight for him. As one of the monsters charges at him, he swiftly decapitates it with ease. With the realization that the monostones from the monkeys fetch a staggering 300,000 each, a chilling smile spreads across his face, reminiscent of a horror character reveling in the hunt. The monkeys, known for their intelligence, quickly sense when they're outmatched, making their escape all the more urgent. To escape certain death, they scramble up a tree and flee. Their thick leather hides, combined with their speed, make it difficult for ordinary D-rank hunters to catch them. But Kang is no ordinary hunter. He pursues the monkeys with relentless determination, cutting them down effortlessly, as if they were mere tissue. As he works, a thought crosses his mind. If he can make a clean cut on their necks, he'll fetch a handsome price for their leather. Uncertain of the exact price, Kang resolves to cut down as many monsters as he can without hesitation. It's his first time facing this gruesome task, and he finds it utterly repulsive. The only thing keeping him grounded is the audio-visuals he's watched, which prepared him for the brutality. But just as he steels himself, a spray of blood hits his mouth, and he instinctively retches, the horrific reality crashing down on him. The monkeys believe their antics will slow him down, but when they glance back, they see a maniac hot on their heels. They may be the monsters in their own minds, yet it's a human who is relentlessly pursuing them. As he continues the chase, he can't shake off the nausea, repeatedly retching. Kang struggles to cope with the overwhelming scent of blood, realizing it will take time for him to acclimate to this grim reality. He attempts to stifle the rising nausea by covering his mouth with his hand, but it's a futile effort. Kang realizes he must acclimate to the sight of blood before he can move on to the next portal. With determination, he unleashes chaos upon the monkeys, ensuring they experience the worst hour of their lives as he races against the clock to clear the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, the soldiers suddenly noticed something unusual about the portal. It had been blue, but now it had transformed into a deep navy blue. Shocked, the soldiers realized that this color change signifies an upgrade to an A-rank's portal. Panic sets in as they scramble to report the alarming situation to their company commander. One of the soldiers notes that Kang is trapped inside the portal, but his comrade quickly reminds him that attempting to help would likely lead to a gruesome fate. As they aren't hunters, their only option is to call for assistance. It will take at least 4 A-rank hunters to clear the portal. Meanwhile, Cyan, Hua, and Isil soon become aware of the sudden shift in the portal's energy. Hua is in a state of panic, but Isil urges her to take a deep breath. "We need to report everything to the Hunter Management Bureau before we make any moves," she insists. Hua counters, her voice rising with concern. "A-rank portals are incredibly dangerous. Kang won't be able to handle this on his own." Isil then shifts the focus, reminding Hua of the true cause behind portal mutations. There are 2 primary ways a portal can mutate. The first occurs when the monsters within it evolve by devouring one another. The second happens when these creatures manage to consume hunters who venture inside. By absorbing the hunter's powers and traits, the monsters transform into even more fearsome and terrifying beings, causing the portal's difficulty to skyrocket. Deep down, Isil is haunted by the fear that Kang is dead. Sensing her friend's turmoil, Sanhua argues back, insisting that the portal has likely evolved because the monsters have been preying on one another. Isil, however, counters with a heavy heart, reminding Sanhua that Kang has been gone for an hour since he entered the portal. She urges her friend to confront the harsh reality of their situation. Isil can't shake the feeling of guilt for what happened, believing it was his attempt to teach Kang a lesson that led to this moment. As Sanhua insists on entering the portal, Isil firmly instructs her to remain in the safe zone while he searches for Kang. Being the faster of the two, it's the logical choice. However, he makes it clear that if she disobeys, he won't hesitate to knock her out. Isil urges Sanhua to hurry back outside, just in case things take a turn for the worse. The soldiers are taken aback as they watch Sanhua and her friend prepare to enter the portal, fully aware of its altered state. One soldier steps forward to intervene, but his companion insists they let the two proceed. He reminds him that Isil is a disciple of Kim Mandong, and if anyone can find a way through this predicament, it's her. As Isil steps into the portal, a wave of anxiety washes over her. She can't shake the fear that Kang might cross paths with the portal boss, a formidable creature that requires at least 4 A-rank hunters to defeat. Her mind races with images of a massive poison spider or a colossal snake lurking in the shadows. In the worst-case scenario, it could be the dreaded ogre known as the Nightmare of the Forest. Meanwhile, Sanhua clings to hope, silently praying that Kang is near the entrance, making it easier for them to locate him. Unbeknownst to them, Kang has ventured deep into the portal, methodically cutting down monkeys. He has already slain at least 50, yet there's no indication that he's made any progress in clearing the dungeon. It dawns on him that this portal likely harbors a separate boss. He recalls that the sky within a portal turns yellow once it's cleared, and it vanishes after 12 hours. Kang felt a surge of powerful energy, leading him to suspect that the portal might harbor a separate boss monster. Yet, he found it odd given that he was in a D-rank's portal. Just as he feared, a terrifying ogre materialized before him, a creature that clearly belonged in an A-rank portal. Kang is taken aback, realizing that if 3 A-rank hunters engage the ogre, one of them is almost certainly doomed. Yet, this is a 4-man A-ranks team, and it's clear that at least one will emerge from the battle severely battered and injured. He recalls a pivotal moment from the novel, where the protagonist was mistakenly assigned to the wrong portal and faced a grueling fight against an ogre. But that ogre was a 2-headed beast, typically lurking in S-rank portals. Kang gazes at the ogre, unflinching and fearless, fully aware that he has the strength to defeat it. To him, 5 A-rank hunters are merely a minor challenge in battle. Yet, despite his confidence, Kang remains cautious, acutely aware of the dangers the ogre presents. Its thick skin renders swords ineffective, making them feel more like a gentle tickle than a lethal strike. Kang's mind races with thoughts of the dangers the ogre presents when, suddenly, the creature swings its massive weapon, nearly catching him off guard. He narrowly dodges the strike, but the force of the blow shatters the ground where he stood. Taking a step back to gain some distance, Kang recalls the warning given to hunters: only challenge an ogre once you've mastered the aura blade. Kang gazes at the devastation the ogre has wrought upon the ground, a chilling realization dawning on him. If he gets hit, he'll be crushed to dust. But instead of succumbing to fear, a spark ignites within him. Memories from old Kang resurface, revealing that an ogre stone can fetch a staggering 10 million won. That thought alone becomes the fire that fuels his determination to confront the beast head-on. He wastes no time unleashing his aura blade on the ogre, while elsewhere, Isiel rushes toward him, praying he's still alive. She has been running for quite a while, and with no sign of Kang, she can't help but wonder just how far he's gotten. Suddenly, she stumbles upon the scattered corpses of giant monkeys, a grim reminder of the battle that has unfolded. She notices that the bodies are forming a path, realizing that a chase must have occurred between Kang and the monsters. Traces of vomit catch her eye, and she instinctively concludes that Kang had been struggling in the fight, which caused him to vomit. Guilt washes over her as she blames herself for leading him to his doom. But then, a chilling thought strikes her something isn't right. She realizes that the corpses she has encountered share a chilling similarity. Most of the monkeys have been decapitated, and the cuts are disturbingly clean. Given their strong armor and pack-hunting nature, Isiel understands that taking down a group of them alone will be a daunting challenge. A thought crosses her mind. Could Kang have harnessed aura to fell the monkeys with his seemingly inadequate blade? Everything finally clicks for her. Kang isn't the one being chased. He's the one doing the chasing. Yet the question of why Kang had thrown up still lingers in her mind. Just as she begins to process this revelation, a terrifying roar pierces the air. Her calm demeanor shatters in an instant, and she realizes with dread that Kang is a dead man. She recognizes the roar as the unmistakable sound of an ogre, the most fearsome monster lurking in an A-ranked dungeon. She knows that ordinary hunters will instinctively freeze in fear at the sound, with some even bolting for safety. But whether they choose to flee or hide, the outcome will be the same. The ogre is far too fast to be outrun. Isiel concludes that Kang is undoubtedly gone, but a wave of worry washes over her. She fears the ogre may have sensed her presence, putting her own life at risk. To avoid becoming its next meal, she resolves to flee the dungeon. Just as she prepares to sprint away, a thought strikes her. Ogres typically roar before a battle. Could it be that Kang is still alive? She races toward Kang, fully aware that her efforts may be futile against the ogre after all. Even 5A-ranked hunters would struggle to take it down. As she sprints in his direction, a thought weighs heavily on her mind. Sanhwa would never forgive her if she let this chance to save Kang slip away. Without a moment's hesitation, Isiel presses forward into the danger, calling out Kang's name in hopes of a response. When she finally reaches him, the sight before her is far from what she anticipated. Kang stands poised, wielding an aura sword, and with a graceful flourish, he unleashes a powerful slash that Isiel can only describe as breathtakingly beautiful. She watches as Kang effortlessly tears through the ogre's hide, as if it were nothing more than wet tissue. Doubts about his abilities had lingered in her mind when Sanhwa first mentioned him, but now, witnessing his prowess firsthand, she realizes he wields an aura blade. Isiel stands there, completely stunned, until Kang turns to face her. His surprise is evident as he asks, "What are you doing in the dungeon? I thought I hadn't exceeded my time limit." With a smile on his face, Kang casually informs the lady that he was in a hurry to take down some monsters, but ended up facing a boss monster instead. Isiel is taken aback, her surprise deepening as she wonders why Kang appears so unfazed. The first question that escapes her lips is how he managed to wield the aura blade. Kang grins and explains that the aura blade isn't perfected yet, admitting that he only managed to use it because the ogre had appeared out of nowhere. Kang continues, expressing his understanding of why Isiel suggested they venture into a lower-ranked dungeon. Isiel, incredulous. Can't believe Kang is so nonchalant, especially since the dungeon has already mutated into an A rank. Without missing a beat, Kang shifts the focus to what truly matters to him, the potential reward from the ogre and its mana stone. He turns to point at the ogre, but the gruesome sight overwhelms him, and he begins to vomit once more. Isiel finally understands that Kang's constant vomiting is simply due to his weak stomach. Kang admits he's been feeling nauseous since the battle with the monsters began, but then he notices the sky is a brilliant blue. Isiel nods in agreement, recognizing it as a sign that the dungeon has been cleared. All that remains now is to step outside and summon the recovery team. Before they reach out to the recovery team, Kang urges Isiel to claim that she was the one who defeated the ogre. Taken aback, Isiel asks him why he would give her credit for something he worked so hard to achieve. Kang explains that he prefers to stay out of the spotlight. News of him defeating an ogre would undoubtedly spark unwanted gossip. Isiel stands in stunned silence, her gaze fixed on Kang as the realization sinks in. He had known exactly what he was doing during the fight with the ogre. With a hint of regret, she turns to him, apologizing for her earlier behavior. She acknowledges that she hadn't truly understood his capabilities. Although Kang prefers to remain in the shadows, she senses he has his reasons for doing so. A flicker of uncertainty crosses her mind. Will anyone believe that she was the one who defeated the ogre? Yet, despite her doubts, she resolves to embrace the story, ready to take on whatever comes next. Ishiel extends her hand toward Kang, expressing her eagerness to work with him. With a warm smile, Kang replies that he shares her enthusiasm. However, Ishiel quickly retracts her hand, recoiling at the unsightly condition of Kang's palm. She tells Kang that it's time for them to collect their payment, hoping to avoid any situation that might make her lose her composure. With this, they successfully clear a D-rank's portal that has now turned into an A rank. Sanhwa is taken aback when she sees the two returning safely. Without hesitation, she rushes over to embrace Kang, while Ishiel bows respectfully, apologizing to Sanhwa. Kang was genuinely bewildered until he heard their explanation. They believed he had died because the portal had mutated. He felt a surge of admiration for their bravery in rushing into danger to rescue him, solidifying their bond as loyal companions. With a heartfelt apology for the stress he caused, Kang expressed his gratitude for their daring rescue. Sanhwa, tears glistening in her eyes, replied, "I'm just so relieved that you're safe." Ishiel then inquires if Kang knows any dealers who could assist in selling the corpses. With a smile, Kang responds, encouraging her to handle it in whatever way she sees fit, all while deceitfully claiming it has been ages since he last hunted. Moments later, Kang steps out of the portal, letting out a sigh of relief. His smile abruptly faded as he spotted a troop of soldiers gathered outside the portal. One of the soldiers approached him, inquiring if he was one of the hunters who had entered. "Yes," he replied, but Kang was left stunned, his mind racing with questions. "Why are you all here?" The soldier saluted him, delivering the news with a serious tone. "We received a report that a D-rank's portal has mutated into an A-rank's portal." He continued, "This troop is from the Aegis unit, dispatched at the request of the Hunter Management Agency." The captain looks at Kang, puzzled. "Why are you the only one stepping out of the portal? There were 3 who entered." It suddenly dawns on Kang that the soldiers have gathered out of fear, worried that the entire team has been wiped out in the portal. With a steady voice, he reassures them, "The other hunters are safe. We've cleared the portal." The soldier stares at Kang in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the news that the portal has been conquered. Kang is still attempting to make his point when a massive ogre's head begins to emerge from the portal. The soldiers scream in panic, readying their weapons for a fight. But then, Yo's voice rings out from behind them, urging them not to fire. She reassures them that everyone on the team is safe. Determined, Isol pushes against the ogre's head, but it proves too heavy to budge. Turning to Kang, she suggests, "We might need to cut the ogre's head into pieces." Kang instructs her to return the head to the dungeon so he can finish the job. The captain is left speechless, grappling with the shocking reality that an ogre could be defeated by just 3 hunters. The soldiers had only encountered ogres during training sessions, never in person. They continue to discuss the prevailing belief that it takes 5 A-rank hunters to bring down such a formidable foe. The soldiers quickly come to the conclusion that Yusol single-handedly defeated the ogre, proud to claim her as Kim Man-dong's disciple. They even mock Kang, dismissing him as nothing more than a pretty face with no real strength. Yet, a few soldiers acknowledge that Kang must have played a role in the ogre's defeat. Meanwhile, Kang feels a sense of relief that everyone attributes the victory solely to Yusul. Kang feels a surge of relief as the Heavenly Demon sword style proves effective. Had it failed, he would have faced a daunting struggle against the ogre. Just then, a familiar dealer, one Isiol often relies on, arrives on the scene. His eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of the ogre's lifeless body, prompting him to ask Isiol how she managed such a feat. After a moment of contemplation, he concludes that her success must be due to her status as Kim Man-dong's disciple. Isol chuckles nervously, relieved to have defeated the ogre. She turns to the dealer and inquires about how much he can offer for the corpses. After a brief assessment of the monkeys, the dealer announces that he will give them 16 million. Kang nearly loses his composure at the staggering sum. Meanwhile, Isiol beams at the offer and eagerly asks the dealer about the ogre as well. The dealer concedes that while the ogre's bones are in good condition, the skin is quite damaged, acknowledging the difficulty in using the hide. He offers 13 million, not including the ogre's monostone. Isol protests, insisting the offer is too low, but Kang is already overwhelmed by the staggering sum being discussed before him. Before he realizes it, the total swells to an astonishing 40 million. Kang begins to celebrate his unexpected windfall, though he's not quite sure when the festivities started. Even the dealer looks taken aback and questions Isiol, asking why Kang is celebrating when he wasn't the one who defeated the ogre. Caught off guard, Isiol struggles to find the right words to defend Kang. Finally, she simply instructs the dealer to deposit the money into Kang's account, insisting there's a reason behind it. Kang views hunting monsters as an incredibly profitable venture, having earned 40 million from clearing just one dungeon. He knows that if it weren't for Sano, he would have left his teaching job behind to pursue a full-time career as a hunter. Before long, the money lands in his account, and to his surprise, he decides to share the wealth. He gifts Sanho and Iziol 10% each, amounting to 4 million for both of them. Iseol and Sanho are taken aback by Kang's gesture. They insist that he has no obligation to offer anything since they haven't done anything wrong. However, Kang firmly replies that he wanted to apologize for worrying them. The ladies hesitate to accept the money, but Kang encourages them, reminding them that they still have more missions ahead. With a bright smile, he expresses his excitement about working alongside them. Iseol stands frozen, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Later that evening during dinner, Sano can't help but notice that Iseol seems distant ever since Kang's departure. Concerned, she asks if something is bothering her. Iseol quickly reassures her, claiming she's perfectly fine, insisting that her day was just filled with hauling monster corpses and driving the car. Yet, beneath her nonchalant facade, she can't help but feel grateful for having earned 4 million without lifting a finger. She then confesses that she feels guilty about taking the money and is even contemplating returning it. Sanho, however, is convinced that her friend isn't distracted by the 4 million, especially since she's an A-rank hunter. Unbeknownst to him, Iseol is still shaken by what she witnessed Kang do to the ogre in the dungeon. She comes to the unsettling realization that the skill Kang used is incredibly dangerous, something she has never seen from any other hunter. Iseol turns to her friend, sharing her belief that Kang might be the key to unlocking her next level of power. Ever since her promotion to A-ranks, she has felt stuck in place. Just then, Kim Mandong bursts into the room, a large pot of soup in hand, wearing a pink teddy apron that adds a touch of whimsy to the moment. He casually mentions that he's heard about their recent expedition into the dungeon, but he's quick to point out that Iseol lacks the strength to face an ogre on her own. He suspects that Kang delivered the final blow, and Iseol confirms his suspicion, noting that no one would believe her since Kang is a B-rank hunter. She explains to her master that Kang prefers to keep his strength a secret. Iseol then turns to Kim Mandong, inquiring about the open position for spearmanship at the school. It seems she's interested in the role, confidently asserting that she should be able to master it, especially since she'll be teaching children. Iseol beams with excitement as she announces that her guild contract is coming to an end, allowing her to return to the school as the spearmanship instructor. Meanwhile, Kang visits his master to share the news of his triumph over the vice principal, crediting the techniques he learned from him. However, the old man simply settles down with his ramen, seemingly unfazed, as Kang animatedly recounts his victory. Kang observes his master struggling to suppress a smile, a rare sight that brings a flicker of warmth to the moment. Cho then remarks on the vice principal's shamelessness for employing a superior technique against someone beneath him. Curious, Kang asks his master if his performance truly deserves 110 points. With a knowing shake of his head, the old man deducts 20 marks, declaring that Kang's performance only merits 90 points due to his arrogance. Kang bows respectfully to his master, expressing his gratitude for the guidance that helped him excel in the duel. In response, Cho playfully scolds him, suggesting that a proper show of appreciation would be a hearty bowl of pork stew. With a smile, Kang reveals that he didn't come empty-handed. He has a special gift he intended to present before his fight with the vice principal. But circumstances took a turn. Kang reached into his bag and pulled out textbooks meant for studying the language of the outside world. He had managed to acquire these because Cho was curious about the changes that had unfolded beyond their realm. Cho was impressed by Kang's foresight in thinking of such a resource. Just then, his gaze landed on an unusual book, prompting him to call Kang's attention to it. It turns out that the so-called book is actually a laptop. Kang demonstrates how to open it, and as he plays a music video, Cho's eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of beautiful women in short dresses. Kang quickly urges the old man to calm down, explaining that what he's witnessing is just a recording of human appearances, nothing more. Cho is completely flustered by the video, and Kang can't help but smile at how intensely focused he is. He understands that Cho has been alone for a long time. Despite his claims of being accustomed to solitude, Kang knows that everyone craves companionship at some point. As Cho observes how people no longer cover themselves up as they once did, he concludes that the outside world has become corrupt. Kang attempts to explain himself, but the old man interrupts, insisting that he's just teasing him. Undeterred, Kang informs the old man that he will be busy from now on. He only came to show him how to use the laptop before heading off to fulfill his own duties. With a determined look, Kang reveals his plan. He intends to venture out and confront monsters, believing that the best way to improve is through real combat experience. Kang gently guides the old man, showing him how to move the mouse and turn on the laptop. Cho watches intently, his eyes filled with pride, like a father admiring his son's accomplishments. Shortly after, Kang meets with Seon-hwa and Lee-seol. This time, Lee-seol greets him with warmth, suggesting they take her car once more. As they make their way to the destination, Kang's gaze drifts to the back seat, where he spots something unusual. Curiosity piqued. He inquires about it. Lee-seol casually reveals that it's a collapsible spear, one she intends to start using from that very day. Kang's eyes widen in disbelief. There had been no indication in the story that Lee-seol would take up a spear. While she is undeniably a master of close combat, the thought of her suddenly wielding a spear sends a chill down his spine. Seon-hwa reveals that the spear instructor position at the school is currently vacant, and Lee-seol is applying for it. At this news, Kang's mind goes blank. Jung, the former spear instructor, had left the school in anger after losing to Kang, and now it hits him. Perhaps the original story has shifted. Doubt creeps in as he questions whether he made a mistake, or if he inadvertently mentioned a spear to Lee-seol. Kang turns to Lee-seol, puzzled. Why the sudden change? With a casual smile, Lee-seol replies, "I want to experience what it means to be a teacher. Plus, I can still slay monsters during my breaks." Kang's expression shifts as he realizes the potential danger of Lee-seol's decision. He knows he must intervene before things spiral out of control. Kang expresses his concern to Lee-seol, suggesting that handling a spear might be challenging for her. However, Lee-seol confidently counters his worries, stating that the spear techniques taught at the school are quite basic and insists she can manage just fine. In fact, she believes she's going to excel in the exam. But then, she drops a surprising revelation. Her plan only extends through the semester. Kang breathes a sigh of relief upon realizing that Lee-seol will only be a temporary teacher at the school for that short time. She announces her decision to switch to a close combat instructor if it means she can truly enjoy her time at the school. With that settled, Seon-hwa discloses that the portal they've been assigned to today leads to a realm teeming with undead monsters. She suggests they grab a bite to eat first, as the journey will take some time. Just then, Kang chimes in, eager to know what they'll be purchasing, only to be met with the delightful surprise that the two ladies have packed lunchboxes. Kang is taken aback when he realizes he didn't pack any food. He tells the girls he might need to stop at a convenience store to grab something. Seon-hwa quickly reassures him, insisting he shouldn't worry. She packed a separate lunchbox just for him. Kang is genuinely surprised. He never expected anyone to go to such lengths for him. Back in high school, he never had the luxury of enjoying a packed lunch. He felt a wave of gratitude for the few $1,000 his parents had left him on the table. Kang expressed his surprise, and Seon-hwa reassured him, saying there was no way they would pack food for themselves without including him. She then pointed out a park she had spotted on the map and suggested they eat there. Kang nodded, saying he had no objections. Anywhere was fine by him. The group settles down to enjoy their meal, and once they finish, they step through the portal. As anticipated, they encounter a horde of undead monsters. Seon-hwa positions herself at the back, empowering her teammates, while Kang and Lee-seol charge forward, dispatching the creatures with ease. This routine continues for several days as they explore various portals, effortlessly clearing each one of its threats. After one of their missions, Lee-seol receives an unexpected call from her uncle. He urgently needs her for a critical assignment involving an A-ranks portal, which could take up to a week. Turning to her teammates, Lee-seol asks if anyone is available to join her. Without missing a beat, Kang, ever the eager one, readily agrees to accompany her. Kang senses that a significant turning point in his second life is on the horizon. After Lee-seol secures her teammates' consent, she informs her uncle that she will call him back once she has adjusted her schedule. Once the call ends, Kang turns to her asking what's troubling her. He reassures her that she can share her concerns, as he is ready to help in any way he can. Lee-seol expresses her relief at having Kang by her side, but she hints that their situation is complicated by time and distance. Kang remains puzzled by her words. Seon-hwa steps in, explaining that Lee-seol's uncle is the guildmaster of the Harang Guild, based in Jeju Island. Lee-seol then reveals troubling news. There have been casualties at an A-rank portal, leaving them short-staffed and in urgent need of help. With this in mind, he invites them to come over and lend a hand for a week. Lee-seol reassures Kang that all the necessary supplies will be taken care of. Brimming with enthusiasm, Kang responds that he would gladly help even without the logistics. Seon-hwa shares in their excitement, declaring that she will take charge of cooking and magic. Isil expresses her gratitude to Kang for his thoughtful gesture, promising to treat him to all the delicious food he desires once they return. She then inquires if they can set off the day after tomorrow, to which Kang readily agrees, acknowledging that they'll need a day to rest. As he reflects on his students being on Jeju Island, he ponders whether there might be a chance for their paths to cross when their schedules align. The next day, Kang and Isil make their way to the island for their meeting. As Kang begins packing for the journey, a sudden realization strikes him. He might not be allowed to bring his sword on the plane. Just then, his phone rings. It's Sura. Seizing the moment, Kang thinks this is the perfect opportunity to ask about the sword. Sura is taken aback that he actually answered the call, and Kang explains that he's decided to take a break from the portals. He then asks Sura if there's a way to bring his sword on a plane. Sura initially laughs, calling him crazy, but then suggests that he can present his hunter's license at the airport, allowing his sword to be treated as luggage. Shifting gears, Sura reminds Kang that she was actually calling to discuss his license. She gently points out that it's time for him to renew it. She urges him to hurry and renew his license, warning that he won't be able to teach at the school next semester if he doesn't. As Kang picks up his license, he realizes Sura is right. He has only a month left before it expires. Curiosity piqued, he asks how she knows this. Sura admits that Antis contacted her a few days ago. It was just a routine call, but somehow his name came up. Kang is taken aback that Antis is still discussing him. Despite their recent separation, Sura chimes in, reminding him that his recent exploits have made him quite popular. Kang is astonished that Antis is aware of all this, especially since he has been so cautious. Sura explains that Antis's influence is far-reaching, revealing that some of the challenge letters Kang has received were sent by Antis's agents. Sura informs Kang that Antis is currently short-staffed and is looking to recruit him once more. They've even instructed her to entice Kang back by pretending she accepted his proposal. However, she confesses that she made an excuse to avoid it. Sura reassures Kang that Antis won't be bothering him again for a while. Kang's curiosity piqued as he wondered how Sura managed to make them back off. Though hesitant at first, Sura eventually opened up, reassured by Kang's gentle insistence. With a hint of embarrassment, she confessed that she had said something truly outrageous, that Kang had stolen her socks just to smell them. While the lie was both disgusting and demeaning, Kang found it amusing. As far as he was concerned, anything that kept him off Antis's radar was worth it. He even expresses his gratitude to Sura for her assistance. The following day, Kang arrives at the airport, where he meets Sonhwa and Isul. He's taken aback by the throngs of people bustling around him. Sonhwa explains that the airport is likely crowded due to the vacation season. Isul adds that the injured hunters will soon be back on the job, and if they put in a few hard days of work, they'll earn some well-deserved time off to enjoy themselves. Once they landed, Isul's cousin, Hong Yisul, eagerly greeted them. Her cheerful demeanor was a stark contrast to Isul's, radiating enthusiasm and warmth. Surprisingly, she seemed to connect better with Sonhwa than with her own cousin. After a whirlwind of playful antics, Isul finally nudged Yisul to introduce herself to Kang. Yisul approaches Kang, her surprise evident as she notes that he looks more like a celebrity than a mere teacher. Once their initial greetings are complete, she informs them that she will be detailing the mission as they make their way to the guild. As they walk, Yisul explains that over the past week, numerous guild forces have been dispatched to an A-rank dungeon which accommodates 10 members. During the dungeon raid, 3 ogres emerged, turning the battle into a desperate struggle. In the end, the hunters succeeded in clearing the dungeon, but not without a heavy cost. One of their own lost his life. The vice master of the guild and the remaining team members were left injured, both physically and emotionally. The trauma of losing a comrade weighed heavily on them, leading some to contemplate retirement from their perilous profession. Kang empathizes with the hunters, knowing that no amount of magic can mend emotional wounds. As they arrive at the guild, Yisul informs them they can leave their luggage in the lobby, while she shows them to their accommodations. Standing before the imposing structure, Kang can't help but voice his astonishment at the guild's impressive size. Yisul clarifies his misunderstanding, explaining that the guild only utilizes the 7th to 10th floors. Just then, the guildmaster and Isul's uncle, Hong Jun-sik, arrives to greet them. Isul inquires about her uncle's well-being, to which he playfully responds that he wouldn't have sought help if everything were fine. Jung-sik then approaches Sonhwa, asking about her father. She shares that her father sends his regards, mentioning he would have come himself if circumstances allowed. Jung-sik then turns to Kang, greeting him with a warm smile. Observing this, Kang realizes that the entire family seems to be blessed or perhaps cursed with an abundance of brightness. As they step into the guild, Jung-sik quickly recaps what Yisul has already conveyed to them. He then reveals that they are planning to conquer a B-grade dungeon designed for 7 people. The guild has a reputation for sending in more hunters than necessary, prioritizing their safety above all else. However, due to a shortage of staff, he informs Kang and his team that they can only provide 5 members for the mission. Yashul eagerly informs her uncle that the numbers are more than sufficient for their needs, then turns to Kang for his thoughts. At that moment, Kang interjects, stating that having 5 people alongside them is actually excessive. He suggests that 3 would be an ideal number to join the expedition. With a hint of skepticism, he questions whether they should really be entering a B-ranks portal with extra support. Kang concludes by emphasizing that the profits from the dungeons will diminish with too many participants in the raid. Jong-sik is taken aback by the revelation and turns to Kang, demanding to know which guild he once belonged to. With a hint of pride, Kang responds that it was the Chase Guild. At this, Jong-sik's expression twists in disgust as he retorts that the guild's B-ranks team is renowned for their exceptional teamwork. He strides toward Kang, exuding a menacing aura as he chastises him for even suggesting a reduction in personnel for the mission. Yashul freezes in fear as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Jong-sik is furious, unaware of Kang's true capabilities. Determined to teach Kang a lesson, Jong-sik arrogantly commands him to follow. Yashul attempts to intervene, but her uncle dismisses her, insisting that this is a matter of safety for his guild members, who will be joining them on the mission. Jong-sik dismisses Kang as nothing more than a joker. Suddenly, Kang unsheathes his sword, revealing his weapon of choice, the Aura Blade. It seems that after battling in the portals, Kang has significantly improved his skills. Jong-sik's eyes widen in disbelief. After all, Kang is merely a B-rank hunter. Kang, however, feigns humility, claiming he simply picked up the skill along the way, though he admits it's not perfected yet. Jong-sik finally comes to the realization that he had misjudged Kang without truly knowing him. Kang, sensing the tension, apologizes if he came off as reckless. However, he reassures Jong-sik that he and the girls have been functioning seamlessly as a trio. Taking a moment to reflect, Jong-sik recognizes that reducing the number of personnel allowed into the dungeon might actually be a blessing, especially since he is already short-staffed. As Songhwa ponders the situation, she interjects, urging Jong-sik to trust Kang, who recently triumphed in a match against her father. Kang attempts to downplay his victory, insisting that the vice principal had gone easy on him. However, Songhwa stands firm, asserting that according to their agreed-upon rules, he is indeed the winner. Jong-sik's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes that Kang was the one who actually landed a hit on Kim Man-dong. Lee Sol eagerly jumps into the conversation, asserting that Kang is the real deal. Jong-sik, puzzled, questions how someone with Kang's level of skill remains a B-ranks. He turns to Kang asking if there is a specific reason for this. Kang responds, revealing that there's no particular explanation. He simply hasn't met the requirements for the promotion exam yet. It turns out that to qualify for the A-rank exam, one must clear over 100 B-ranks portals, and overseas activities don't count toward that total. As a result, Kang confesses to Jong-sik that he hasn't been able to take the exam. He shares his plan to renew his license and aim to meet the requirements by next year. Jong-sik, concerned for his friend, urges Kang to ensure he takes the exam as soon as he's eligible. Lee Sul expresses her gratitude to her uncle, but Jong-sik counters, insisting he hasn't given up. He firmly believes that Kang isn't suitable, as he failed to meet the A-rank requirements. While acknowledging Kang's strength, Jong-sik points out his lack of experience. He then announces that he will be assigning 2 hunters, skilled in support and familiar with the local terrain, to assist them. Kang is impressed that Jong-sik recognized his lack of experience and responded by assembling the right team. He acknowledges that despite their time together, he and his team still lack a synchronized formation. Their strategy has essentially revolved around entering portals and defeating monsters, while Songhwa remains at the back, providing crucial support and buffs. Yashul is now joining their team, and they will also be accompanied by 2 additional hunters. Soon, they meet their new allies, Han Guangho, a B-rank hunter, and Li Jihai, who is also a B-rank hunter. It turns out that both are the most skilled in the areas they require. Guangho will be responsible for monster detection, while Jihai will manage the terrain. Kang is genuinely impressed that Jong-sik recognized the team's lack of a long-range fighter, and he decides to commend him for it. While he acknowledges that Jong-sik can be a bit flashy, he also appreciates his attention to detail. As they prepare to enter the dungeon, they find themselves facing a rugged cave-like terrain, filled with blind spots that could allow monsters to ambush them at any moment. In the depths of the cave, the adventurers encounter enormous red mice lurking in the shadows. The portal they sought to access has been delayed, proving to be more challenging than anticipated. Guang Ho proposes they tackle the dungeon for just 2 hours, and Kang readily agrees. Just moments later, Jiha senses a presence behind her. Before she can draw her bow and arrow, Kang swiftly dispatches the monster with a decisive slash. With a single strike, he cleaves the mouse in two. Kang's disappointment is palpable. He had envisioned something far more amusing. As he and Yujul discuss the mouse's lackluster appearance, Ji-hai remains frozen in shock. She comes to a startling realization. Kang had detected the monster faster than a B rank could, and he had defeated it without even using mana. Sonhwa turns to Kang, inquiring if there are more monsters lurking in the cave. He nods, confirming that he can sense a significant number nearby. Guang Ho, intrigued, asks Kang if he possesses detection skills as well. With a confident affirmation, Kang reassures the team that he will also provide cover during their mission. Ji-hai and Guang Ho exchange surprised glances, realizing just how remarkable Kang truly is. It finally clicks for them why he had insisted on reducing the party size. 2 hours after stepping through the portal, Guang Ho and Ji-hae are hot on the heels of Yujul and Kang. The duo has already dispatched the monsters in their path and cleared the dungeon before they even realize it. Curiosity gets the better of Ji-hae, and she turns to Yujul, questioning whether Kang is truly a B-rank hunter. Yujul confirms he is, but admits she doesn't know him well. She then reveals that it was Yi-sol who brought Kang along, mentioning his full name with a hint of intrigue. Guang Ho hears his full name called and suddenly realizes he knows Kang. Memories flood back of a time when he had challenged Kang to a duel. Now witnessing Kang's impressive abilities, Guang Ho feels a wave of gratitude that he never went through with that fight. Meanwhile, Yujul turns to her friends, lamenting that they'll likely be heading home empty-handed since they didn't contribute during the raid. Just then, they overhear Kang discussing how the profits will be shared evenly among them. Yi-so and the others remind Kang that they didn't contribute to the effort, but Kang brushes it off. He reassures them that he doesn't mind, emphasizing that they wouldn't have been able to enter the dungeon without gathering the necessary number of hunters. He expresses his gratitude for their trust in a stranger. Moved by Kang's sincerity, Guang Ho rushes over and embraces him like a brother. The team pressed on with their expeditions across the island. Meanwhile, Kang's students, sensing his presence nearby, began texting him, urging him to come and meet up. On the third day of their journey, Guang Ho and the other team members chatted about their good fortune in having Sonhwa, Yi Xiu, and Kang on board, as they had been the ones carrying the bulk of the workload. Emerging from one of the portals, Sonhwa reminds Kang of his upcoming appointment. Kang reveals he plans to meet his students, who are vacationing in Jeju. Noticing Kang is smeared with blood and monster grime, Sonhwa suggests he clean up before heading out. Kang smiles, pleased that the team is starting to bond, and feels optimistic that things will become smoother next week with the return of the injured hunters. Guang Ho then asks Kang if he needs a car to visit his students. Kang replies that a taxi will suffice, but Guang Ho insists he take his car, stating it's the least he can do to help. Reluctantly, Kang accepts the offer. As he drives to meet the students, he places a call to them. The students, buzzing with excitement, can hardly contain their joy at the news that their teacher is finally on his way to see them. He inquires if they need anything and checks if they're all together. Jinsu explains that one of the twins, Onseo, has come down with a fever and stayed back at the inn. He adds that they'll be returning in about an hour, to which Kang responds that the timing works perfectly for him. When he asks them once more what they want, a cacophony of voices erupts on the other end of the line, leaving Kang no choice but to hang up. Amidst the chaos, he catches that they are craving beef. With a sigh, he decides to swing by the supermarket to pick up some drinks and snacks for the kids. Suddenly, he notices the heavy traffic on the highway, prompting him to wonder what could be causing the delay. As he approaches a checkpoint, he realizes that it's not police officers stationed there, but soldiers. Curious, he asks one of the soldiers about the situation and the reason for the congestion. The soldier grimly explains that a monster has escaped during a raid near a nearby dungeon. It seems the hunters dispatched to contain the monster have failed, prompting a complete lockdown of the area. Kang brushes off the news until a sudden thought strikes him. On sale is at the inn. He quickly turns to a soldier and inquires about the extent of the lockdown. The soldier confirms that the entire district is affected. Then, he asks Kang if he resides within the lockdown zone. He declines, but mentions someone staying at the inn nearby. The soldier then suggests he call Onseo. Moments later, Onseo answers, her voice trembling with fear. Where are you? He asks urgently. She replies that she's at the inn, and Kang insists she listen carefully to what he's about to say. Kang informs Onseo that a monster has escaped from a nearby portal, prompting a near-complete evacuation of the district. He urges her to stay inside the inn, emphasizing that the area will soon fall silent. The soldiers reveal that the creature on the loose is the Shadow Reaper, and Kang is all too aware of the danger it poses. Essentially, the Shadow Reaper is a B-ranks dungeon boss monster, a formidable threat that should not be underestimated. It possesses stealth abilities and a formidable amount of power, making it a challenging beast to confront. Kang reiterates his instruction, urging Onseo not to leave the inn under any circumstances, ensuring the Shadow Reaper doesn't catch sight of her. Just then, Onseo inquires if the Shadow Reaper wields a large scythe and dons a black robe. Kang nods in affirmation, pleased to see that Onseo was paying attention in class. However, Onseo corrects him, revealing that he is, in fact, staring directly at the Shadow Reaper. She adds that avoiding the monster will be quite a challenge. Kang's frustration deepens as he presses Onseo for more information. She informs him that she isn't the only one in the vicinity. A group of kids is hiding behind a car, having failed to evacuate when everyone else left. The Shadow Reaper looms ominously behind the car where the kids are hiding. In a moment of sheer terror, one of them inadvertently makes a small sound, drawing the creature's attention. With a menacing glint in its eyes, the Shadow Reaper raises its scythe, poised to strike. But just in time, Onseo unleashes an energy blast, diverting its focus. Kang, you need to get to me now, she urges, urgency lacing her voice. She informs her teacher that she won't be able to run for long due to the fever affecting her. Suddenly, Kang loses reception with Onseo and begins shouting into the phone, desperately trying to reach her. Turning to the soldiers, he asserts, I may be a teacher, but I'm also a hunter, and right now, I'm working with the Hirang Guild. He inquires with the soldiers if there's a way for him to navigate through the traffic. As a hunter, Kang is granted passage by the soldiers, but with the heavy traffic ahead, he might have to wait a while. Rather than sitting idly, he scans the area and spots a path through the bushes beside him. He gestures toward it, signaling to the soldiers that he intends to take that route instead. Meanwhile, Guangguo and the team are reveling in the aftermath of a successful dungeon expedition. With a frosty mug of beer in hand, Guangguo calls over Jihei, who hesitantly joins him despite her aversion to the drink. I'm just really thirsty after that 3-day marathon, she admits, a hint of exhaustion in her voice. Guangguo, meanwhile, is thrilled that Kang is lending a hand. With his help, Guangguo will be able to pay off his car loan in no time. He envisions himself striking it rich in no time. He bought the car on a 36-month installment plan, and with Kang helping them clear the dungeons faster, he's confident that fortune is just around the corner. Guangguo believes Kang will be there for his students, but little does he know, Kang has transformed his car into an off-road vehicle, using it to navigate the treacherous terrain ahead. Meanwhile, Onseo is desperately trying to escape the Shadow Reaper that is now hunting her. She recalls Kang's words from class about resisting the urge to play the hero, as it often leads to greater trouble. Back then, she had asked what they should do when faced with no options. Kang had advised them to assess their surroundings first, and then, if possible, make a run for it. Onseo questions the need to assess their surroundings when they plan to run away in the end. Kang responds that understanding their environment is crucial. It will help them know exactly where to flee, ultimately increasing their chances of survival. Besides, Kang has a penchant for making the students run every single day without exception. Onseo and the others had often questioned Kang's decision to make them run every day. But now, as she finds herself cornered by the Shadow Reaper, she understands the wisdom behind his training. It's a matter of life and death, and she narrowly escapes thanks to Kang's teachings. Just in time, she dodges the monster's scythe, her heart racing as she realizes how close she came to being impaled. Onseo understands the peril posed by Shadow Reapers all too well, and she considers her narrow escape nothing short of a miracle. From a distance, she watches the children she just saved, and their presence rekindles the reason she aspired to become a hunter in the first place. She initially enrolled in hunter school because her sister was there, and the day her sister discovered that Onseo had followed her path was one of pure astonishment. Her sister gently reminds her of a memory long buried in the past. When they were children, Onseo used to watch documentaries about people who had lost their families to monsters. Touched by those stories, Onseo had expressed a desire to become a hunter, hoping to prevent such tragedies from happening. While Onseo has forgotten this aspiration, her sister remembers it vividly. This was the reason Onseo's sister chose to become a hunter, to protect her younger sibling. Onseo realized that she could have escaped if she had turned a blind eye to the children, but the thought of facing her sister again filled her with dread. With urgency, she shouted at the kids to reach the nearest shelter while she drew the monster away. Just then, Onseo noticed something unsettling. The monster had vanished. Onseo halts, her instincts kicking in as she surveys her surroundings. It dawns on her why the Shadow Reaper is so feared. Its elusive nature makes it a nightmare to confront. Suddenly, she feels a chilling presence behind her. The Shadow Reaper looms, its dark aura enveloping her, leaving no path for escape. Paralyzed with dread, Onseo can only watch as the creature raises its scythe, poised to deliver a fatal blow. In that instant, Kang emerges in the distance, barreling toward them with reckless abandon. He slams into the Shadow Reaper with his car. Just 3 minutes prior, Kang had been honing in on Onseo's location, tapping into his key. With this heightened awareness, he could distinguish between the humans and the ominous figure of the monster. Kang is convinced that nothing serious will befall Onseo, given her presence in the original story. Yet, he can't shake the feeling that some pieces just don't fit. For instance, Siora's departure from Antis and Issel's choice to join the school raise questions. Kang realizes that his own actions might be triggering a butterfly effect, one that could render Onseo's fate uncertain and unpredictable. Unwilling to accept this grim reality, Kang slammed down on the gas pedal, channeling his ki to hone in on the monster. As soon as he locked onto the Shadow Reaper, he pushed the car to its limits, weaving through the trees before crashing into the creature. Without hesitation, Kang leaped from the vehicle, charging straight for the Shadow Reaper. Fury coursed through him as he faced the monster threatening his student. With a powerful strike, he slammed the Shadow Reaper to the ground, his rage palpable. In that moment, Kang resembled a terrifying villain, channeling his wrath into a final blow. He unleashed a devastating energy blast, striking the Shadow Reaper down with nothing but his bare hands. Onseo watched in awe, completely stunned by the display of raw power. Kang surfaces from the water, the lifeless body of the Shadow Reaper drifting beside him. He gasps for air, relief washing over him as he realizes he made it just in time to save his student. If he had arrived even a minute later, she would have been lost. Climbing out of the river, he glances at Onseo and asks casually, "Are you all right?" Before he knows it, Onseo leaps into his arms, tears glistening in her eyes. Kang quickly realizes just how frightened she must have been. Despite her bravery in standing up for the other kids, he gently urges her not to cry, reassuring her that she wasn't hurt. But then, Onseo's expression shifts as she reminds Kang about the car that has plunged into the river below. Kang gently pats her on the head, reassuring her that it's just a car and expressing his relief that she is safe. Meanwhile, the car's owner sleeps soundly in his room, blissfully unaware that his vehicle lies in ruins. In a flash, news of the Shadow Reaper's defeat spreads rapidly, fueled by the excited chatter of the children who rush to share the story. Before long, a convoy of military vehicles and medical personnel arrives at the scene, ready to assess the aftermath. Kang and Onseo sit behind an ambulance, the tension of the moment hanging in the air. Kang turns to Onseo and asks if she plans to call her parents. She shakes her head, explaining that they would likely insist she return home, cutting their trip short. Kang nods, understanding her perspective, and praises her for being brave. Yet a flicker of concern crosses his face as he worries about her safety. Onseo quickly reassures him, reminding her teacher that he was the one who saved her. Kang playfully teases her, asking what she would have done if he had arrived just a minute late. In response, Onseo decides to flaunt her teacher's handsome features. With a burst of energy, she leaps out of the back of the ambulance, telling Kang she'll see him at the inn later. She expresses her gratitude for his help. But before Kang can respond, a police officer suddenly appears on the scene. The police officer informed Kang that they had recovered the Reaper's corpse. Curiously, they asked which guild he was affiliated with. Kang, however, simply stated that he was just a teacher at the Hunter School. The officer, visibly impressed, saluted Kang and remarked that things would have taken a turn for the worse if he hadn't eliminated the Shadow Reaper. Kang may not believe his actions warrant much appreciation, but the police officer insists otherwise. He urges Kang to accompany him to the police headquarters to file a report on the incident. With a reassuring smile, the officer promises it won't take long, and Kang reluctantly agrees. Kang strides into the headquarters, expecting a quick visit, but soon finds himself in a series of discussions with the governor, the police chief, and even the guildmaster, the very one who let the monster slip away. He can't believe they chose to interview him separately when they could have wrapped it all up in one go. However, his spirits lift when he discovers that he will be compensated for his efforts. The guild that mishandled the monster has promised to compensate for the Shadow Reaper's corpse and offer Kang a reward. Additionally, they plan to buy a new car for Guango, whose vehicle was destroyed in the chaos. Amidst all this, the governor reveals his intention to establish a Righteous Person Award for Kang. While Kang is eager for the money, he has no interest in the award. The governor attempts to persuade Kang that he deserves the award for his commendable actions. However, Kang is reluctant, fully aware that accepting it would draw unwanted attention from Mantis. As the governor persists, Kang suggests that the award should go to Yunso, who bravely risked her life to lure the monster away. Reluctantly, the governor concedes. Afterward, a police officer approaches Kang, offering to escort him wherever he needs to go. Kang inquires whether the butcher shop will still be open, as his students are eager for some beef. Shortly after, he reunites with them, bringing the prized meat. Without hesitation, they fire up the grill and dig in. From a distance, Kang watches, filled with pride, as he admires his students enjoying their feast. Soon, they invite him to stay the night, eager for more shared moments. He initially tries to avoid the invitation, but they insist, suggesting he could join them at the beach the following day. Reluctantly, Kang agrees and invites the kids to play board games with him. The next day, Kang finds himself at the beach with the students. Settling into a beach chair, he watches as they frolic in the water. He can't help but marvel at their boundless energy, especially after staying up all night. He is already strategizing ways to increase the number of laps they will run once the semester resumes. Just then, Jin-soo and his friends hatch a plan. They leave the water and approach their teacher, asking if he's feeling bored. Kang responds that he's perfectly fine where he is, but the students have other ideas in mind. They all lunge for him at once, but Kang effortlessly sidesteps, leaving them grasping at thin air. Undeterred, the students persist in their pursuit, despite Kang's elusive nature. With a casual smirk, he taunts them, "You're still not at the level where you can catch me." Kang motions for Jin-soo to follow him for drinks, leaving Yoon-soo behind to keep an eye on the others. Yoon-soo's sister, taken aback, questions Kang's decision, wondering if he's showing favoritism towards Yoon-soo. With a casual smirk, Kang advises her to behave herself just like her younger sister. He then strides away, reminding them to stay put while he's gone. Jin-soo turns to Kang, inquiring if he intends to leave the girls unattended. Kang simply replies, yes. Jin-soo feels relieved to be close to the teacher, realizing he could have easily found himself in the same predicament as the girls. Meanwhile, with Kang and Jin-soo away, Yoon-seo resorts to a drastic measure to keep the girls in line. She places cups filled with sand on their arms, sternly instructing them not to move until the teacher returns. The girls are clearly frustrated, but with Yoon-seo in charge during the teacher's absence, they feel powerless. Just when things couldn't get any worse, a group of overly enthusiastic guys arrives at the beach, their eyes immediately locking onto the girls. They approach, asking if the girls would like to hang out, but the girls respond with disdainful glares, making it abundantly clear that they want nothing to do with them. The guys refuse to take no for an answer, attempting to charm their way into the girls' good graces. Cornered, the girls reluctantly reveal their ages, declaring that they are minors. Yet, even this revelation doesn't deter the guys. They remain undaunted. Drinks are offered, but the girls stand firm, resolutely declining the tempting invitations. One of the obnoxious guys seizes the brown-haired girl, but she swiftly retaliates, twisting his arm with fierce determination. He winces in pain as she breaks free, darting past the other men as if they were mere obstacles. It turns out that hunters face severe consequences for engaging in fights with civilians, a rule that also applies to hunter trainees, whose strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. In the end, the girl didn't actually confront the guys. It was all a product of her imagination, as she envisioned herself running past them. She even tells one of the guys that she's already imagined beating him to a pulp, yet he still refuses to back down. The girl longs to spring into action, imagining how easily she could take down the delinquents. Just then, Kang returns to the beach, his eyes widening in disbelief as he spots a group of guys surrounding his students. It's only been 10 minutes, and already chaos has erupted. The leader of the delinquents struts over to Kang, exuding an air of authority as if he were a mafia boss ready to make a deal. He begins mocking Kang's face, claiming he looks like a student. Kang remains calm, attempting to engage with the guy politely, but his incessant teasing makes it difficult for Kang to ignore him. Frustrated, Kang urges him to move on, reminding him that the girls have already turned him down. Calling him a pathetic loser only fuels the guy's anger. He believes Kang is trying to impress him and decides it's time to teach him a lesson. He reached out for Kang, but Kang swiftly seized his arm, twisting it and inflicting excruciating pain. Just then, another delinquent charged at Kang, but with a casual sidestep, Kang effortlessly avoided him, all while savoring his popsicle. With a smirk, Kang then recited the school's article, 10 for them, which clearly states his duty to protect his students in times of danger. The final member of the team quickly realizes they're facing a hunter. In a panic, he reaches for his phone to call the police and report the attack on civilians. But before he can make the call, Kang strikes his pressure points, swiftly disarming him. With a smirk, Kang takes the phone and says, "I'd be more than happy to help you call the cops." The delinquents, sensing their impending doom, attempt to flee, but Kang swiftly intercepts them. Just then, his police friend arrives on the scene. Kang quickly briefs him on the situation, revealing that he has already ensured their escape routes are blocked. After receiving the report, the officer seizes the delinquents and shoves them into the back of his patrol car. The police officer reassures Kang that they will take care of the delinquents, allowing him to relax and enjoy the rest of his time on the island. Once the officers leave, Jinsu can't help but express his surprise that their teacher knows a police officer. Kang casually explains that it was just a stroke of luck after the Shadow Reaper incident. This revelation only adds to Kang's cool factor in the eyes of his students, who shower him with praise. Kong is eager to leave, but the students insist he join their game. The teacher nods in agreement, and the students eagerly dash off to the beach. However, Yunso lingers behind, and that's when she spots a woman speaking with Kang. Blushing, the woman confesses to Kang that she has been watching him for quite some time, and with a shy smile, she calls him a cool dude. She then asks Kang if she could have his number. Kang is taken aback, completely stunned by the unexpected request. Words escape him, and he finds himself stuttering, unable to gather his thoughts in the moment. Just as Kong is about to intervene, Yunso seizes his arm and pulls him away, casually informing the lady that Kong is already seeing someone. Kong attempts to protest, worried that Yunso is about to sabotage his potential love life. However, Yunso remains unfazed as she continues to drag her teacher away. Once they're out of earshot, she turns around and sticks her tongue out in a playful gesture of defiance. Kong pleads with her to let him go, but she stubbornly refuses, insisting that he would just return to the lady. Reluctantly, Kong concedes, admitting she's not entirely wrong. At that moment, the lady pulls out her phone and makes a call to someone mysterious, revealing that she has discovered Kang's weakness. On the other end of the line is none other than Jung, the former spear instructor, who harbors a deep grudge against Kang and is determined to bring him down. Shortly after, Kang and his team begin their preparations to return to Seoul. The children were sent ahead while the adults made preparations to catch up with them. True to his word, Wonho received a new, fully loaded car. Meanwhile, Kang and his team teamed up with the A-rank hunters of the guild who had just returned, embarking on a raid of an A-rank's portal. In a separate ceremony, Yunso accepted the Brave Citizen Award on Kang's behalf. Kang's name was mentioned in the report as the one who defeated the monster, yet the spotlight remained firmly on Yunso. As Songhwa prepared to leave, she promised to cook Yasul a delicious meal the next time they met. Jungshik, acknowledging Kang's contribution, praised him for his help and confessed that he had initially doubted his strength. He then warned Kang that no matter how hard he tried to conceal his abilities, the world would eventually uncover the truth. He encourages him to brace himself for the day it arrives. Jungshik then insists that when they meet again, his rank should reflect his true abilities. Kang smiles, promising to do his utmost to make that a reality. With that, Kang and his team head back to Seoul. Meanwhile, Jungshik holds an S-rank file, already envisioning Kang as an S-rank hunter. Upon returning to Seoul, Kang wastes no time and heads straight to visit his master. He apologizes for his late arrival, explaining that he has a mountain of work awaiting him. Cho, noticing Kang's tan skin, assumes he has been laboring under the sun, completely unaware that Kang was actually relaxing under an umbrella at the beach. Cho is taken aback by the sheer amount of supplies Kang has brought with him, quickly realizing that his friend is preparing to vanish for weeks once more. Sensing Cho's concern, Kang reassures him, insisting that he won't be going anywhere this time. He explains that he has his license exam the following day, but promises to return in a couple of days to check on him. However, he adds with a hint of regret that once the semester starts, his visits will be limited to just once a week. After this, Cho turns to Kang and expresses his desire to make ramen, asking if he'd like to join. Kang declines, crashing to the ground in exhaustion and urging Cho to enjoy himself. As he lies in the snow, a realization washes over him. It has been 6 months since he first met the old man. He contemplates that in 1 year and 6 months, the true story will begin. This is when Sung will uncover the secrets that grant him strength. However, he discovered this 6 months later, which means he still has at least 2 years before he finds his path. Yet Kang feels a weight in his chest. He knows that Cho could suddenly die, as he never appeared in the original story. Suddenly, Cho catches Kang staring at him and assumes he's fixated on the noodles he's preparing. "Hey! Stop staring at my food if you said you weren't interested." Cho scolds, irritation creeping into his voice. Kang, feeling cornered, quickly reiterates, "I'm really not interested." In a sudden burst of energy, Kang jumps to his feet. "I just remembered something in the car," he exclaims, rushing out into the snowy expanse. He had completely forgotten about the Kaoliang liquor stashed in the trunk. Kang feels the weight of stress as he contemplates the daunting task of climbing down the mountain to retrieve what his master needs. Yet, his determination drives him forward. He's willing to do anything for his master. Suddenly, he pulls out his phone and is taken aback by the sheer number of notifications. 30 missed calls and 50 unread texts flash on the screen, leaving him momentarily speechless. A part of him wonders if this is some elaborate prank. While he's accustomed to a few missed messages and calls after emerging from the portal, the sheer volume before him feels utterly bizarre. Kang is still lost in thought, pondering what might be wrong, when Seora's call suddenly comes through. He answers eagerly, but the first words out of her mouth hit him like a punch. "You scumbag." Shocked, Kang stumbles over his response, but Seora doesn't hold back. She berates him as a piece of trash, someone she had high hopes for. Confused and taken aback, Kang asks, "What are you talking about?" But Seora's voice rises in fury as she screams, "Don't play dumb! What you did is all over the news." After finishing her tirade, Seora abruptly ends the call. Kang calls out her name, but she has already vanished. Confusion washes over him. He can't fathom why Seora would lash out like that. Just then, his gaze lands on a news article detailing his refusal of the Brave Citizen Award. The headline reveals that someone has claimed he rejected the honor because of a relationship with Yoon Seo, which is why he had her accept the award on his behalf. An image of Yoon Seo embracing him accompanies the article, and Kang's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the news has already spread like wildfire. To make matters worse, his identity and image are now plastered all over the internet. The photo of him and Yoon Seo together in Jeju is trending everywhere, leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable. Unbeknownst to everyone, the mastermind behind the article and the ensuing scandal is none other than the woman collaborating with Jong. Kang erupts in fury upon discovering the rumors circulating about him being a shameless teacher. Struggling to keep his emotions in check, he answers a call from the vice principal, who reveals that he has been trying to reach him for some time. Kang explains that he was trapped inside a portal, which is why he couldn't be reached. Meanwhile, Kim Man-dong's phone is on loudspeaker, resting on his table. Kang inquires if he has seen the article, to which the vice principal responds affirmatively. He reassures Kang, stating that he knows he isn't that kind of person. However, the vice principal emphasizes that the situation still threatens the school's reputation. After struggling in their sparring match, Kim Man-dong turns to Kang, offering his support. "I'm ready to back you up," he says, his determination clear. Curious about Kang's next move, he asks, "What do you plan to do?" Kang's eyes narrow with resolve. "I'm going to find out who said those things and make them pay for disrespecting my student." With a firm tone, he instructs the vice principal to hang up, signaling that he needs to fully assess the situation before taking action. Man-dong hangs up the call, realizing that Yoon Seo's mother is in his office. Having overheard the entire conversation, he comforts the distraught woman, assuring her that Kang is a man of his word and will surely turn the situation around. The name behind the article is Nam Ji-min, but Kang is unfamiliar with it, as it doesn't appear anywhere in the original story. Kang seized with anger, frustrated that an unknown force has turned his life upside down. He comes to the unsettling realization that this new predicament is a side story born from his own actions. Just as he feared, the system alerts him to the side story, aptly titled The Shameless Teacher. Meanwhile, Jong sits behind his screen, determined to ensure that the article spread to every corner of the country, intent on finishing Kang once and for all. Kang, consumed by rage, knows that whoever is responsible for this will regret crossing him. Meanwhile, Cho is blissfully savoring his ramen when Kang storms back into the snowy plains. Without missing a beat, Kang informs him that he's putting down the liquor for now, but is preparing to head out. Cho is astounded by his student's brilliance, and Kang informs him that he will return the following week. Just as Kang is about to step through the portal, Cho halts him, urging him not to kill anyone. Despite Kang's efforts to mask his emotions, Cho can see the simmering rage on his face. Taking his master's words to heart, Kang finally steps through the portal, As Kong drives along the highway, memories of his time in Jeju flood his mind. He knows that Sanhwa and Ijol are his strongest allies, the ones who can truly vouch for him. Yet, he can't shake the feeling that people are more inclined to believe what they see rather than what they hear. His greatest challenge looms ahead. How will he explain the photos that have surfaced, showing him and Isiol together? Noticing the soldiers in the first image, he decides to gather statements from the officers in charge. He realizes it will be a challenge to track them all down, but he's undeterred. The real issue, however, is the snapshot of him locking arms with Isiol on the beach. It was a fleeting moment, yet he's astonished that someone managed to capture it. He realizes that the person who captured the creature must have intended to manufacture something that doesn't exist. Kong attempts to contact the reporter who posted the article, but each time he dials, the call drops. Despite his growing frustration, he understands that he must first renew his hunter's license. As he enters the building, he finds it bustling with other hunters, all likely there to clear dungeons or renew their own licenses. Kong approaches the attendant, his sword in hand, ready to renew his hunter's license. The attendant glances at the ID and, upon seeing the name, his eyes widen in recognition. Whispers ripple through the room as other hunters catch sight of Kong, their expressions shifting to disbelief. They murmur among themselves, questioning why this so-called piece of trash has dared to show his face here. Kong informs the attendant that he has already checked in on his way to the facility and that there's an open slot available for him to take the test. The attendant agrees to sign him up for the license renewal, but warns him that the hunters are furious about recent events, and not all of them are willing to collaborate with Kong. None of the hunters want to be grouped with someone they consider beneath them, like Kong. They've even dug into his background and discovered that he never attended a hunter school. Everything seems to be stacked against him. Kong is stunned to realize that his reputation has preceded him, and now even those he has never met recognize his face. His face has been plastered across every gossip site, accompanied by a scandalous tag. Bloggers are reveling in the chaos as they circulate Kong's pictures far and wide. Kong realizes that if this continues, he'll be subjected to harassment for the rest of his life. Frustrated and overwhelmed, he tells the attendant to place him in any available group. He simply doesn't care anymore. Determined to forge his own path, he's prepared to go solo if necessary. Finally, the attendant assigns him to Team E. However, when Team E hears the news, they erupt in protest, insisting they don't want trash on their team. The attendant tries to calm their frayed nerves, reminding them that Kong has vowed to go solo. He encourages them to simply ignore him as if he were invisible. The attendant leads him to a portal, explaining that he must clear it to renew his license. It turns out to be a B-Rank's portal, and Kong is the first to step inside. Grateful for the assistant's help, he enters the dungeon with determination. The attendant cautions him not to leave the safe zone until the rest of his team arrives. The team recoils at the sight of Kong, their distaste palpable. They decide to hang back, their animosity so strong that one member even contemplates giving Kong a swift knock on the head as they prepare to enter the portal. Just then, the attendant steps forward, reminding them that it's time to enter the dungeon. It's been 20 minutes already. With a serious tone, she informs them that they have 3 hours to clear the dungeon. Team E finally steps through the portal, only to be taken aback by what they find inside. The sky is already clear, and it's barely been 20 minutes since they entered. They can hardly believe that a B-Rank, 6-person portal has been cleared in such record time. As they grapple with the astonishing scene, they suddenly spot Kang emerging from behind some bushes. Bloodstains cover him, and his sword drips with crimson. Kong approaches the A-Rank hunter, the team leader, and confronts him for passing judgment without knowing the truth. The A-Rank is taken aback, stammering as he asks Kong if he cleared the dungeon all by himself. Kong replies that he was in a hurry, which is why he had to dispatch the monsters so quickly. He informs the team that he has already dealt with the monsters, leaving the cleanup and disposal to them. The A-Rank hunter suddenly realizes that Kong might be more formidable than he initially thought, especially since he entered the dungeon without any gear. Just then, Kong steps closer, radiating a menacing aura, and demands half of the profits from the dungeon. As he prepares to leave for other matters, he insists that they transfer the payment to his account. With a menacing tone, he warns the team leader that he knows the true worth of the merchandise, and that they shouldn't dare to deceive him. With that, Kang turns on his heel, ready to walk away. The orange-haired member of the team can't hold back, scolding Kang for disrespecting their leader. He turns to the leader, asking if he should call Kang back. Unbeknownst to the others, the leader has sensed Kang's true strength and wants to avoid any conflict. He instructs the orange-haired man to let Kang go. As Kang steps out of the portal, the attendant's eyes widen in shock. Seeing Kang covered in blood, he immediately jumps to the conclusion that something terrible has happened to the rest of the team. Kang urges the man to steady his nerves, reminding him that the others are inside, focused on cleaning up the monsters. The attendant expresses his astonishment at Kang's ability to clear the dungeon in under 30 minutes, noting that it's the fastest record in the past 5 years. Intrigued, Kang asks who held the previous record. The attendant explains that a large guild once entered the portal and managed to clear it in just 25 minutes. However, Isial managed to clear the dungeon in just 40 minutes for his solo record. When Kang hears this, he is taken aback, realizing that Isial must have pushed himself to the brink to achieve such a swift completion. Despite the shock, Kang feels a sense of relief. He had channeled his anger and stress into battling the unfortunate monsters within. Once Kang wraps up his business, he departs, urging the attendant to look after the team. A few minutes later, he makes a call to Xianhua, reminding her that he promised to reach out after the exam. Surprised to hear he's already finished, she listens intently as Kang explains that he had to rush due to the current circumstances. He then inquires about meeting her reporter friend that she had mentioned. Xianhua reassures him that she will be there to assist him. Shortly after, Kang arrives at her place. As she opens the door to greet him, she notices that he seems to have lost weight. Concerned, she asks if he's eaten and offers to prepare something for him, but he insists that he's fine. Xianhua encourages him to step inside, reassuring him that her friend is already gathering the materials. As Kang enters, he meets Xianhua's friend, Lim Eunji. With a warm smile, Lim introduces herself, mentioning that she works for the Dongsu Daily. She adds playfully that she's heard plenty about Kang from Xianhua, who seems to never stop talking about him. Before she can reveal Xianhua's secrets, Xianhua discreetly delivers a punch to her knee, sending her crashing to the ground in pain. With a smile, Xianhua tells Kang that she's going to fetch him something to drink. After preparing tea for everyone, Lim turns to Kang and asks if he's in a romantic relationship with Yoon Sale. Kang quickly insists that he is completely innocent. After this, Lim turns to him, asking if he has any evidence or witnesses to back up his claims and dismiss the swirling rumors. Xianhua is the first to speak up, revealing that she knows why Kang went to Jeju Island. To add weight to her words, she produces a video recording. In it, Jong-sik and Yosul stand firmly in support of Kang. Kang's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes that 2 members of the Hareng Guild are in his corner. In the video, they reveal the true reason Kang traveled to Jeju Island and how closely they work together every single day. Xianhua reassures Kang that they are prepared to testify if the situation escalates to a courtroom. Lim is astonished by the video, realizing it provides undeniable proof that Kang's trip to Jeju Island had nothing to do with romance. At that moment, they present Kang with another piece of evidence that could turn the tide in his favor, a video recording of Kim Man-dong. In the footage, Kim confidently declares his unwavering trust in Kang. He clarifies that Kang's decision to decline the award was not to hide a fabricated romantic getaway. Instead, he highlights how Kang had garnered significant attention when the school launched its YouTube channel. While some of the attention was positive, the majority leaned toward the negative. The vice principal noted that many believed Kang could easily become a target since he wasn't from a hunter school. This perception led to an influx of duel requests, and after witnessing the fallout from the YouTube video, Man-dong understands why Kang would prefer to stay out of the spotlight. Kang is taken aback as he watches the video, completely unprepared for Kim Man-dong to go to such lengths on his behalf. Lim turns to him, her expression resolute, and assures him that the videos alone should serve as undeniable proof of his innocence. She declares her intention to write the article and publish it swiftly, promising that the misunderstanding will be resolved well before the school semester begins. Before Lim departs, she informs Kang that she reached out to the news outlet that originally published the article. They disclose that the reporter, Nam Ji-men, wasn't the author of the piece. It turns out someone hacked into their system to release the scandalous article. Lim then inquires if Kang has made any enemies recently, but nothing significant comes to his mind. Liam warns him to be cautious, suggesting that he might be a target, and next time, it could escalate to something physical far more serious than just a news article. She urges Kang to stay safe, expressing her concern that she doesn't want to see him as a headline again. Grateful for her advice, Kang nods in understanding, and their meeting comes to a close. Later that night, as he lies in bed, a wave of relief washes over him. Yoon Seo's name has finally been cleared. Despite his concerns, he can't shake the feeling of unease about who might be after him. The thought of someone dragging his student, a mere child, into this mess unsettles him deeply. He had joined the school seeking a peaceful life, yet he finds himself genuinely caring for his students. Just then, his phone buzzes with a notification, pulling him from his thoughts. He glances at the message and discovers a heartfelt show of solidarity from his students. Each one shares images of moments spent with Kang, highlighting the positive impact he's had on their lives. They jokingly claim that if an image of him with Yoon Seo makes them a couple, then they too can be considered his girlfriends. Jin-soo proudly shares a photo of himself and the teacher enjoying ice cream together, declaring it the perfect representation of his love life with Kang. Kang watches this unfold, tears welling in his eyes. He reflects on his desire for an easy life, which led him to become a teacher. Yet, despite feeling that he hasn't done anything extraordinary for his students, they have woven themselves into the fabric of his life. It's astonishing to him that even when the world seems to turn its back, his students stand by him, unwavering in their support. He realizes that it's not just the students who support him. The vice principal, Young Sik, Isil, Seon Hwa, and nearly everyone he's encountered are on his side. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kang sheds tears freely, acknowledging that he must have lived a good life for so many to stand up for him. At that moment, he receives a text from Shura apologizing for calling him trash. She then informs Kang that she has done all she can to help. In the text she sent, she leaves an address and a password, assuring him that whatever he discovers there will likely resolve most of his issues. It turns out that Sora has transformed herself into Catwoman, successfully tracking down Young and her accomplice. In a dimly lit warehouse, Sora has bound Jun and his accomplice, the woman from the beach, after shaving patches of their hair. With a sense of anticipation, she waits for Kang to arrive. Moments later, Kang steps into the warehouse, his eyes widening as he discovers the two of them tied to chairs, their mouths sealed with duct tape. Kang spots a laptop on the table and quickly enters the password Seora provided. His heart sinks as he discovers a trove of damaging images and articles, all crafted by Young to ruin his reputation. It becomes clear that Young, still nursing his wounds from their duel, has been recklessly targeting Kang out of spite. Without hesitation, Kang dials the police, determined to put an end to Jung's malicious schemes. As Jung is escorted to the car, he turns to Kang, a menacing glint in his eye. "I'll be back for you," he threatens, "and I'll start with those closest to you." The moment those words sink in, Kang's demeanor shifts. A primal fury ignites within him. He lunges forward, seizing Jung by the shirt, his voice low and dangerous. "You think you can come after me?" he growls. For a moment, he contemplates beating Jung to a pulp, but then his expression hardens. "If you dare to touch anyone I care about, I'll make sure you face judgment straight from God." Jung can feel the chilling aura of Kang's killing instinct, sending a wave of fear coursing through him. The policemen have no choice but to pull Kang away, preventing him from tearing Jung apart on the spot. Later, a news report emerges, exonerating Kang from all the accusations against him. With the support of high-profile testimonies, public opinion shifts dramatically, painting Kang in a much more favorable light. Kang visits his master, sharing the events that unfolded. Cho's disappointment is palpable as he reflects on how quickly people turned against him, without waiting for solid evidence. Rumors can be quite dangerous, he admits, a hint of regret in his voice. He then acknowledges the commendable lengths the students went to in support of him. Kang responds, expressing his gratitude. "I consider myself lucky to have such people around me." The school suggested he take a leave of absence, but he refused, determined not to worry his students. Cho commended him for his dedication, reminding him that he must repay their kindness with his exceptional teaching. In light of this, Kang turned to the old man with a request of his own. He asks if the old man is familiar with the three-talent sword method. This technique consists of three fundamental skills: the horizontal cut, the vertical cut, and the thrust. While it may be considered a lowly rated martial art, Kang believes it would be beneficial to teach the children. Curious, he inquires whether the old man has any knowledge of this method. Cho responds that he hasn't heard of the three-talent sword method and questions Kang's interest in it, especially since he hasn't even mastered the technique he is currently learning. Kang takes a moment to clarify his explanation to Cho, who finally grasps that he was referring to the traditional sword-cutting techniques. Cho had been completely baffled by the mention of talents in the discussion. Curious, Kang then inquires if the old man knows any other techniques beyond what he has already learned. Cho confirms that he does, but he's eager to understand Kang's motivation for asking. With sincerity, Kang reveals that he wishes to teach his students these techniques, hoping to leave a lasting impact on their journey. Cho disputes this, asserting that he isn't obligated to teach them martial arts. He then shares a lesson he learned from the three-bong dude during his visit to Wudong Mountain many years ago. Intrigued, Kang presses for details, and Cho reveals that the dude was exceptionally skilled in medicinal herbs, which inspired him to create remarkable medicinal potions. It turns out that Cho had been authorized to pass on his teachings to a disciple, should he ever take one under his wing. Kang is taken aback that Cho hadn't chosen him initially. With a knowing smile, Cho explains that he has already guided Kang in developing his physique beyond the point where he would need that particular training. Kang is convinced that the mixture is a tonic, but Cho quickly sets him straight. He explains that while the herbs may not boost inner energy, their effects are still remarkable. Cho emphasizes how simple it is to prepare, calling it the perfect gift for Kang to share with his students. Intrigued, Cho asks if Kang is willing to learn the preparation method, to which Kang eagerly agrees. When class resumes, the first thing Kang presents to his students is the herb, ready to share its benefits with them. After taking a sip, they immediately start to vomit, lamenting that it tastes like poison. Kang can hardly believe that the punks he refers to as his students are rejecting what should be beneficial for their bodies. Jin-Soo joins in the complaints, but Kang doesn't hesitate to punish him with an extra lap during their running drills. He informs them that they have no choice. For the next 2 months, the first task each day will be to drink this medicinal concoction. He assures them that they are free to decline the drink if they truly wish to. Hearing this, Jin-Soo contemplates the possibility that drinking it might actually benefit him. With the day's lectures canceled, Kang suggests they bid farewell and disperse the class. The class president, Young Min-hee, rises, prompting the entire class to follow suit. In a gesture reminiscent of a military salute, the students bow their heads in respect to Kang, urging him to continue guiding them as he had throughout the past semester. They shower him with compliments, calling him handsome and pleading with him not to quit. It finally dawned on Kang that the students were concerned he might quit the school. Once they realized their teacher was staying, they dispersed from the classroom, relief washing over their faces. After the last of the kids left, Seora entered, catching Kang off guard. He looked at her, surprised, and asked why she had come to see him. To his astonishment, she revealed that Antis had developed a serious interest in him and had sent her once again to convey their intentions. Kang had anticipated their arrival. The noise he had made in recent months had been impossible to ignore. Now, faced with a dire situation, he called out several names for Seora to hear. At first, she was puzzled, but then Kang clarified that these names belonged to the key figures of Antis. He urged Seora to deliver a warning. If Antis didn't back off, he would expose their most influential members. Seora is taken aback by this revelation and asks Kang how he knows what he knows. Kang calmly explains that he conducted his own investigation. He reassures her that Antis won't dare to touch her. They fear the consequences. As he speaks, Kang recalls Jong-sik's warning that he can't hide forever. It dawns on him that he is now intertwined with so many people that there's no turning back. Kang has finally come to terms with the reality that the original story has shifted due to his actions from the very beginning. With this realization, he resolves to let go of his attachment to the original narratives and embrace the changes that must be made. Seora overhears him discussing this, but to her, it sounds like a jumble of words. Kang, still grappling with his thoughts, isn't prepared to explain himself just yet. He casually tells her that he's looking forward to the new semester with her. With a smile, Kang walks away, feeling as though he's finally on the brink of starting his life. Soon after, his students begin to recognize the value of the medicinal herb he's been sharing with them. They've affectionately dubbed the herbal tonic bitter water. As a result, some of their grades begin to improve, all thanks to Kang's concoction. Due to its bitter taste, most students began using it to stave off drowsiness and improve digestion. As a result, their stamina surged just in time for the midterm exams. Everyone was taken aback when the sword class delivered an impressive performance. The other teachers couldn't help but question Kang about the secret behind his students' remarkable transformation. What had he fed them to spark such a dramatic change? The students have impressively reached a level comparable to the third-year Ranger majors. Kang feels a swell of pride at their progress, but he knows this is no time to relax. He intends to push them even harder, as they've grown stronger than ever. Before long, the second semester comes to a close. On the final day of class, Kang warns his students not to let their guard down during the break. Don't think about playing around, he cautions. There's a midterm evaluation waiting for you when the holiday ends. As the announcement concludes, the students disperse, making their way home. However, Kang notices that Yunseo and Yunso remain behind. Curious, he approaches them and asks why they aren't leaving with their classmates. The twins exchange glances before revealing their intentions. They plan to apply for the upcoming martial arts tournaments and want to know their teacher's stance on the matter. The martial arts tournament is an open event, welcoming students from all hunter schools across the country. Without any official rankings, it's typically the third-year students who shine the brightest. Kong suddenly recalls a discussion about the tournament from a faculty meeting a few days prior, but it had completely slipped his mind. He hadn't anticipated that his first-year students would show any interest in competing. The girls express their desire to apply early, knowing that the preliminary stage begins in November. However, they're conflicted and seek Kang's advice to determine if it's a wise decision. Kang cautions them, pointing out that they may face challenges against the second and third-year students, who already have competition experience. The girls nod in agreement, worried that participating might tarnish his reputation if they don't perform well. Kong is taken aback by this revelation and demands an explanation. It turns out that when Kim Sejin was a first-year student, she attempted to apply for the competition. However, her teacher at the time forbade her, claiming it would tarnish his reputation if she entered only to lose. Undeterred, Kim Sejin persevered and eventually secured approval from the vice principal. Kong is struck by her resilience, recognizing it as a key reason she holds the position of student council president. With newfound confidence, he tells the girls they are free to register for the competition, dismissing his tarnished reputation with a wave of his hand. Their faces light up with joy at his words, and Kang encourages them to push through the preliminaries. Kong encourages them not to miss the special classes that will be organized for the competition. The girls are taken aback by this news and eagerly ask Kang if he will be their instructor. With a shrug, Kong admits he has no idea who will be in charge, but it certainly won't be him. The girls press him for answers, questioning why he isn't the one leading the classes. Kong reminds them, with a hint of humility, that he's still a rookie, and they'll likely choose a seasoned teacher from the third year instead. The girls are clearly dissatisfied with the current standards, as they view Kong as the finest swordsmanship teacher in the entire school. Aware of their attempts to flatter him into compliance, Kong remains steadfast in his refusal. He gently assures them that he has no interest in taking on the extra responsibility, as his evenings and weekends are already spoken for. With a bright smile, Kang informs the girls that he will submit their list to the vice principal, assuring them that all they need to do now is prepare for the competition. However, when Kang arrives at the vice principal's office, he is met with yet another surprise. It turns out the vice principal has appointed him to oversee the special classes. Kong attempts to evade responsibility by reminding the vice principal that he's just a rookie, suggesting that more experienced teachers should take charge. However, Kim Man-dong firmly insists that Kong is the designated special lesson teacher. It soon becomes clear that Kim has already approached all the other potential candidates, but they all decline the offer. Recognizing Kong's reluctance, Kim proposes they strike a deal, just as they did last time. Kong responds, expressing his doubts about making another deal with Kim Man-dong, as Man-dong wasn't prepared to honor their previous agreement. In turn, Man-dong brings up an intriguing point. He has discovered that Kong has yet to meet the requirements for the A-rank promotion test. Kong acknowledges this, but confidently states that he is already setting his sights on next year. Man-dong smiles at Kong, presenting him with an enticing opportunity, a chance to be promoted to A ranks without delay. Intrigued, Kang leans in closer. The vice principal explains that a recommendation from him, an S-rank hunter, would allow Kong to take the promotion examination. Man-dong is confident that Kong will succeed. It's a tempting offer that Kong simply can't afford to ignore. Kong understands that becoming an A-rank hunter will significantly boost his earnings. He then inquires about adjusting the schedule, as he won't be available on certain days. Once they reach an agreement, Kang exits the office. Kong had deliberately accepted the offer, knowing that his Man-dong might prove invaluable one day. As he gazes at the list before him, he notices that 2 of the current applicants are first-year students, while the final candidate, Kim Sejin, hails from the third-year class. Since Kong last saw Kim Sejin after their duel, he hopes she's doing well. Meanwhile, Kim Sejin is pushing herself to the limit, determined to catch up to Kang's level. When Kong arrives at the snowy plains, he confides in the old man about his plans to train harder, leaving the elder astonished. He can't help but wonder why someone who usually tries to avoid training is suddenly so eager for more. He even fears that he may have taken a life and is now fleeing from the authorities. Kang can only express his desire to become stronger than he ever intended. Having resolved to make his own choices, he wants to be prepared for any consequences that may arise. Uncertain of what chaos might ensue in the world, he is determined to be ready to protect those he holds dear. At that moment, he turns to the old man and asks if he can now read the writings from the outside world. Cho nods, asserting that it's not difficult at all. Just then, Kang presents a swordsmanship book to the old man, urging him to take a look. As Cho examines the textbook from the outside world, he scoffs and declares it nothing but trash. He dismisses the techniques in the book as barely worthy of being called third-rate martial arts. A smile spreads across Kang's face as he realizes the old man shares his sentiments. He assures the elder that his decision to remain in the snowy plains for the entire break isn't driven by selfish motives. In fact, he's been pondering a plan to tackle the special classes. Having faced countless weapons in battle, Cho is intrigued when Kang mentions that there are textbooks on other weapons. Kang wonders if he could defeat these weapons by learning from Cho. The old man grins, recognizing the spark of an interesting idea in Kang's words. It dawns on Cho that Kang is essentially proposing a non-combat sparring match. This sparring match relies solely on words, a unique exchange that may not sharpen skills like a real fight, but serves to uncover flaws in martial theories. Kang believes that if a grandmaster like Cho can pinpoint the weaknesses in modern martial arts, then he can also impart that knowledge. Armed with this insight, Kang can teach the kids how to counter every weapon they might face. Kang is confident that once they master his teachings, they will become unstoppable. Without wasting any time, he and Cho dive into training. During one session, Kang manages to sneak up behind Cho, attempting to land a surprise hit. However, even caught off guard, Cho skillfully blocks the attack, resulting in a powerful blast that echoes through the training grounds. Throughout the entire holiday, they trained diligently, taking notes on every session. As usual, Kang found himself on the receiving end of his master's tough love, often getting beaten up for his punkish antics. However, amidst the training, Kang and Cho forged a strong bond, sharing moments over bowls of ramen. For Kang, this turned out to be an unexpectedly enjoyable holiday. After the break, Kang returns to the school cafeteria, ready to savor a different flavor of food, something other than ramen. He finds himself in an awkward moment of contemplation when Kim Se-jin appears to greet him. It turns out that the third years are the first to eat, which is why their paths have crossed. They decide to head to the training room, where Kim suggests they engage in a sparring match. Kang politely declines, explaining to the girl that his stomach is still full from his recent meal. Meanwhile, in the training room, his troublesome students await him. To his surprise, he discovers that Minnie and Jinsu have also joined the two sisters in applying for the competition. Now, there are 4 first-year students and 1 third-year student in the mix. Kang breathes a sigh of relief. With only 5 students, it's a manageable number for him. Jinsu turns to Kang and asks if they'll have classes on weekends. Kang nods, confirming that the principal has mandated it. If you want to complain, you know who to talk to, he adds with a hint of amusement. While the rest of the class grumbles about their overwhelming schedule, Kim Se-jin is surprisingly eager, even suggesting they hold classes on Sundays. Jinsu gapes at the workaholic, incredulous. Why do you enjoy being such a pain in the arse, he asks, half joking, half exasperated. Minnie raises her hand, proposing that they shift their focus from theory to more practical classes. Kang acknowledges her suggestion, assuring the team that while they will prioritize sparring, theoretical lessons won't be neglected. Then, Kim Se-jin raises her hand, requesting to train alone, separate from the rest of the team. Kang can sense her determination. She is fiercely driven to be the best. He wonders who she is trying to impress during the competition. Kang then reveals his new book, handing it over to the kids. The textbook is titled Countering Style. Initially, Kim feels a wave of disappointment, showing little interest, but as she opens the book and discovers its contents, her mind is blown. The others, however, are still trying to catch up, mistakenly believing that Kang is merely teaching them how to wield weapons other than swords. They grumble about the difficulty of learning new weapons and even magic, but Kang simply smiles, pointing out that Kim Se-jin is the only sensible one among them. He encourages them to read the title of the book once more, and suddenly, it clicks. They realize it's a counter-style book, not a manual on how to wield the weapons. Kim's eyes widen as she understands that if she masters the techniques within, she will become nearly unstoppable against any weapon. Kim had always believed that with enough hard work, she could reach Kang's level. However, she now understands that Kang is in a league of his own, a true genius. A week after starting the special class, Kang proposes an innovative approach, a theoretical lesson on the first day, followed by a sparring session the next. To further enhance their training, Lee Sale has also joined the team to help guide the kids. Kang even sought Xionghua's assistance to heal the kids whenever they felt fatigued. He rotates this responsibility to help the students gain valuable experience. Meanwhile, the first-year students are preparing for a training camp, and Kang is already daydreaming about some well-deserved free time. However, his plans are dashed once again when the vice principal intervenes, announcing that he wants Kang to serve as the training camp instructor. Kang attempts to remind the man that he is merely a swordsmanship instructor, not a homeroom teacher. However, the man persists, emphasizing the importance of the recommendation letter that hangs in the balance. Ultimately, Kang finds himself with no choice but to attend the training camp. As they prepare, Xianghua inquires if Kang has brought any herbal concoctions for the children. He nods and replies that he has indeed prepared some. The herbal medicine will be beneficial for their growth, he explains, knowing they are still in their formative years. Since they began drinking the herbs, their bodies have undergone remarkable transformations. After one of the sparring sessions, Lee Seo offers to help Kang clean up, but he politely declines, assuring her that she has already done enough. As Kang heads to the locker to retrieve his belongings, Kim Se-jin suddenly appears behind him, catching him off guard. Kang turns to her, curious as to why she hasn't left yet, his mind racing with the worry that she might be there to challenge him to another sparring match. Kim states that she isn't there to spar but has something important to share. With a hint of hesitation, she reveals that she won't be able to attend class this coming Saturday. Kang is taken aback by the news, his mind racing with questions about the reason behind her absence. Normally, he might feel relieved at the prospect of one less student to teach, but instead, he finds himself reflecting on his genuine passion for guiding them. Even Kim Se-jin was moved to tears as she shared the news with her teacher. Kang found comfort in knowing it was just one Saturday. Afterward, the two settled outside for a conversation. The one thing Kang struggled with was keeping quiet. All he could offer her was his herbal concoction. To his surprise, Kim Se-jin revealed that she would be embarking on a real hunt every weekend, starting this coming Saturday. Se-jin confesses that she would have loved to stay behind and seek guidance from her teacher, but circumstances leave her no choice. Kang raises an eyebrow, noting the oddity of Se-jin attending practical lessons on a weekend, which is typically against the rules. With a hint of defiance, Se-jin reveals that her father has already decided to speak with the vice principal about it. Kang doubts that the vice principal would agree, given his stubborn nature. It's at this moment that Se-jin drops a bombshell. Her father is the guild master of the Aries Guild. Kang is taken aback, unable to fathom that Se-jin hails from such wealth. She then clarifies that her true goal isn't the National Martial Arts Tournament. Instead, she's only competing to secure a ticket for the WHCU 19. The WHCU 19, or World Hunter Championship Under 19, is a prestigious competition for aspiring hunters under the age of 19. Kang notes that Se-jin could qualify for this event if she wins the martial arts tournament. However, he quickly realizes that Se-jin hasn't made any significant progress in the tournament yet she's already dreaming of the championship. He believes Se-jin is deserving of recognition, especially as a two-time back-to-back winner of the martial arts tournament. Her impressive track record has led many to speculate that she is the frontrunner for this year's competition. Se-jin then reveals that she competed in the championship, and Kang, anticipating good news given her incredible skills, is taken aback when she admits she lost in the first match. Unfortunately, she was pitted against the reigning champion, who swiftly defeated Kim Se-jin. Yet, Se-jin doesn't attribute her loss to bad luck. Instead, she believes that with the right skills, she could have performed much better against her formidable opponent. Upon hearing this, Kang gently pats Se-jin on the head. "I'm proud of you," he says, his voice warm. "Most people are lenient with themselves, but you always push yourself to do better." Se-jin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her teacher's praise. Standing up, Kang prepares to leave but encourages her. "Stay a little longer and enjoy some fresh air." Before departing, Kang advises Se-jin to view her defeat to the champion as a mark of being the runner-up, rather than seeing it as an elimination. He reassures her that she performed admirably and encourages her not to feel disheartened. Once he leaves, Se-jin receives a call from her father, and her cheerful demeanor quickly shifts to one of deep disappointment. She explains to her father that she didn't answer his call right away because she was listening to a counseling session. However, he dismisses her reasoning, insisting that the only advice she needs comes from him. Se-jin stands there, disappointment etched on her face, unsure of how to respond. The Aries Guild is renowned, and her father, an S-rank hunter, serves as its master. In the original tale, the heir to the guild, Kim Se-yeon, made the bold decision to forge her own path by establishing a new guild called Dawn. Se-yeon, a fiercely independent spirit, harbored such resentment toward her parents that she even changed her name to escape their shadow. Meanwhile, the original protagonist, Kim Do-hyun, found himself training within the Dawn Guild, where an unexpected romance blossomed between him and Se-yeon. It finally dawns on Kang what he has been missing all along. He had been puzzled as to why Kim Se-jin, a clearly talented individual, never appeared in the original story. Initially, Kang dismissed Se-jin as merely an impressive side character, but now, the pieces fall into place. Se-jin is actually the one who changed her name to Se-yeon, and she is the mastermind behind the creation of the guild, Dawn. It finally dawns on Kang that Se-jin is the female protagonist he has been searching for all along. He realizes that a rift between Se-jin and her father is inevitable if the story unfolds as it has been. The catalyst for their impending fallout will be the WHCU tournament, scheduled for January of the following year. When Se-jin underperforms in the tournament, her father's disappointment will only add fuel to the fire. Even Kang was taken aback by how the story unfolded as he read it. He couldn't believe that such a despicable old man was the parent of one of his classmates. With Se-jin being this year's winner of the martial arts tournament, Kang finally understood why she had been looking so uneasy. After all, he was known as the coldest, most merciless perfectionist among the top 10 in the living dead. His name is Dae-jin, an S-rank hunter renowned as the Sword King, and he also happens to be Se-jin's father. Dae-jin embodies the ultimate helicopter dad, constantly pressuring his daughter who is simply striving for independence with his vast network of connections. Kang confesses that if Dae-jin were his father, he would have fled long ago. Although they eventually reconciled, Kang still harbored lingering dissatisfaction with the chapter. She felt that nothing could truly mend what had been broken. On top of that, Kang sensed the immense pressure weighing on her. She was compelled to engage in practical training even on weekends. Connecting the dots, she realized that Se-jin, as a third-year student and the student council president, was likely overwhelmed with assignments of her own. Kang is astonished to see that Se-jin has no time to rest, constantly juggling classes and practical hunting training every weekend. Concerned for her well-being, he hopes that everything will eventually work itself out, even if he chooses to stay on the sidelines. When Kang visits Cho, he shares his worries about Se-jin's relentless schedule. The old man raises an eyebrow and asks, "What do you plan to do if you decide to step in?" Kang struggles to comprehend why he's seeking answers from Cho, only to be met with a sarcastic response. Cho inquires if Kang intends to sever someone else's blood bond with his own hands. He then confesses that he has witnessed countless individuals bearing such burdens. He recalls a direct descendant of the Namgung family, where he had briefly been a guest, as a prime example. Cho insists that all he did was adjust a few postures and stay out of it. Kang, incredulous, can hardly believe how heartless Cho is being. Cho coolly points out that not a single word has escaped Kang's lips. He then inquires if Se-jin has asked Kang for help, to which Kang replies no. Cho suspects that Se-jin is simply afraid of the impending fight, but Kang remains unconvinced, holding firm to his belief that it's not fear driving Se-jin. Cho scolds Kang, urging him to appreciate his blessings, especially since his disciple is already a martial artist. Kang reflects on Cho's words and acknowledges their truth. Se-jin never sought his assistance. He resolves to offer help uninvited, though he worries it might complicate things for Se-jin. With the tournament just a year away, Kang reassures himself that their relationship remains strong. Kang winces, rubbing his temples as he complains about a headache. Cho, ever the sage, advises him to pick up his sword, insisting that the best remedy for impatience is a good spar. Kang, half-joking, pleads with the old man to take it easy on him, reminding him that he needs to prepare for the training camp the following day. Cho shakes his head in disbelief, unable to fathom how Kang is already in a hurry to leave when he just arrived. Kang informs him that the teachers overseeing the training camp need to proceed without delay. With his packed schedule, Cho assumes Kang doesn't have the bandwidth to concern himself with Se-jin. However, Kang feels differently. He believes this distraction has hindered his own training lately. He acknowledges that since taking on supplementary classes, he's been busier than ever, and with the A-Ranks promotion test looming next Sunday, time is of the essence. Kang resolves to treat Kim and Hong to dinner after the test. With a multitude of responsibilities weighing on him, he feels that his second life is even more chaotic than the first. He rushes toward Cho, and the sparring session begins, his mind racing with thoughts of everything he has accomplished since embarking on this new journey. Since finding himself in this new body, Kang has been caught in a whirlwind of events, leaving him with no time to rest. He had promised himself that he would savor his second life, but the chaos surrounding him has made that nearly impossible. However, this doesn't mean he dislikes his current life. Being busy is his choice, and he finds meaning in it. Still, he wonders if Se-jin feels the same way. Despite his desire to avoid trouble, he found the courage to tell Sayer the truth after meeting Cho. Moreover, the duel with the vice principal, though a loss, has only made him stronger. Kang feels a surge of gratitude for his newfound strength, especially since it allowed him to save his student. Along his journey, he has encountered many remarkable individuals who have enriched his life. In that moment of reflection, he notices a newfound calmness within himself. Perhaps this was what Cho meant when he advised him to let go of impatience. However, just as he embraces this tranquility, a sudden realization strikes him. Something is amiss. Before he can fully comprehend it, he senses his internal energy spiraling out of control. Kang begins to question why this is happening, but before he can gather his thoughts, he collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. The agony surpasses even the moment when Cho opened his vessel. It becomes clear that he is experiencing chi deviation, a dangerous side effect of his internal energy spiraling out of control, leading to the burnout of his dantian. As a result, the internal energy that escapes his dantian begins to rise along his spine, bypassing the meridians entirely. Despite the pain coursing through him, Kang crosses his legs, settling into a position conducive to meditation. He understands that he must harness the chaotic energy within him, guiding it through the proper channels. Moments later, a wave of relief washes over him, and the pain dissipates entirely. Kang stands in bewilderment as Cho approaches him, a smile on his face. "Congratulations on your enlightenment," Cho says, his voice filled with warmth. "You've crossed another wall." Kang's eyes widen in shock. This revelation signifies that his martial skills have ascended to a new realm, but beneath his excitement lies a flicker of concern. He can't sense his internal energy anymore. Sensing his unease, Cho reassures him, "Don't worry, it hasn't vanished, it's simply been transferred to a new vessel." Cho admires Kang's impressive feat of climbing yet another wall in such a short time, admitting he expected it would take longer. While the old man speaks of enlightenment as if it were a monumental achievement, Kang feels little difference within himself. Cho reminds him that reaching a higher realm doesn't fundamentally change a person. There are still many more realms to conquer ahead. He explains that, for them, the key to reaching the supreme pinnacle is to be free from worldly delusions. Cho adds that even if he can't resolve the issue at hand immediately, he must accept the situation and embrace it as a part of himself. Upon hearing this, Kang admits he feels unexpectedly refreshed and, to his surprise, quite hungry. Cho isn't surprised at all. After all, Kang had circulated his internal energy for a full 8 hours, which explains his ravenous appetite. Kang gasps in disbelief, realizing he had sat there for 8 hours straight. How could that be possible? Despite being already late, Cho insists on boiling some noodles for Kang, wanting him to have a meal before he leaves. As Kang eats, he realizes he's at the initial stage of the supreme pinnacle, yet he struggles to gauge just how much stronger he has become. A thought crosses his mind how wonderful it would be to spar with Cho one more time. However, there's no time to dwell on it, thanks to the tight training camp schedule. Once Kang finishes his meal, he rushes off, leaving Cho suddenly aware that he forgot to warn him about controlling his power. Cho reassures himself, believing that nothing will go wrong. Meanwhile, tensions rise as the instructors from School 2 and School 1 bicker over who will take on the role of commander during the training camp. Two teachers from School 2 are convinced that the responsibility should rest on their shoulders, especially since there are no A-ranked teachers among the faculty of School 1. Leading the charge is an overly confident teacher with golden hair who boldly nominates Kim Jong-un from their school, declaring him the most qualified for the role. This sparks a heated debate, as others question the wisdom of choosing someone so new to the teaching profession. As the argument rages on, Kang stands silently at the back, incredulous that they've been at this for an entire hour. He can't fathom that he rushed to the campsite only to be greeted by such nonsense. Disappointment washes over him as he realizes they are genuinely squabbling over who will lead the camp instructors. What surprises him even more is that neither side seems willing to back down. Despite hearing that schools are fiercely protective of their pride, he couldn't believe it could be this extreme. After a heated argument, the golden-haired student proposes a duel to settle the matter once and for all. Deep down, Kang welcomes the idea. After all, endless talking clearly won't lead to a resolution, and a duel seems 100 times more promising. However, one muscular man disagrees with the idea of deciding the commander role through a duel. The golden-haired man challenges him to propose a better alternative. The muscular man then suggests that each school send out 5 representatives to compete in battle. As Kang hears this, he realizes just how clever the suggestion truly is. It turns out that School 2 boasts an A-rank hunter alongside several C-rank hunters, while all of School 1's teachers are B ranks. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired student shakes his head in disagreement. He reminds his peers that they only have about 30 minutes left in the training center tour. With the officials waiting, he proposes they simplify things with a one-on-one match. Yet deep down, Kang understands the truth. They're all afraid of the A-rank teacher, which is why they're shying away from a 5 versus 5 showdown. Suddenly, he hears the golden-haired boy calling out to him. The golden-haired youth mentions that he heard about Kang's spar with the vice principal, but he's currently hiding in the back, just like the others. He also brings up Kang's use of the aura blade, suggesting that it was manipulated. Not wanting to get caught up in their antics, Kang simply replies, "Think whatever you want." Kang understands that Ezio would have eagerly accepted the challenge, assuming she were present. However, he sees no benefit in engaging in the fight. Even if he were to win, it would only inflate the egos of those who already look down on him for coming from a non-hunter school. Kang holds back his emotions until the golden-haired student brings up the student saga. In an instant, he agrees to the duel, but his colleagues quickly urge him to take a breath and remain calm. He reminds them that this is a duel, and he has every right to participate. To ease their concerns, he announces that he will yield the representative position, and they reluctantly agree. Once they are on the same page, Kang steps forward, instructing the golden-haired teacher to summon all the teachers from his school to challenge him. The crowd gasps in disbelief, assuming Kang is merely joking, much like a comedian playing for laughs. Kang makes it clear that he is not joking. The golden-haired teacher, visibly disgusted, concludes that Kang's arrogance has soared to new heights, all because of a little media attention. Seizing the opportunity, the teacher resolves to teach Kang a lesson about the harsh realities of the world. As he draws a circle to mark the ring, Kang retorts that the teacher should be the one to learn about life's difficulties, considering they'll likely spend the entire day arguing over who gets to be the referee. Once Kang finishes marking the ring, he lays out the rules. He declares that the first person to step outside the circle will lose the game. The golden-haired teacher, Park, can hardly believe Kang's unwavering confidence. Instead of sending everyone into the ring, he decides that only 3 members from their side will step up. One of the other teachers turns to Park, questioning if he's truly certain about this decision. Park responds with determination, insisting they need to teach Kang a lesson for his words. He boasts about how they're going to tear him apart for his audacity. Meanwhile, the teachers from School 1 are in a frenzy, panicking at the thought of the impending duel, while the teachers from School 2 remain remarkably calm. As the tension builds, Kang lays down the rules. The duel will last 10 minutes, and the first to shout, "Surrender," or step outside the circle will lose. The trio from School 2 readily agrees, and Kang is determined to use the duel as a measure of his current strength. As the whistle blows, they spring into action. It quickly becomes clear that Park has chosen the most formidable combination at their disposal. He has no intention of going easy on Kang. Kang finds himself facing a swordsman, a vanguard, and a mage all at once. The vanguard is the first to strike, launching his spear at Kang, who effortlessly dodges the attack. In that moment, Kang realizes the vanguard's strategy. He aimed to create an opening for the swordsman to close the distance. But Kang is ready. He swiftly blocks the swordsman's strike, shattering the blade in the process. Everyone stands in shock, unable to comprehend that Kang has just shattered a sword with his bare hands. Even Kang himself is taken aback by how effortlessly he can now summon his inner guard. As he inspects his hand in disbelief, the mage suddenly unleashes a colossal spell, one that shouldn't even be used during a spar. As Kang observes the scene, he recognizes the mage as the A rank among the school's 2 teachers, and he acknowledges the peril of the attack she is preparing. Suddenly, a conversation with Cho from his training in Heavenly Demon swordsmanship flashes in his mind. He recalls Cho mentioning how the Heavenly Demon had once flustered him, but he never claimed he couldn't overcome the attack. At that moment, Kang finally grasped the true flow of mana. The fire spell cast by the mage was particularly troublesome, more so than those employed by low-level hunters. This was due to its explosive nature, which caused area damage even when sliced through with aura. Yet, to Kang's surprise, the attack was effortlessly severed, leaving the mage, Kim Jong-un, in a state of shock. With a single swing of his sword, Kang effortlessly deflects the attack, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. They struggle to comprehend how he managed such a feat, especially after witnessing him shatter a sword with his bare hands and nullify magic as if it were child's play. Their minds race with questions about Kang's true identity. Meanwhile, Kang himself is filled with exhilaration, reveling in the fact that everything is unfolding perfectly. He realizes he has grown stronger, now able to perceive the flow of mana. This newfound ability allows him to sever the mana, causing it to scatter as if his spell had failed. Suddenly, it hits Kang. The Dean must have seen his attack back then, but chose to let it land out of sheer curiosity. Kang can hardly believe it. The ball is in the old man's court now. At that moment, the swordsman and the vanguard choose to retreat, fully aware that they stand no chance against Kang. However, Kim remains resolute, refusing to back down. Kang can't help but feel impressed. Kim's unwavering determination reveals that he possesses the strongest mental fortitude among the three. At that moment, Kim begins to channel an even more formidable spell. Seizing the opportunity, Kang decides to strike while she's still focused on her incantation. Hoping to disrupt her concentration, he unleashes an aura slash aimed directly at her. But to his astonishment, a shimmering barrier springs up around Kim, effortlessly deflecting his attack. Park can't help but taunt Kang, sneering that his aura is no match for Kim's impenetrable shield. Kang notices the sheer joy radiating from his opponent and decides to demonstrate that if a pistol won't suffice, he'll simply bring out a cannon. With that, he readies an even more formidable skill, the Aura Blade. The instructors gasp in disbelief, chastising Kang for resorting to such a powerful technique in a duel as if he were intent on killing Kim. Kang, however, calmly points out that it was Kim who first attempted to incinerate the entire field just to reach him. Kang dismisses their protests and resolves to test the skill. He hurls the sword at Kim, eager to see whether his weapon or the barrier will shatter first. The sword strikes the barrier, erupting in a brilliant flash before splintering at the point of impact. With the barrier now gone, Kang is confident that Kim will have no choice but to cease his casting. To his astonishment, Kim demonstrates the rare ability to cast spells while on the move, a skill that few can master. As she gracefully navigates the ring, her incantations flow effortlessly, leaving the instructors in awe. They believe Kang is cornered, with no escape in sight, destined to be roasted as he can't reach his sword. Just then, Kang interjects, a confident glint in his eye, asking them if they truly think he discarded his sword without a plan. He reveals that he deliberately missed his target, not wanting to kill Kim. Suddenly, Kang's sword begins to move on its own, mirroring the motions of his hand. The instructors are thrown into a panic, bewildered by how Kang is managing this feat. Unbeknownst to them, this technique was taught to Kang by his master, but until now, he had been unable to attempt it due to a lack of internal energy. That has all changed. It's a martial art that focuses on wielding a sword from a distance, guided by energy and intent. Suddenly, Kim feels a sharp pain as a blade cuts into her from behind. She screams, blood spilling from her lips, as she collapses to the ground. Kang's expression shifts dramatically, fear gripping him as he realizes he may have just taken Kim's life. Just then, the school nurse rushes in to assist the injured lady, prompting Kang to realize that he still struggles to control his newfound power. The toll on his internal energy is far too great. As Kim receives treatment, Kang is declared the winner of the duel, and with that victory comes the authority to choose the training commander. In a surprising turn of events, Park, ever the shameless character, approaches Kang to offer an apology for his earlier behavior. To Kang's astonishment, even two instructors join in, expressing their regrets for their harsh words. It's hard to believe this group would ever admit fault. Yet, in a display of humility, Kang graciously reciprocates, acknowledging that he too had been rude. Kang is pleasantly surprised that the group accepted their defeat gracefully, without any tantrums. He feels relieved that everything has turned out well, especially since they will be working together on the mission for the next 3 days and 2 nights. Approaching Kim, he informs her that she will be the training commander. The teachers from School 1 are taken aback, questioning Kang's intentions behind this unexpected decision. They remind him that he was the one who won the duel, granting him the authority to guide the students. Kang then turns to Kim, expressing his admiration for her unwavering spirit to persevere until the very end. He hopes that this training session will inspire the students to adopt the same tenacity she embodies. Despite knowing that some might think he did it just to look impressive, that couldn't be further from the truth. Kang is convinced that the diverse combat techniques he observed Kim employ will be invaluable in preparing for the upcoming martial arts tournament. He also recognizes the need to uplift his colleagues, who seem to shrink at the mere mention of a duel. Grateful for the recognition, Kim feels honored, and the group unanimously decides to celebrate with dinner together. Meanwhile, Mandong travels alongside Ma Bongpal, the dean of the second school. With a hint of pride, Bongpal boasts that the commander of the training camp hails from their institution. However, Mandong calmly informs him that the position was actually relinquished by one of his own school's instructors. Bongpal's expression shifts to one of disbelief. He knows that none of the instructors from School 1 hold an A ranks. Mandong turns away, remarking to Bongpal that Kong must have gotten lucky. But Bongpal, unimpressed, retorts that he's not blind. Kang's grin says it all. He knows exactly what went down. Moments later, the expansive training center field buzzes with students from both schools. An hour passes, and Mandong is still at it, addressing the crowd with unwavering energy. The students are already weary from his monotonous lecture. Just when it seems he might wrap things up, he discovers yet another topic to drone on about. At this point, the twins are struggling to stay awake, incredulous that this lecture drags on so long when it feels nothing like training. As Mandong wraps up his speech, the students initially celebrate in silence, their joy quickly fading when they learn it's time for Bongpal to take the stage. Afterward, the students begin to make their way to their assigned dormitories, and it's during this transition that Kang unexpectedly encounters Sionhua. Kang is taken aback to see her, expecting her to be at school or busy with work. She explains that the second and third year students are currently in their practical training period, leaving the school empty. Xianhua smiles at Kang, expressing her confidence in his dedication. She mentions that she heard the instructors arrive just the day before, reinforcing her belief that he's been putting in a lot of effort. Kang explains that his presence is due to a certain father figure, to which Xianhua responds that she is already aware. Curious, she inquires if he had any plans to come initially. Kang shakes his head, admitting that he had supplementary classes nearly every day and intended to use this time to rest. Xianhua then informs him that he's been assigned numerous tasks because her father has placed his trust in him. She reminds him that he provided a recommendation letter for her to take the A-rank promotion assessment. Kang chuckles, agreeing with Xianhua, and adds that Mandong must have seen him in a golden light, just as she suggested. With the obstacle course session scheduled for that afternoon, Xianhua asks if she can come to watch. Kang eagerly replies that she is more than welcome, mentioning that Mandong has even been looking for her. Xianhua then reveals that she was just about to meet Mandong and suggests they go together. Suddenly, they hear Mandong's voice approaching, accompanied by Bongpal. Kang is taken aback by the sheer size of the two men, completely unaware of who Bongpal is. As Bongpal rushes forward to greet his nephew, Xianhua, Kang finally connects the dots when he hears her mention Bongpal's name. Bongpal is one of the 10's rank hunters in the country. Despite his intimidating appearance, he is a master magician specializing in wind-type magic. Though he doesn't have a significant presence, as he isn't from the main character's school, Kang approaches him with a friendly demeanor. He introduces himself warmly, expressing his pleasure at meeting such a renowned figure. Bongpal is pleased to finally meet Kang, the person Mandong often talks about. He extends his hand for a shake, catching Kang off guard with the old man's unexpected warmth. Excitedly, Kang accepts the handshake, but as Bongpal grips his hand firmly, Kang suddenly feels as though he's being overwhelmed by an immense presence. Kang finds himself in an expansive realm, which he soon realizes is Bongpal's monospace. It feels so immense that he has the sensation of floating in the void of space. Suddenly, Mandong taps Bongpal on the shoulder, advising him to ease off a bit, as he's already been pushing Kang too hard. Bongpal sheepishly apologizes, explaining that his curiosity about how Kang managed to defeat the teachers from his school on his own got the better of him. Bongpal offers another apology, worried he might have overstepped. Xianhua reassures him that Kang will surely understand he meant no harm. Kang, brushing off the concern, assures Bongpal that he's perfectly fine. He then turns to Mandong, asking why he called for him. Mandong replies that there's something important they need to discuss privately. Kang suggests they head to the nearby lounge. Before they part ways, Bongpal decides to ask Kang a lingering question. Why did you hand over the position of head instructor to Kim, especially after you won the match? Kang responds candidly, explaining that the teachers at his school lacked the spirit to lead. When they learned their opponent was an A-rank hunter, fear took hold of them, leaving him no choice but to step up and take charge. Despite knowing that Kang was far superior, Kim resolved to fight until the very end. Meanwhile, Bongpal felt a sense of satisfaction with Kang's response. It finally struck him that Mandong had been depending on Kang, which explained why no A-rank fighters were sent to the camp. Although this realization was evident, Mandong attempted to deny it. Kang couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the old man had essentially sent him to the training camp out of fear of losing to another school. Before things escalate, Bong Pao suggests they make a quick exit, reassuring Kang that he'll treat him to a cup of coffee. As they walk away, a puzzled look crosses Bong Pao's face, lingering on the revelation that Kang is actually B rank. In an unexpected twist, Bong Pao notices his palm has peeled from shaking Kang's hand. He urges Sanhwa to heal him, but she simply remarks that Kang is stronger than he appears. Moments later, Mondong approaches Kang, revealing that he wanted to discuss his upcoming A-rank assessment. As the one who recommended him, Mondong feels it's important to offer some guidance. He asks Kang if he's prepared for the test. Kang admits he hasn't had time to prepare, as he's been busy with supplementary classes for the younger students. Mondong then inquires if Kang understands what the assessment involves. Kang responds confidently, explaining that it primarily consists of subjugating an A-grade portal. Mondong confirms his suspicions, explaining that the evaluation takes place within an A-grade portal, with examiners assigned based on the number of participants. To Kang's astonishment, he learns that an S-rank hunter will be accompanying their group as the main examiner. This revelation catches him off guard, as it's the first time he's ever heard of such a high-ranking presence in their evaluation. Kang turns to Mondong and asks if he is the main examiner. Mondong shakes his head, revealing that he actually recommended Kang for the position, which means he can't oversee the assessment himself. Despite this, Mondong isn't concerned. He firmly believes that with Kang's skill level, he'll easily pass. Still, Kang can't help but feel that it would have been preferable if Mondong had been the one to conduct the test. Kang inquires if Bong Pao is the one intending to take the test, but Mondong shakes his head. Pressing for answers, Kang urges him to reveal the identity of the candidate. Mondong, with a hint of mischief, suggests it's someone connected to his student. Kang's mind races as he tries to connect the dots, pondering which of his students has ties to an S-rank. Suddenly, it hits him. It's Sejin. It turns out that the one conducting the test is none other than her father, Dae-chan. Mondong warns Kang that Dae-chan is known for his sharp tongue and rigorous standards, earning a reputation among examiners for rarely granting passing scores. However, Kang brushes off the concern, stating he doesn't mind the strictness as long as Dae-chan doesn't intentionally fail him. Mondong reassures him, confident that Kang's skill level will see him through without any issues. Moreover, Kang is also his daughter's teacher, which might make him hesitant to treat him as harshly as he typically would. As Mondong speaks, Kang begins to understand that Dae-chan is quite the strict individual. For the next few minutes, Mondong offers Kang a wealth of advice, including valuable insights into the main causes for point deductions information that only an examiner would know. Although Mondong insisted he was acting out of concern for his own reputation, since he was the one who recommended him, Kang couldn't help but feel grateful. Later, Kang also recognized the wisdom in suggesting Kim from school as the training captain. Her diligent supervision ensured that no student was injured, showcasing her commitment to their safety. Thanks to their efforts, the training camp schedule for the Ordinary Hunter Academy students was successfully completed. This rigorous program included 3 days of guerrilla training, full field obstacle courses, rappel training, magic, chemical, and biological training, portal trench combat, and full plate marching. 3 days later, Kang gathers the students, announcing that it's time for them to begin their supplementary classes. He announces that the class will proceed with duels in pairs, while the others observe and analyze. The twins are the first to voice their frustration, quickly choosing Minhee and Jinsu as their opponents. Kang intervenes, urging them to calm down as he can sense the underlying malice in their selection. During the training camp, something unexpected unfolded. Minhee and Jinsu began dating. While they were practicing helicopter rappelling, Kang noticed that Jinsu was visibly scared. To help him cope, Kang suggested he shout the name of someone he was thinking of as he descended. Expecting Jinsu to call out for his parents, Kang was taken aback when Jinsu instead yelled Minhee's name, a clear testament to just how much he cared for her. Although Kang knew that the two eventually became a couple in the book, he never anticipated Jinsu would confess his feelings at the training camp. Now, back in the present, Kang informs the students that their scheduled duels must proceed as planned. However, moments later he realizes that the kids are struggling. It becomes clear to him why Minhee and Jinsu are so distracted. The twins, brimming with enthusiasm, are not the source of his concern. It's Sejin that weighs heavily on his mind. As they spar, he observes her movements are off, lacking the precision he expects. Sejin hesitates, finally asking Kang if he has raised the difficulty of their sparring session. He shakes his head, his brow furrowing with worry. "Are you all right?" he inquires, sensing something is amiss. As the sparring session progresses, Kang deftly knocks Sejin's sword from her grasp. He raises an eyebrow, questioning her performance. "What's the problem? You should have been able to counter my last attack. I even provided a book for that." Kang points out that she failed to use the correct parry, a clear sign that her practice has been lacking. "The parry style is essentially a formula," he explains. "You need to embed it in your subconscious, so you can react instinctively when an attack comes your way." Kang informs the students that from this moment until the end of the remaining period, they will focus solely on mastering the parry style. He emphasizes that stamina and strength training will be conducted as personal training, separate from the supplementary class. Turning to Sejin, he adds with a serious tone that she is banned from stamina training for the time being. The other students are taken aback by this revelation, and Jinsu quickly protests, accusing Kang of favoritism. In response, Kang clarifies that it's not favoritism. Rather, he reveals that Sejin's stamina has diminished even more since the training camp. He gently informs her that the excessive training is taking a toll on her health. Kang then turns to the class, asking if they've noticed how much thinner Sejin looks compared to just a few days ago, and they nod in agreement. Minhee confirms their concerns, noting that Sejin has lost so much weight that they suspect she's on a diet. Sejin brushes it off, insisting it's nothing serious, and attributing her weight loss to her recent practical training and increased activity. She reassures them that she's fine, but Kang isn't convinced. He notices the dark circles under her eyes, a clear sign that something is amiss. Additionally, Sejin has more class hours than the first-year students, and as the council president, she has no free time to spare. As if that weren't enough, Kang has heard that Sejin spends her weekends at her father's guild, participating in portal practical training whenever there are no supplementary classes. Kang realizes that even seasoned hunters would struggle to endure the intense training Sejin is undergoing. Kang then tells Sejin that the parry style holds little significance for her. He believes that even without it, she would still triumph in the martial arts tournament, emphasizing the importance of balance. Kang advises Sejin to prioritize rest alongside her training. He suggests she take a break from the supplementary class to help her regain her stamina. Sejin pauses for a moment, contemplating her response before telling Kang that she is fine. His surprise is evident as he replies, assuring her that whatever choice she makes is hers alone. However, he gently reminds her that she can always take a break if things become overwhelming. Sejin smiles in acknowledgement, and deep down, Kang feels a sense of admiration. If it were any of the other kids, they would have eagerly accepted the offer to step back. Kang feels a mix of pride and sympathy for her. With a heavy heart, he suggests they end the class early. The students are taken aback, surprised that it's not even 6 o'clock yet. However, Jinsu can't help but feel relieved. This is precisely what he had hoped for. As the students busily prepare to leave, Sejin stands apart, lost in thought about Kang's words. She removes her glasses and a single droplet of blood trickles from her nose, leaving her feeling lightheaded. Suddenly, she collapses to the ground, prompting everyone to rush to her side in alarm. Without wasting a moment, they rush her to the infirmary. Thankfully, Sanhwa is still there and quickly attends to Sejin. She reassures Kang that there's nothing seriously wrong with her, explaining that she's given Sejin an IV because it seems she has overexerted herself. Relieved, Kang expresses his gratitude to Sanhwa for saving the girl's life. Sanhwa then reveals that Sejin was reciting her training notes in her sleep, a clear sign that she's pushing herself too hard. Sanhwa turns to Kang, inquiring if he knows anything about the situation. Kang responds, revealing that he's heard Sejin has been getting no more than 3 hours of sleep each night. He admits that while he noticed Sejin's condition was deteriorating, he had no idea it was this severe. Sanhwa explains that third-year students face the heaviest workload, and on top of that, Sejin has supplementary classes to attend. As if that weren't enough, she also serves as the student council president. Sanhwa learns that Sejin spends her weekends going on portal raids, highlighting just how overwhelming her schedule truly is. Sanhwa expresses her concern, reminding Sejin that while she has the talent, she shouldn't push herself too hard. However, it seems Sejin's perfectionist tendencies run deep. Kang, on the other hand, understands that Sejin's drive isn't entirely her own. It's shaped by her father's relentless demands, placing an unfair burden on the young girl. Moments later, Sejin awakens, immediately apologizing for losing consciousness. Kang reassures her, insisting she has nothing to be sorry for. He encourages her to rest a little longer before he takes her back to the dormitory. Sejin responds that she feels fine and asks him what time it is. Upon checking the time, Sejin mentions that she has an assignment due on Monday. Kang reassures her that she can tackle it the following day, considering the weekend has just begun. However, Sejin explains that she has prior commitments from Saturday through Sunday evening. As she puts on her glasses, she quickly realizes that her vision remains blurry, a clear indication of her mounting fatigue. Seonhwa's concern for her is palpable as she questions whether Sejin is truly fit to embark on a portal raid in her current state. Kang, sensing the tension, insists that she should take the time to rest, suggesting she simply inform her team of her inability to participate. Sejin hesitates, struggling to find the right words. Noticing her reluctance, Kang gently probes, asking if her hesitation is tied to her father. When he offers to reach out to him, Sejin's eyes light up with eagerness as she replies affirmatively. Kang informs Sejin that while he may not have a personal relationship with her father, he is set to meet him this Sunday. Sejin's eyes widen in surprise as she asks why he wants to see her father. Kang explains that it's for his promotion review, as her father is the reviewer. After processing this information, Sejin warns Kang that approaching her father about her case won't be beneficial. He's not the kind of man to offer special treatment to his own daughter. Sejin expresses her gratitude to the two for the few hours of restful sleep she managed to get. Just as she prepares to rise, Kang gently pushes her back onto the bed, insisting that she should stay put a little longer. He encourages her to rest until the IV is finished, assuring her not to concern herself with the adult conversations happening around them. With a hint of vulnerability, Sejin confesses her fear that her father might let Kang down because of her. Sejin turns to Kang, puzzled. Why do you care so much? You're not even my homeroom teacher. Kang meets her gaze, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. You're the student council president, Sejin. Remember Article 10, Clause 3 of the Hunter School Regulations? It clearly states that all faculty members must prioritize student safety. He pauses for a moment, letting the weight of his words sink in. If it were only about physical danger, they wouldn't have included it in the regulations. Kang informs Sejin that her father's actions are detrimental to her health, giving him the authority to intervene. Despite her desire to argue, Kang insists that she has no choice but to rest for the next 2 days. He urges her to trust him, assuring her that he will pass the review and manage the meeting effectively. Reluctantly, Sejin agrees to rely on her teacher and wait to see how things unfold. Before they knew it, the day of the A-rank promotion exam had arrived. Kang was instructed to report to the council building at 8 in the morning, rather than heading directly to the portal. As he stood before the imposing structure, a thought crossed his mind. Were they trying to intimidate him? He pulled out his phone, and as always, his students had flooded him with a flurry of good luck messages. At that moment, one of the reviewers, Park Hyun-suk, an A-rank hunter, arrives. Kang greets him with a respectful bow, pleasantly surprised to find a friendly face, instead of the stern demeanor he had anticipated from Daecheon. Park suggests they head to the portal, mentioning that they'll be departing as soon as Daecheon arrives. He seems confident that Daecheon will be punctual. As other A-rank applicants gather, a bus arrives to transport them to the exam site. Kang feels a wave of relief. The bus will make his journey much easier, especially since he plans to return to the council building if he passes. Approaching the bus, he is taken aback by the sheer number of people waiting to take the exam. Each of them wears a stern expression, as if to assert their strength and claim their territory. The bus conductor turns to Kang and asks for his name. After Kang provides it, the conductor instructs him to hand over his license and take his seat in number 2. Just as Kang is about to board the bus, a formidable figure emerges from the crowd, none other than Daecheon. In an unexpected twist, Daecheon takes the seat next to Kang, plunging him into the most nerve-wracking moment of his life. So uncomfortable that he feels like breaking the front glass to escape the bus. Kang is at least relieved that their destination isn't far away. Suddenly, Daecheon calls out Kang's name to confirm his identity, and with a shaky breath, Kang acknowledges him. Daecheon expresses his surprise that Sejin missed this week's portal practice, attributing it entirely to Kang's decision. Kang confirms this, and Daecheon urges him not to interfere with Sejin's commitments outside of the supplementary class. Kang then reveals that Sejin collapsed during one of the classes, which is why she had to visit the infirmary. Daecheon is taken aback by the news, but Kang quickly reassures him that it's nothing serious, just fatigue. He explains that he insisted Sejin take 2 days off, believing that 1 day wouldn't suffice for her recovery. Kang confidently adds that even if she skips the makeup class, Sejin will still have no trouble winning the tournament. Kang begins to enumerate all the burdens Se-jin is shouldering alone, emphasizing that she is a person first, not just a hunter. Daishon finally speaks up, admitting he had no idea Se-jin had collapsed. Kang, however, is unfazed. After all, it's no surprise that the old man doesn't keep tabs on his daughter's well-being. Just then, Daishon realizes he has been too lenient. In response, he declares that he will increase Se-jin's physical training, leaving Kang utterly stunned. Daichan informs Kang that he will be removing the supplementary class, urging him not to take it personally. He explains that Se-jin collapsed due to a lack of physical strength and emphasizes that Kang should refrain from interfering again, as he intends to handle the situation himself. Kang has plenty to say to the old man, but deep down, he can't shake the feeling that Daichan is a complete lunatic. 40 minutes later, they finally reach the site of the A-ranked portal. With Daishan taking the lead, the other examiners stepped inside, followed closely by the candidates. Although the situation with Se-jin remains unresolved, Kang decides to concentrate on the exam, uncertain of what kind of terrain awaits him. As he steps through the portal, he quickly realizes he has entered a desert-type dungeon one he had encountered just 2 weeks prior during the break. However, he notices that most of the other applicants are far from pleased. They found themselves facing challenging terrain that leaves them visibly distressed. Daichan calls everyone to gather around, reminding them that this is an examination. However, he adds a twist. The examiners will also be participating in the combat. The current group of candidates includes 2 mages, 1 martial artist, 1 archer, 1 spear wielder, and 1 swordsman. Kang quickly realizes that, aside from Daichan and Park, the remaining examiners are all long-range attackers. Kang realizes that either he or the martial artist must take the lead. Daishon then steps forward to clarify the plan. He announces that the examiners will remain at the rear to fulfill their responsibilities, while the vanguard will be led by Kang and Hunter Park. The others are free to move as they see fit. Daishon emphasizes that the evaluation criteria will focus on clearing an A-ranked 10-person portal. Daichan warns the group that the portal lacks any exploration records, urging them to proceed with caution. Once everyone understands the instructions, Daichan initiates the exam. Kang steps forward, eager to take the lead. He quickly realizes that he needs to expand his aura detection. In the shifting sands of the desert, numerous monsters lie in wait, hidden from view. Kang steps forward, unleashing his aura, capable of detecting life forms up to 500 meters away. Soon, he notices that some of his companions are already fatigued from the harsh cold and sweltering heat. He suggests they make their way to the distant sand dune, claiming there are monsters lurking there. However, his companions, unable to see any monsters, are filled with doubt almost immediately. They believe that even a mana scan wouldn't reach the depths of the sand dune. However, Kang reveals that he managed to detect them by spreading out his mana. One of the hunters teases him, claiming he exaggerates, insisting there's no way he could extend his mana that far. Hearing this, Kang can't help but feel a pang of regret for not being with Xionhua and Izul. They would have eagerly rushed to confront the monsters together. Dai-chun proposes they head to the location Kang suggested, playfully mentioning they could penalize him if no monsters appear at the dune. However, Kang quickly interjects, stating there's no need to go anymore. He reveals that as soon as they cross the safe zone, they were detected. Before they can react, monsters have already surrounded them, and Kang informs them that the creatures have been charging at full speed. The team quickly faces an A-rank monster, the fearsome red giant scorpion. Known as the Desert Thug, this creature boasts an exceptionally tough exoskeleton and formidable magic resistance. To make matters worse, its sting can prove fatal within just 10 minutes without immediate medical attention. As Kang assesses the dire situation, he realizes they are not just up against one scorpion, but 4 of these deadly beasts, closing in around them. Dai-chun calls out orders, instructing the mages to prepare their spells while the vanguards spread out to buy time. He announces his intention to take the center, and Kang volunteers to flank right. With a burst of speed, Kang charges toward the scorpion, landing a solid hit on the beast. As he assesses the battle, he realizes that the others are handling the fight quite well. The battle between Kang and the scorpion rages on with fierce intensity, pushing Kang to sever one of its arms in a desperate bid for victory. Knowing that taking down enemies solo earns him more points, he resolves to eliminate the scorpion swiftly and with minimal suffering. With a precise and powerful strike, Kang cleaves the scorpion in 2, delivering a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the other candidate is locked in a desperate struggle against their opponent, both shocked by the display of skill. Daichan, however, watches with a sense of admiration, clearly impressed by what he has just witnessed. When Dei-chan first spotted Kang's name on the list of applicants, he brushed it off without a second thought. Even when he learned that Kang was Sejin's supplementary teacher, it didn't seem significant to him. He had no intention of offering any special treatment simply because Kang was his daughter's instructor. In fact, he was frustrated that Sejin's weekend training had been canceled because of him. As they sat on the bus, Dei-chan dismissed Kang as weak and secretly hoped he would plead for leniency, allowing Dei-chan to send him back. To his surprise, Kang did nothing of the sort. Dei-chan assumed Kang was simply arrogant, but he soon realized he had misjudged him. Now, on the battlefield, Dei-chan watched in awe as Kang effortlessly sensed mana from a distance, demonstrating a keen understanding of how to harness it. Dei-chan is astonished by Kang's effortless defeat of the Scorpion, realizing at last why Mandong has been so cocky lately. It's all thanks to Kang. Meanwhile, Kang can't shake the feeling that he might have dispatched the monster too quickly, as everyone around him stares in awe. It dawns on him that he is the only one who has managed to defeat the creature he's facing. Even Dei-chan has only managed to suppress the beast. Kang scans the scene and spots the martial artist among them, grappling with the Scorpion's tough exoskeleton. He contemplates whether he should step in to assist her, especially since she hasn't yet tapped into her aura. The girl continues to throw punches at the Scorpion, and at one point, she wields a sword, determined to turn the tide. Just as she teeters on the brink of being overwhelmed by the monstrous creature, Kang bursts onto the scene, expertly severing the monster's limbs. "Are you okay?" he asks, concern etched on his face. At that moment, the examiner shouts for them to clear the area. The magic spell is finally prepared. The mages unleash a powerful freezing spell against the beast, and Dei-chan can't help but admire their strategy. Impressive choice, she thinks, noting that the Scorpion is immune to most magic. Dei-chan quickly realizes that among all the magic users, the electric user is the only one disqualified at that moment. Meanwhile, the archer and the spearman will need to master aura and reapply it later on. Their primary task was to buy time, but in the process, they ended up breaking their weapons. The martial artist turns to Kang, expressing her gratitude for his assistance and apologizing for her earlier remarks. She admits she never expected a hunter to sense the monster from such a distance. Kang reassures her that he isn't upset. It's a perfectly normal reaction. Wishing her luck for the remainder of the raid, she responds by declaring her intention to continue following him. Meanwhile, Dei-chan calls out the names of those who have failed, instructing them to follow the examiner through the portal. The examiner eagerly beckons them to follow, and Kang quickly realizes that Dei-chan is rushing them along, aware of the dungeon's dangers. Suddenly, a chilling awareness washes over him. He senses that they are surrounded by monsters. The martial artist catches the look of alarm on his face and asks, "What's wrong?" Meanwhile, Dei-chan senses the presence of the monsters and is taken aback that Kang detected them before he did. As Kang struggles to gauge the number of monsters lurking nearby, he shouts a warning to those heading for the exit to be cautious. The examiner, puzzled by Kang's urgency, turns around just in time to face a massive monster looming directly in front of him. Before he can react, the monster swallows him whole. This beast is none other than the Great Sandworm, an A-rank creature infamous as the Calamity of the Desert. Meanwhile, Seonhwa anxiously glances at her father, asking how he thinks Kang is faring on his test. Mandong reassures her, confident that Kang will pass. After all, he's a remarkable talent, one that Mandong himself recommended. Seonhwa turns to her father, curious about Kang's potential. "How far do you think he can go?" she asks, eager to know if he believes Kang can become as strong as he is. Mandong responds with confidence, assuring her that Kang will surpass him in strength and capability. However, he adds a note of caution, explaining that beyond A-rank hunters, there exists a vital talent that is essential for true greatness. He offers an example. When a formidable monster emerges, the B-rank hunter is the one who flees without a second thought, while the A-rank hunter stands firm, recalling their role and forming a defensive line. Mandong explains that it may seem as though the examiner focuses solely on combat power, but in reality, they meticulously observe all these nuances. However, these truths only reveal themselves in the face of a genuine crisis. After Mandong clarifies the roles of B ranks and A ranks, Seonhwa inquires about what an S rank would do in this situation. Mandong responds that an S rank would aim to eliminate the source of the crisis, as removing the cause would ultimately make the crisis vanish. Just as he finishes his explanation, Kang charges toward the monster without a moment's hesitation, with Dei-chan hot on his heels. Mandong notes that those who think this way are truly special, destined to become S-rank hunters. Meanwhile, Kang and Daichian are busy slicing the monster into pieces, leaving the other candidates in stunned silence. Once the creature is defeated, Daichian turns to Kang, speaking in a calm tone. He expresses his determination not to raise Seijin to be weak, as she is meant to succeed him in the future. Kang expresses his disapproval of Daixian's educational methods, prompting Daixian to promise that he won't pressure Seijin again. As they engage in this serious discussion, the A-rank examiner emerges from the monster's belly, tears streaming down his face. Daichian then tells Kang that he must take responsibility and ensure his daughter wins WHCU, but he falls short of this expectation. To make matters more complicated, he would have to become his son-in-law. The moment Kang hears this, his expression shifts dramatically, darkening with dread. Everything feels bleak in his mind, and this heaviness lingers for the next few days. Even the photo on his new license reflects his turmoil, leaving his students puzzled about what's troubling him. Seijin finally musters the courage to ask him what's weighing so heavily on his thoughts. Yet Kang knows he can't reveal that his mind is consumed by thoughts of her father. Back in the dungeon, Kang was taken aback by Daixian's proposition, his shock cutting through him like ice. All focus slipped away as disbelief washed over him. He couldn't fathom how someone could be so callous, treating his own daughter as nothing more than a pawn for talent recruitment. Anger surged within Kang as he confronted Daixian, declaring that he would ensure Seijin's victory. But then, with a steely resolve, he added that he had a proposition of his own. Daixian inquires about the situation, and Kang, filled with anger, declares that he is challenging him to a duel of honor. Now that he's back in school, Kang turns to Seijin and asks if her father has shared her future schedule. She responds that her father informed her over the phone. Curiously, she wonders how Kang managed to convince him. Kang simply replies that they communicated well, and her father entrusted him with the responsibility of delivering her training. Deep down, Kang can't shake the realization that Daixian is the most stubborn man he's ever encountered. He turns to Seijin and announces his decision to hold another parent-teacher conference soon. However, beneath his calm exterior, he secretly plans to give Daixian a piece of his mind. Seijin beams at Kang, her gratitude evident in her smile, leaving him to ponder how someone as wonderful as her could have come from the likes of Daixian. In the upcoming year, Seijin would face a formidable opponent in the WHCU tournament, Bianca Lowell, a prodigy hailing from England. She is the daughter of Conrad Lowell, renowned as the strongest hunter in the world. The Lowell family is celebrated for their exceptional swordsmanship, and even Bianca's younger brother, Ryan, had made a name for himself as Jisung's rival in the WHCU finals. However, Bianca is not dangerous solely because of her swordsmanship. She possesses the rare ability to wield both sword and magic simultaneously, making her a formidable opponent. Her magical prowess is no mere trick. It rivals that of an A-rank hunter. In her homeland, she is even regarded as the reincarnation of Merlin, a title that speaks volumes about her extraordinary abilities. She is a swordsmanship prodigy, an S-ranker prospect hailing from a prestigious family renowned for their mastery of both blade and magic. Kang is well aware that Seijin stands no chance against her, yet he decides to visit Cho, convinced that the man has answers to all his questions. When Cho hears about Kang's concerns, he can't help but tease him, asking if he believes he's a personal think tank. But Kang knows exactly how to persuade the old man to lend his wisdom. He informs him that he brought plenty of his favorite drink, along with some chicken. At that moment, the old man realizes just how much Kang has caught him off guard. Sho reassures him that he appreciates everything, but suggests they boil some water first because he has perilla seeds to prepare. Kang feels relieved that he came prepared. He had been worried the old man might be upset about his recent absence. Kang sets the computer in front of Cho, ready to showcase Bianca's fighting clips. Cho is immediately captivated by Bianca's stance and asks Kang, "Who is she?" Kang replies, "She's the champion from last year's competition, the one my student is entering." He adds, "What you're watching is a compilation of all her match highlights, and trust me, it's not a long video." Cho questions why the video is so short, pressing him to reveal if Bianca hasn't fought many times. Kang responds that this is all he could gather, as her matches tend to end swiftly. Bianca has become a renowned super rookie, and it's hard to believe that elite fighters from around the world haven't devised effective strategies to counter her. Bianca was a prodigy, mastering moving casting by the age of 10. Her high-speed casting allowed her to effortlessly dispel her opponent's skills, while her multicasting let her unleash attack magic simultaneously. One by one, her foes fell before her, unable to withstand her overwhelming power. Kang remarks to Cho that Bianca stands above most A-rank hunters, while Seijin, in contrast, barely qualifies as a B rank. Kang informs Cho that they have just 2 months to train Sejin, indicating that a significant transformation is necessary. Cho acknowledges after watching the video that their skill levels are clearly mismatched. He admits that he hasn't encountered many sorcerers, leaving him somewhat in the dark about their abilities. Seizing the opportunity to tease, Kang remarks on Cho's limitations. However, Cho swiftly sets the record straight, insisting that it's not beyond his capabilities. Cho suggests to Kang that they might have a fighting chance if he takes Sejin under his wing and teaches her martial arts. Kang is taken aback by this idea. Cho explains that the only way to subdue a sorcerer with a sword is to either cut off their flow of magic or counter it with a stronger sword aura. He encourages Kang, now that he has ascended to a higher realm, to recognize the weaknesses of sorcery. Kang comes to a startling realization. Cho is right. He recalls his recent battle with a mage, and deep down, he knows he has considered teaching Sejin martial arts. After all, martial arts transformed him from a mere B-rank hunter into a formidable master. Yet, a sense of reluctance grips him. Sharing his martial arts means revealing the source of his strength, one of his greatest secrets. Cho insists that Kang teach without a hint of reluctance. Kang questions Cho, asking if he has no problem with him passing on his martial arts to someone else. Cho, calling him a fool, responds that he chose Kang because he saw his worth, not because his dragon eyes compelled him. Curiously, Cho then asks Kang if he isn't eager to see what Sejin will become, considering he believes she's a genius. Chu suspects that Sejin has harnessed her inner energy in a rather unrefined manner, and they can transform all that energy into internal power. With a hint of excitement, Cho urges Kang to envision the kind of monster Sejin might become. Meanwhile, at home, Sejin is taken aback to discover she can see clearly without her glasses of peculiar development. She contemplates whether this newfound clarity is a result of the bitter water Kang had given her. After taking a much-needed rest, she notices a significant improvement in her well-being and physical condition. Soon after, the domestic tournament begins. During the competition, Sejin showcases an astonishing display of strength, leaving her opponent in disbelief that she is just another student like him. Kang, however, remains unfazed. He's well aware of Sejin's incredible talent. Even without formal martial arts training, she possesses remarkable power. He realizes that if he teaches her the art of combat, she might actually stand a chance against Bianca. After playfully toying with her opponent for a while, Sejin finally delivers a decisive blow, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Her classmates are in awe of her abilities, praising her as the best after she effortlessly secured a victory. Kang watches, impressed by how well his students rally around Sejin. However, it soon becomes clear that only Yunsu and Sejin remain in the competition, as everyone else from their school has been eliminated. While it may seem that their skills were the issue, Kang suspects that the match pairings played a significant role as well. In the second round, Yunsu faced off against Jinsu, while Yunseal found herself up against Sejin. Despite having practiced their counter-strategy formulas, Minhee ultimately fell to a third-year mage, a contender for last year's championship title. Despite Yoon-so's hard-fought journey to the finals, she ultimately fell short of victory. However, Kang couldn't help but feel a sense of pride that students like them had made it so far. He firmly believes that if they return next year, they will undoubtedly surpass their previous achievements. Although Minhee and Yoon-so lost to Sejin, their respect for her has only deepened. Later, Sejin makes her way back to the spectator seats and asks Kang if he plans to watch the finals. Kang replies that he has somewhere else to be. He mentions that Seonhwa will be joining him so they can head back together once the tournament concludes. Curious, they ask where he's off to, and he casually reveals that he has a parent-teacher conference. With a reassuring smile, Kang expresses his unwavering confidence in Sejin, telling her he believes she can manage without him. Nervously, Sejin responds that she will do her best to win. Kang notices her anxiety and reassures her that he understands her concerns about the WHCU. He promises that if she wins the domestic tournament, he will provide her with the solution for the WHCU tournament. As he departs, he encourages her to seize the moment and win the final match. Shortly after, an interview is conducted with Sejin, who stands on the brink of achieving a remarkable milestone: 3 consecutive wins for the first time in the tournament's history. The host praises Sejin for maintaining her composure throughout all the matches and inquires if any opponent has instilled a sense of fear in her. Sejin confidently responds that no one has truly intimidated her. The host nods in agreement, acknowledging that she can't label Sejin as arrogant, given her undeniable capabilities. With Sejin set to compete in the WHCU, where she faced an early exit last year at the hands of Bianca, the host asks if she has devised a new strategy for the upcoming tournament. Se-jin reflects on her past, expressing regret that her skills were lacking at the time. However, she feels confident that this time will be different thanks to her teacher's guidance. Meanwhile, Kang arrives at the building, ready to face Daishan in their anticipated duel. The host turns to Seiyin and inquires how far she believes she can go in the tournament. She admits she hasn't given it much thought, but her goal is clear. She intends to win to make Kang proud. As the duel approaches, Daishan is taken aback by Kang's punctuality. He praises Kang for having the courage to face the challenge instead of fleeing. Daikan then offers a proposition. If Kang apologizes before the duel starts, he will let the past go. However, Kang firmly responds that he has no interest in seeking Daichan's forgiveness. Kang had only one concern as he prepared for the duel. The prideful Daichan might refuse to accept the challenge. He feared that Daichan would deem competing with an A-rank hunter beneath his status. However, Daichan quickly clarified the rules, stating that the duel would conclude only when one of them lost consciousness or surrendered. Daishan informs Kang that if he wins, Kang will have no choice but to become his son-in-law. However, if Kang emerges victorious, Daichan promises to step back from interfering in Se-jin's WHCU schedules. With no objections raised, Kang urges Daichan to uphold his end of the bargain. As the duel begins, Daichan grants Kang the chance to make the first move. Kang unsheathes his sword, eager to test just how long Daichan's arrogant smirk can hold up. As the battle is set to commence, mages swiftly conjure a barrier around the arena, ensuring the fight remains contained. One mage catches sight of Kang wielding the aura blade, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Wait, is that?" he gasps. The other mage shakes his head, insisting only S-rankers can use the aura blade. Though he agrees, he can't shake the astonishment at the sight before him. Kang raises his sword, channeling a devastating demon sword art infused with annihilating power. With a fierce determination, he hurls the strike at Daichan, intent on bringing him down in a single blow. As the attack hurtles toward its target, Daishan braces himself to counter, but the sheer force of the strike reverberates through the arena, leaving the mages in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the man who had previously doubted Kang's aura blade is now screaming in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the true nature of Kang's strength. Unbeknownst to them, Kang is still holding back, for if he unleashed his full strength, the entire arena would likely be reduced to chaos. As Kang's attack finally wanes, it leaves a devastating mark behind Daichan. Despite erecting 3 barriers to shield himself, Daichan finds a deep cut etched across his face. With a wry smile, he compliments Kang, acknowledging the impressive fight he put up. Kang is taken aback as he realizes that the man has successfully parried all his attacks, reminiscent of his previous battle with Mondong. Daichan then turns to Kang, stating that his last move has made it clear. No one in his guild can train Sage quite like Kang can. With that revelation, Daichan insists that Kang must win the match. He wants Kang on his side. Daichan's expression takes on a chilling intensity, and Kang suddenly realizes he's facing a madman. As Daichan readies himself for an attack, the mages spring into action, erecting 6 additional barriers. Yet, sensing the impending danger, they quickly call upon every available mage to join in, reinforcing their defenses. They all understand that if Daichan loses control, the entire building could come crashing down. In that moment, Daichan sprang into action, darting toward Kang with lightning speed, aiming to disorient him and mask his intentions. Kang couldn't help but acknowledge that Daichan was faster than Mondong, but in comparison to Cho, he still felt sluggish. Just as Daishan's attack is about to land, Kang intercepts it, a wicked smile spreading across his face. This unexpected grin catches Daichan off guard. He can't believe Kang is actually smiling. Memories flood back to when he had requested a duel, thinking Kang was merely joking. In his mind, Daichan believed he could easily suppress Kang's duel request with sheer strength. However, to his surprise, Kang matched him blow for blow, refusing to be overwhelmed. It quickly became clear to Daichan that Kang was not someone to be underestimated. The determination etched on Kang's face spoke volumes. As Daichan unleashed everything he had, Kang effortlessly parried each attack, showing little sign of strain. Daichan resolves to elevate his attack to match Kang's level, realizing he has been underestimating him. Just as he gears up to unleash a powerful strike, the mages panic, worried that reinforcements have yet to arrive. Fortunately, just in the nick of time, 10 warriors appear to bolster the barrier. After charging up his powerful attack, Daichan unleashes a torrent of raw energy slashes toward Kang. The sheer force of the assault reminds Kang of the Meteor Explosive Annihilation, demonic force skill he had employed earlier, leaving him to ponder whether Daichan possesses an overwhelming reservoir of mana. With a strategic mindset, Kang decides to parry some of the incoming strikes while deftly dodging the rest, recognizing that attempting to parry every single attack would be futile. Kang makes his move, dashing across the room. Daichan, convinced he's fleeing, unleashes a flurry of slashes in pursuit. The intensity of Kang's presence weighs heavily on everyone, even the mages who are desperately maintaining their barrier. Blood begins to trickle from their noses, and one by one, they start to collapse, their strength waning as the barrier shatters around them. Once everything settles, Kang stands unharmed, leaving Daichan utterly speechless. Overwhelmed by what he just witnessed, Daichan can't help but ask Kang who he truly is, and where he acquired such extraordinary sword skills. Meanwhile, Kang is silently celebrating his good fortune. He has just crossed paths with his master, undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Kang suddenly realizes something unsettling. No matter how much mana one possesses, it isn't limitless. He suspects that Daishan has recognized their similarities in skills. Yet he can't fathom why Daishan continues to engage in this mindless war of attrition. Just then, Daishan declares that they must end the duel. Taken aback, Kang asks, "Why?" Daichan urges Kang to take a look around, and Kang quickly realizes that all the mages managing the barrier have collapsed. It dawns on him that Daichan must have intentionally attacked the barriers, having anticipated his own defeat. Feigning ignorance, Daichan expresses regret that their match must come to an end. However, he concedes to Kang's skill, acknowledging his prowess. Then, true to his word, Daichan assures Kang that he will not provide Seijin with any further training and will refrain from interfering in the future. However, Kang is urged by Daishan to join his guild if Seijin loses her match. In that moment, it hits Kang just how persistent this old man truly is. He assures Daichan that he's willing to accept the proposal, but with one condition. Curious, Daichan asks what it is. Without missing a beat, Kang delivers a powerful punch to Daichan's face, sending him reeling and causing blood to spill. Daichan confronts him, asking why he did it. Kang smirks, revealing that he already knows the answer. It was clear he anticipated winning the sparring match, and in his own way, he sabotaged it to make a new proposal. Kang then adds that the single hit he took was a small price to pay for his dignity. Daichan struggles to find words, and Kang assures him that he will ensure Seijin wins provided Daichan doesn't interfere with the training. Kang warns the man that he won't hold back if, after Seijin wins the match, he starts causing trouble or spewing insults. With that, Kang feels confident that all his efforts to help Seijin, the generational talent, are finally in place. However, time is running short, and he worries about how much she can absorb before the big moment arrives. Kang is excited to share the experience of eating wild ginseng roots with Seijin, eager to show her the ropes. Meanwhile, Seijin has just claimed victory in the finals, decisively defeating her opponent. After her impressive win, she sits down for another interview. When the host asks if the WHCU is her next goal, Seijin simply replies with a confident yes. However, the host is hoping for a more detailed response, eager to extract every bit of insight from Seijin's journey. She then shifts the conversation, asking Seijin if there's a particular player she's keeping an eye on for the upcoming tournament. Seijin admits that she's wary of Bianca. However, when Bianca is posed the same question, she confidently declares that she isn't afraid of anyone. When asked if she considered last year's runner-up, Rohan, a threat, Bianca dismissed him with a scoff, claiming he was far from impressive. The interviewer then inquired about the woman who represented Japan, but Bianca remained steadfast, asserting that none of her competitors could match her standard. Despite the trash talk, the interviewer couldn't help but relish the moment. This was exactly the kind of boldness she had hoped for. At that moment, the interviewer discovers Seijin's recent victory and turns her attention to Bianca, eager to extract some juicy commentary. However, Bianca surprises her with a nonchalant response, calling Seijin a crybaby who had lost to her in the preliminaries. With a playful smirk, she even hints that she might be stronger than the competitors they had just discussed. The interviewers are left speechless by Bianca's ruthless demeanor. With a confident smirk, she declares that she can't wait to see how long Seijin will last against her this time. Bianca boldly asserts that no matter how strong Seijin has become, neither she nor anyone else can match her power. Later, Kang approaches Seijin, handing her 3 ginseng roots and instructing her to chew them. Sejin grimaces at the roots, clearly unaware of their potential uses, and Kang quickly informs her that they come with a hefty price tag. He emphasizes that to even consider competing, she must at least match half of Bianca's mana capacity. Their options, he explains, are limited to shortcuts and enhancements. With no other choice, Sejin reluctantly bites into the bitter ginseng root. There's no time to revel in her recent victory. They've already made their way to Mount Syrak for an intensive private lesson. The clock was ticking, and Sejin was determined to claim the championship. After devouring all the ginseng roots, Kang praised her strength, but warned her that the real challenge was just beginning. He asked Sejin if she trusted him, to which she replied that she wouldn't have embarked on this journey if she didn't. With unwavering resolve, she assured Kang that she was prepared to do whatever it took, so he wouldn't need to worry about her. With determination, Kang moves on to the next stage, aiming to help Sejin open her vessels. Suddenly, she screams out in agony, desperately retracting everything she had said before. When Kang finally releases her, Sejin is drenched in sweat, as if she's been trapped in an oven. Breathing heavily, she confesses that she genuinely thought she was going to die. She asks Kang if it's finally over, but Kang chooses to play the same trick Cho used on him. He tells Sejin that she didn't hit the right spot and that they need to redo it. Sejin nearly faints at the thought. However, when Kang finally finishes, Sejin notices a significant difference. Kang has successfully opened Sejin's vessels, employing the technique he learned from Cho. Thanks to everything she learned from Cho, Sejin effortlessly converts the internal energy that once resided within her. Awestruck, she watches as her internal energy swells and radiates around her. For the first time, she truly understands what Kang has been describing, and she realizes that it is far more refined than mana. Noticing her newfound awareness, Kang reminds her to prioritize her mental cultivation until she fully acclimates to this powerful energy. Kang informs her that returning to the life of an ordinary hunter who relies on mana is no longer an option. Sejin is astonished by the lengths Kang is going to for her, leaving her to ponder why he is putting himself under so much stress. Unable to contain her curiosity, she finally asks him why he is going to such trouble to help her. Kang reveals that he made a deal with her father. Sejin is left bewildered by this revelation. Kang explains that her father had already informed him that if Sejin doesn't win, he would have no choice but to join his guild. To ensure Sejin's victory, Kang reluctantly admits he must impose a condition that would push Dai-chan out of the training schedule. He acknowledges that, despite his intentions, the deal he struck ultimately favors Dai-chan. Sejin can't shake the weight of Kang's sacrifices from her mind when he suddenly reveals that he has wagered all his money on her victory. Taken aback, Sejin asks, "Are you really gambling with me as the stake?" Kang quickly reassures her, explaining that this bet is placed through a legal platform sanctioned by the International Hunter Association. Kang reveals that one of the ginseng roots Sejin consumed is worth a staggering 500 million won each. He emphasizes their rarity, noting that they only appear at auctions. To heighten the tension, Kang adds that he won't let this deal slip away. If Sejin fails to secure it, she'll face serious consequences with her father. At that moment, Kang warns Sejin that he will quit school if she wins. Sejin can't help but feel grateful that Kang is so materialistic. Having successfully passed the first stage, Kang informs her that it's time to begin their full-scale training. Excitement bubbles within Sejin as she eagerly asks, "So, is the first thing we'll tackle how to counter Bianca?" Kang explains to her that while countering is effective, they need to better harness the advantages of internal energy. He reminds Bianca that her specialty is Dispel, an incredibly powerful ability that allows her to instantly deactivate her opponent's skills. However, he emphasizes that she won't need to rely on mana anymore. Kang reveals that Sword Shi and Sword Gang are formed using internal energy which cannot be dispelled. Kang informs Sejin that they are about to learn a finishing move, one that will take advantage of the moment when Bianca lets her guard down. He demonstrates the technique, and Sejin's eyes widen in shock as she recognizes it the very same skill he used in his duel against Mondong. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of the technique, Sejin can hardly believe it. Kang reassures her, declaring that he will pass on the meteor-exploding demonic skill to her. Understanding the brevity of life, Kang urges them to seize the moment and aim high from the very beginning. Before they realize it, 3 weeks have swiftly passed, and Kang feels confident that their training is complete, even though it seems like just yesterday that he sought permission to begin. Despite the short time frame, Kang believes he has accomplished his mission. Throughout their time together, he has come to recognize that Sejin is an exceptional student. Kang realizes that Sejin might not have mastered the skill without the unique advantages of her main character class. After shattering a wall with her newfound ability, Sejin turns to Kang, seeking validation. "Did I do well?" she asks, aware that she still has a way to go before reaching his level. Kang smiles and praises her efforts, affirming, "You did great." With that, he feels it's time for them to start preparing for the championship. Kang suggests they pack their bags and head back. As they discuss the WHCU, he explains that it is hosted by 4 countries: the USA, the UK, France, and Russia. This year, however, the tournament is taking place in London. Sonwon Iseol accompanies Sejin to the airport, wishing her the best of luck in the championship. They encourage her not to be nervous and to simply stick to what she knows best. Kang expresses his gratitude to the two for seeing them off, urging them to return home safely. It turns out that, in addition to Kang, who is escorting Sejin to London, Mandong has decided to join them. When Mandong asked Kang if he could tag along, Kang quickly realized that Mandong was simply tired of being cooped up at school. Mandong skillfully persuades Kang by promising to upgrade their seats to business class and serve him with utmost dedication. Before long, the flight to London takes off, and everything seems perfectly normal, despite the significance of the event ahead. Upon their arrival, they prepare to compete in the round of 64. Mandong grumbles about the jet lag, but Kang quickly counters, pointing out that he has a sturdier build than Sejin, who isn't complaining at all. Mandong seizes the moment to praise Sejin's remarkable strength, acknowledging her incredible resilience. As they make their way through the lobby, Kang notices the curious stares directed at them, leaving him to ponder the reason behind it. Is it his own face that draws attention, or is it Mandong's imposing stature? Just then, Mandong breaks the silence, mentioning that he heard something from one of his contacts in London. It seems Sejin has become the talk of the town. Her record-setting performance in the local tournament has made waves far and wide. It turns out she incapacitated every opponent she faced within minutes. Articles even warned Bianca to watch her back, as the future of Korea, Sejin, was coming for her. Kang was taken aback by this revelation, realizing they had been oblivious to the events unfolding while training in the mountains. It finally clicked for him. Now he understood why so many eyes were fixed on Sejin. Reports have circulated that if Sejin and Bianca are placed in the same group, it could very well be considered the finals. Kang feels a wave of relief as he notices that the gazes directed at them are not filled with animosity, but rather admiration. Many believe Sejin is their only hope against Bianca. Mandong then turns to Kang, inquiring if it's true that he placed a bet on Sejin. Kang nods, confirming the rumor. He reveals that he sold all his stocks and withdrew every loan he could muster just to place his bet on Sejin. Kang turns to Mandong, curious if he placed a bet on another student. To his surprise, Mandong admits he also bet on Sejin. Kang is taken aback, unable to fathom why the old man would support her. Mandong quickly tries to spin it, claiming it was all in the name of support, but his justification falls flat. Leaning in closer, Mandong whispers in Kang's ear, revealing that nearly everyone is betting on Bianca to win. He adds, with a hint of concern, that given Sejin's recent performances in the tournaments, her chances of victory might be slim. Kang dismisses the old man's chatter, urging him to quickly place more money on Sejin. Mandong, taken aback, questions Kang's confidence in Sejin's abilities. In response, Kang prompts Mandong to recall their last duel. Mandong nods, acknowledging the memory. With a confident expression, Kang informs him that there isn't much difference between the Sejin of the past and the Sejin of today. Mandong is taken aback by this revelation. Moments later, the tournament bracket is revealed. Kang can't help but feel disappointed that Sejin is placed on the opposite end of the bracket from Bianca. In this tournament, the top contender faces the second, and the winner will go on to challenge the victor of the match between the third and fourth seeds. As events unfold, Sejin realizes she is destined to face Bianca in the finals. Just then, Kang calls to inform her that her first opponent is a spearman from Ukraine. This player is considered a promising prospect for the tournament. Since it's the opening match, Kang urges Sejin to make a strong impression. He advises her not to hold back and to finish the match swiftly. Sejin nods in acknowledgement of her master's orders, channeling that motivation as she steps into the arena. As both competitors prepare, the referee blows the whistle, and within mere seconds, the match concludes in a breathtaking flash. The audience is left in stunned silence. In this 30-second round, Sejin faces off against a mage from Italy. She attempted to replicate Bianca's strategy from last year's tournament by casting a binding spell right from the start. However, Sejin effortlessly broke through it and charged toward her opponent with her sword, compelling her to surrender almost immediately. While Sejin triumphed over the mage, Kang doubts that the same tactic will succeed against Bianca. Despite this, Kang can't shake the thought of how satisfying it would be to defeat someone as formidable as Bianca. He suspects, however, that Bianca doesn't view Se-jin as a threat, at least, not yet. As the matches progress, Se-jin swiftly dispatches her opponents, but Bianca remains unfazed, convinced that there's nothing to truly worry about. This is precisely what Kang desires, allowing her to let her guard down until the finals, where she will be blindsided by an unexpected meteor shower. The next day, Se-jin effortlessly secures another victory. Despite her opponents showing no intention of going easy on her, she dispatches them with ease. In the semi-final match, Se-jin delivers such a powerful blow to her opponent that the referee's whistle is the only thing that saves him from further harm. Kang can't help but be impressed that the guy managed to last a whole minute against Se-jin. The crowd erupts with excitement, chanting her name as they celebrate this rising star from Korea. They're convinced she's destined to become an icon of national pride once the tournament concludes. Yet, amidst all the praise, the odds for the finals reveal a stark contrast. Bianca is given a low 1.04, while Se-jin's odds soar to a staggering 20.4. It comes as no surprise that everyone is quietly convinced Se-jin will fall to Bianca. They believe that regardless of her opponent, Bianca is destined to emerge victorious. After her semifinals match, a reporter asks Bianca why she hasn't been using magic throughout the tournament, yet has effortlessly defeated her opponents. Bianca confidently declares that she has triumphed twice using magic, but this time, she intends to rely solely on her sword skills. When the interviewer inquires if she plans to forego magic entirely during the tournament, she reminds him that she is representing the UK. In case of an emergency, she may have to resort to it. However, she remains optimistic, believing that magic won't be necessary, even in the finals. The crowd is taken aback by Bianca's overwhelming confidence. In her first match, she allowed her opponent to make the first move before swiftly claiming victory. However, on the second day, she showed no mercy, finishing her match in record time. Kang, keenly observant, can see through Bianca's bravado. It's clear she's starting to feel wary of Se-jin, the skilled swordsman. It's clear that Bianca hails from a family deeply rooted in swordsmanship. However, she has primarily relied on magic. Kang then shifts his attention to Se-jin, praising her for her performance thus far. He gently reminds her that she still has the finals interview ahead. With a smile, he adds that Mandong has already promised to treat her to something extravagant upon her return. Se-jin, however, insists that she doesn't need to eat, claiming her appetite is low. Kang gently reminds her that she must nourish herself. She concedes, but adds that she might end up with indigestion, preferring to remain as she is. Sensing her unease, Kang quickly realizes that her refusal stems from nerves. With a reassuring smile, he encourages her, expressing his unwavering belief in her abilities and playfully assuring her that she won't be the one to make him a pauper. Kang gently reminds her of his unwavering belief in her, explaining that he's staked his entire fortune on her success. Panic washes over Se-jin as she realizes the weight of this responsibility. The fear of failure grips her tightly. In a playful, yet firm gesture, Kang smacks her lightly on the head, urging her to understand that his words are meant to uplift her. He reassures her that even if she doesn't win, he'll be just fine after all. He can always earn the money back. With a bright smile, Kang encourages Se-jin, assuring her that whatever happens, it won't be an issue. Yet, beneath that cheerful facade, he silently pleads for her to give it her all. If she loses, he knows he'll be pulled into her father's guild. Just then, Se-jin declares her determination to go all out from start to finish. Kang nods in agreement, urging her to give everything she has so they can both walk away without regrets. As Se-jin approaches the broadcasting room for her interview, she passes by Bianca, who suddenly turns around, sensing an unfamiliar presence. In that instant, Bianca realizes that Se-jin has transformed into a monster. Just like her, she had believed herself to be the sole irregular of her generation, but now she discovers she was mistaken. Bianca suddenly realizes that the feelings she has for Se-jin are unlike anything she has ever experienced before. Despite having studied countless mana textbooks, she senses an unfamiliar source of energy coursing through Se-jin's body, something beyond mere mana. Her assistant, noticing the shift in Bianca's expression, inquires about what's troubling her. With a hint of uncertainty, Bianca confesses that she may have provided the wrong answer during her interview. The assistant furrows her brow in confusion and asks Bianca to clarify her statement. Bianca smirks, revealing that her answer about not using magic in the finals was completely off the mark. The following day, the arena buzzes with anticipation as spectators settle into their seats for the highly anticipated match between Bianca and Se-Jin. This showdown is crucial for determining the next S-rank hunter. All eyes are on Se-Jin, the underdog who faced an early elimination in the last tournament, but now seems to have transformed beyond recognition. In the stands, Mandong chastises Kang for failing to offer Se-Jin any words of encouragement as she steps into the arena for the finals. Kang calmly responds that he already shared everything she needed to hear in the waiting room earlier. Mandong's curiosity is piqued by Kang's conversation with Se-Jin. He can't help but ask what Kang revealed, especially since Se-Jin's opponent is Bianca, a formidable contender who has won the tournament twice in a row. Kang, sensing Mandong's anxiety, reassures him to relax. He'll find out what was said soon enough. As the match kicks off, Dae-chun watches intently from home, eager to see how it all unfolds. As the match begins, Se-Jin swiftly retreats, creating distance between herself and Bianca. This unexpected move leaves Bianca stunned. She never anticipated a swordsman would choose to create space from her opponent. The crowd watches in confusion, as Se-Jin has always been known for her aggressive charging in previous matches. What could this mean for the battle ahead? When Mandong sees this, he shouts at Kang, realizing what Se-Jin is about to unleash. Kang calmly reminds him of his earlier words about Se-Jin reaching a level comparable to his own. As they both gaze at the arena, Se-Jin is already preparing her formidable skill. Kang understands that, at this moment, none of Se-Jin's peers stand a chance against her. The crowd gasps in disbelief as they witness Se-Jin's creation, a shimmering aura sword. The notion that a mere student could wield such power is almost too much to bear. Even Bianca stands astonished, recognizing that Se-Jin is employing a refined version of the aura sword, a level of mastery rarely seen in someone of her age. It dawns on Bianca that there's more to Se-Jin than meets the eye. She has been concealing a formidable trump card all along. Bianca acknowledges that it's quite impressive Se-Jin managed to hold back until the finals. However, she feels confident, having faced aura-based swordsmanship numerous times while sparring with seasoned hunters. In her mind, neutralizing Se-Jin's attack will be a breeze. With determination, Bianca activates her Dispel spell, only to be taken aback when it fails to work. This was one of her signature spells, yet it faltered at the most critical moment of the tournament. This skill was designed to cancel out magic spells and mana-based mental enhancements, including physical boosts. 2 years ago, another student had challenged Bianca with an aura sword, and she had effortlessly dispelled it. But what loomed before her now was not mana, it was internal energy. At this moment, panic grips Bianca. She has never encountered a mana that cannot be neutralized. In a desperate move, she raises her shield just as the attack strikes, resulting in a massive explosion and a blinding flash of light. The force of the blast sends everyone reeling from their seats, bewildered by the chaos unfolding before them. Even Jin Su can't shake the fear that Bianca might not have survived the devastating assault Se-Jin unleashed against her. Yun Su scolds him, insisting he stop jinxing things because Bianca will be just fine. As the dust settles, Bianca stands unharmed behind her battered shield, though a look of concern crosses her face. It's clear that the match would have ended in disaster if she hadn't raised her shield at the last moment. Even Mandong is taken aback, unable to comprehend that this intense exchange is happening between two students. He finally grasps why Kang was so confident in Se-Jin's abilities. However, Mandong can't shake his worry that Se-Jin might collapse from exhaustion, just as Kang did during their duel after using a powerful technique. He notes that while Bianca isn't injured, she seems startled. If she has enough mana to launch a counterattack, Mandong fears that Se-Jin could be in serious danger. Kang turns to Mandong and explains that what Se-Jin wielded isn't an aura sword, but rather a technique beneath that level. It's essentially a mass-produced killer move designed for repeated use. Bianca nearly faints in terror as she realizes another strike is headed her way. Kang emphasizes to Mandong that he has staked his entire fortune on Se-Jin, and there's no way he can feel at ease knowing that this move can be executed more than once. Kang had a revelation during his duel with Dae-chan. He observed that an aura blade could be wielded recklessly, shattering every surrounding barrier in its path. Moreover, the mages had been completely drained of their mana. In that moment, Kang understood he could downgrade the meteor shower skill and wield it in the same way Dae-chan had. Their objective isn't to take Bianca's life. Rather, they aim to defeat her and claim the championship. Their strategy is simple, yet ruthless. They plan to attack her relentlessly, forcing her to expend her mana on barriers until she ultimately loses consciousness. It becomes clear that this is the strategy Se-jin and Kang devised to counter Bianca. Before she realizes it, Bianca finds herself erecting 8 layers of barriers just to fend off Se-jin's relentless assault. For the next 10 minutes, she endures this meteor shower, struggling to maintain her defenses against the overwhelming onslaught. In the end, Bianca is knocked to the ground after enduring a series of grueling attacks. Just when it seems all hope is lost, A-rank safety officers rush in to her aid. With their intervention, the referee steps in and declares the match over, ultimately naming Se-jin the winner of the tournament. Celebration erupts as Se-jin is declared the tournament champion. Tears of joy stream down her face as she accepts her trophy, a symbol of her hard-fought victory. A month later, both Kang and Se-jin invest in buildings, preparing for the possibility of starting their own guild in the future. During her interview at the airport upon returning home, Se-jin makes a surprising announcement. She has decided not to join Dai-chan's guild. Instead of following the usual path, she boldly declared her intention to operate independently and establish her own guild once she reached A rank. Although hunters typically earn a good income, people were already questioning how the two of them made their money. In a surprising gesture, Kang presented Se-jin with a wild ginseng worth 1.5 billion won in advance payment he had wagered in her name. Se-jin nearly experiences a brain freeze when Kang reveals the staggering amount of the bet payout. She had managed to secure an incredible fortune, as everyone else had placed their bets on Bianca. However, there was one person who walked away with even more profit than Se-jin Kang himself. With his immense wealth, he began acquiring buildings left and right. He deliberately purchases a building near Quasin Electronics, the corporation owned by Lee Jae-sung's family. Being neighbors with the main character, Kang feels he has found the safest place on Earth. With enough wealth to last a lifetime and good looks to match, he seems to have it all. Noticing how lost in thought Kang seems, Se-jin asks if he's considering quitting school. Kang admits he hasn't really thought about it. Suddenly, a realization strikes him. He no longer needs a salary. Se-jin seizes the moment to ask a question about her future after graduation. She proposes that they start a business together, but Kang quickly declines. Kang tells Se-jin that there are 2 things best friends should never do together: join the military and start a business. He makes it clear that he has no interest in her proposal, as his only ambition is to be a wealthy slacker. However, he feels he should stick around until the swordsmanship class graduates from the school. With this, another side story is unlocked, and the system informs him that from this moment on, his journey as an extra will be recorded. Kang doesn't mind. He relishes the freedom to pursue his desires. He even gets to choose the title for his story, as he and Se-jin share a joyful moment together. This chapter comes to a satisfying close.